Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Cookie, the nail that sticks up. Bun. I beg your pardon. Would you care for a bun? Oh, yes, thank you. She took the proffered rice pastry. Partly out of politeness, and mostly to keep from having to make conversation, she took a small nibble. Her nose wrinkled. Swallowing was an effort. Looking back at her server, she called upon her training and resolutely forced herself to lie. That's very good. No, it isn't, the young student smiled sadly. But that's the point. And then she drifted off. Rukia watched her go. The black-robed Shinigami shifted her legs into a more comfortable position. Before her there fluttered a cloud of serious-faced red and white butterflies. They talked to one another in grave, earnest voices, nodding approvingly at their companions' words before hastily interrupting to showcase their own thoughts and feelings. That was the way of students. For her part, Rukia kept silent. And watched. Only a year ago, this had been her world. The Shinigami Academy. Garbed like all the rest in identical Awaji and Hakama, the tiny orphan from the outer reaches of Rukanga had studied and trained, discussed, and learned. She was taught to respect her superiors and obey her teachers. The skills they were striving to imbue in her might mean the difference between survival and slaughter. This was not unlike living with her friends in the ghetto. Except here, Rukia was not in charge. Not by a long shot. There was always somebody to salute in the academy, an authority figure whom courtesy demanded you bow towards and greet courteously. Rukia wished she could tell these devoted future comrades that things would change once they became Shinigami. But that too would have been a lie. In the structured world of the afterlife called Soul Society, being dead did not stop you from being polite. Her dark violet eyes traveled the room. Even from this seat in the corner, she could still see that hers would not be the only black robe in attendance at this meeting. In spite of being what you might call an underground event, word of mouth still applied. She herself had overheard the topic by casually eavesdropping on two members of the 8th Division, whose squad always seemed to be on top of the local gossip in Siriti. At least 3 other fully fledged death gods were in attendance. It was hard to tell, considering how mobbed they were by the white and blue uniforms of the first-grade students. Any offending red Hakama who dared to approach were firmly blocked from reaching the current idols. The Shinigami did nothing to hinder this. They were not here to socialize. Their presence undoubtedly ran along the same lines as her own. They were off-duty, and no one had told them they couldn't come. Granted, Rukia had not specifically inquired about attending. Unlike at the academy, asking questions was frowned upon in the noble Cookie household. She was expected to listen, behave, and above all, obey. So it wasn't that dissimilar from her student days. Except at the academy, she didn't fear for her life every time she saw the headmaster, as was the case whenever her new brother deigned to notice her. Thankfully, this was not very often. Mostly Rukia Cookie, as she had now come to know herself, was left alone for the most part. Perhaps it was this overwhelming isolation that contributed to her current position. Among all the Shinigami present, Rukia sat by herself. Oh, a few people had tried to make conversation, to be sure. And it was not that she had met their friendly overtures with rudeness either. She just hadn't followed up on the attempts at conversation. Introduction, exchange of courtesies, followed by uncomfortable silence which she did not break, and they were uncertain whether or not they could. A few had drawn back after just hearing her last name. Word had spread. This one was not to be approached. The tiny noblewoman dropped her eyes to her lap, thinking. Why am I here, if not to talk with anyone? Was it just to get away for a few hours? Escape the echoing, empty manse that had become her home at the cost of her freedom? Here, at least, there was conversation, and life. So then why not join in? It had only been 1 year since her expedited graduation. Had the Cookie beaten her into submission this quickly, with their rules and reprimands and stern admonitions about how she must bear herself as a member of their household? Briefly Rukia wondered if her honored brother Byakuya had gone through this same experience in his youth. Had he ever been carefree once, spirited and happy? Hard to imagine now. The man was cold as ice, unapproachable, untouchable. Rukia glanced up, and noticed several people hastily avert their eyes. I'm learning, Nii-sama, she thought. Watch how fast I go. She closed her eyes bitterly. This wasn't helping. She didn't recognize anyone here. No one was forcing her into isolation now, this was entirely her doing. That made it all the more shameful. I've got to get out of here, Rukia decided. I can't take this tonight, I need to get away to think. It was just as she had decided on a course of action that the conversations in the room came to an abrupt halt. Rukia glanced up sharply. It seemed her chance to escape had passed. The speaker had arrived. At the front of the room, a figure was emerging from one of the side doors, followed by several students pushing carts. The contents of these implements made little sense to her. At first glance, they seemed to be planks nailed flat together. Nothing really to see. And in truth, she was more engrossed by the appearance of the black-garbed soul at their head. He was fairly short, and rather broad. Dark hair was kept shoulder-length and oddly parted down the middle. His features were round and soft, with deep brown eyes that gave him a very expressive air. Had she met him on the street, Rukia was willing to admit that she would not have looked at this man very closely. Unremarkable might be the best word. But there were two things that distinguished his person. The first was the ryotsu which marked him as a Shinigami. This is what truly set people apart in the afterlife. Since infancy, Rukia had plowed through the days here surrounded by individuals who did not possess even a grain of soul intensity. That was the norm. The vast majority of the dead were not endowed with power, so those who were tended to stand out. Such a manifestation of otherworldly strength would inevitably lead that individual to the doors of the Seireitei, where they could make a bid to escape the districts of Rukanga and seek a better life. Or death. Rukia's existence in the living world had ended in infancy, or so she had guessed. Numerous others she met spoke of living full lives in their previous forms, beset by problems such as disease, starvation, and advanced age, along with the pleasantries of food, love, and hope. They had been told before arriving that this plane would treat them better than the old. Rukia had fled from the area of soul society they now inhabited to reside in the Seireitei. If there was a worse place than the one where she grew up, she did not want to see it. Spirit intensity was nothing exceptional here. The second thing to catch her attention was the way this Shinigami was dressed. The standard robes for their profession were not in evidence. Instead he was attired in clothes that looked very, well, tight might be the word. They did not flow and move in the manner of her own apparel. His pants were uniformly narrow through the legs, almost seeming to cling to them. The obi around his waist was ridiculously thin, like rope, you would need the fingers of a mouse to tie it properly, she surmised. Except, it didn't look to be tied. More like hooked through a metal ring at the front. And lastly, there was the haori. This jacket seemed quite stiff in appearance. At least the two sides overlapped in front. But after that things just got weird. The fringe of the coat went over the hem of his pants slightly. And down the front there were small brass knobs. Perplexed murmurs came from the crowd, and Kukaki shared their consternation. Was this a new division uniform? How could he even move in it? At least they got the color right. The host of this evening's discussion turned to face his audience, and bowed. Good evening. I am Yoshi Hitsujikai, 9th seat in the 7th division. Welcome all to this meeting. Please be seated. The students peered around uncertainly. There were no cushions to rest on. Sitting Caesar was no big deal to them, but generally for these events the host would provide something to keep those attending from experiencing muscle cramps. After all, this sort of thing could go on for hours. Everybody wanted to have their say. An attendant came up to Hitsujikai bearing one of the odd wooden planks. He proceeded to hold it aloft so all could see. Then he took a firm grip on a slightly protruding section, and with a slow, purposeful motion, pulled downward. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the flat implement unfolded, settling into what appeared to be a four-legged stool with a back. Yoshi then placed this contraption on the floor, and took a seat on it. As it became clear that this new oddity was clearly holding his weight, a collective rumble of wonder filled the room. More of the attendants began to distribute these new marvels, and the eager young death gods in training began to puzzle over the proper workings. Then a hush fell over the proceedings. Glancing over, Rukia could see that the other Shinigami had been approached with the collapsing seats. Two of them glanced over the heads of their clustered fans towards the third. This one, who seemed to be an authority figure, stared hard at the girl who was offering him the chair. Everyone in the room now had their eyes locked on this decisive showdown. The Shinigami reached down and accepted the proffered object. He proceeded to collapse it as they had been shown, and lowered himself down to sit, crossing his arms decisively. At this the dam burst. Everyone, especially the two death gods, began to follow suit. Once they had figured out the proper handling of their seats and finished explaining it to their comrades, the students then fell to arranging themselves in the neat rows that they were all accustomed to sitting in. There seemed to be no new method for that. It was while this was going on that a young man approached Rukia with the new sitting device. He held it out to her invitingly, and she tensed. There was no one here to see, or pass judgment. But still, she had been educated long enough to know what would be expected of her in this situation. Still sitting Caesar in the corner, Rukia Kukaki directed her attention upward and inclined her head in dismissal. "No, thank you." He nodded, and withdrew. A few minutes later, the meeting began. "Before we begin, I'd like to thank you all for attending this discussion, especially my comrades from the 3rd and 12th Divisions." Yoshi craned his head over the small sea of students and gesticulated politely. The intended targets repeated his gesture. "I assume you all have some idea why I arranged for this event. But even if you do not, I would like to start off by asking one simple question. That being, did everyone receive a bun?" There were several nods and calls of yes. So then, Yoshi leaned back in his chair. "What did you all think of them?" Now there was some marked agitation in the room. No one spoke. Suddenly Rukia did not feel quite so alone. Once again, numerous necks twisted to regard the black-robed observers sitting in the back of the room. They were looking for guidance here. Just how did you tell a Shinigami host that his refreshments sucked? The ranking death god took his cue. "They were poor, Hitsujikai-san." Nearly 100 heads snapped around to witness the outcome of this statement. In response, Yoshi smiled. "Thank you, sir. That summed up their qualities perfectly." He leaned forward intensely then. "I know many of you have become accustomed to the superior cuisine available to those residing in the Sirei. And after eating like a Shinigami, I can understand why you would give pause at having anything less." He reached into his robe and pulled out another bean jam bun. "What you tasted here was a confection made outside the walls dividing us from Rukanga. For those who have never ventured out there, it might have come as quite a shock to be served this decidedly mediocre fare. But for the ones who have tasted its like before, I think you will all agree that the difference in quality is partly the reason why you felt continued living outside these grounds was no longer acceptable to you. Am I right?" There were a few soft expressions of agreement. Rukia's voice was not among them. Though she recalled very clearly subsisting on this or worse in her youth, she was unwilling to share even such a small admission with a crowd of strangers. This habitual wariness was not something she had learned from her new family. It was the mark of someone who recognized early on in life that in this world, you did not give your trust indiscriminately. The more people who knew about you, the less secure you became. They had to earn it. Only a select few were to be let inside. Those chosen then became family. And when you find your family almost completely gone, then it's time to leave." Rukia looked down at her fine quality silk hakama, the luxurious fabric far superior to anyone else's in the room. "What did I ever do to earn this?" she thought. But Yoshi was speaking again. "For many living on the outside, the question of food is not even an issue, much less its quality. Except in cases such as our own, the people of Soul Society are free from that particular want, free from the demands of the living, who in addition to requiring our protection from hollows, must also contend with the exhausting, ceaseless necessity of providing themselves with food and water. Day in and day out they suffer from the demands that life entails. But not so for us. Am I right?" More consensus, stronger now, and the strangely dressed Shinigami suddenly stood up. "Would you say that the living are better off dead?" That got everyone's undivided attention, Rukia included. There were no answers this time, not even a few. This had grown disturbing. Yoshi looked around the hall thoughtfully. Perhaps I should rephrase myself. Tell me this, what is so good about being dead? Can someone who lived a long life in the living world in Rukanga tell me? At first there was no response. Then, a girl towards the middle slowly raised her hand. Yes, you, Hitsujikai pointed. We're safe here, sir, her voice cracked uncertainly. We are safe, the unorthodox death god agreed. The threat of death has passed from us. There are no warlords rousting us from our homes or pressing us into service, no threat of starvation or disease, as we said. And the Shinigami protect all of Soul Society from hollows, don't they? Several loud shouts of agreement came from the first-grade students in back. In Soul Society, you can live in peace, am I right? There was more vocal commiseration now from the student masses. For some reason Rukia found herself disliking this situation. She got the feeling that Yoshi was taking them on a track the others had not noticed yet. She found herself fingering the hilt of the katana beside her unconsciously. Yoshi Hitsujikai watched them all clamoring, turning his head from side to side, seeming to study their faces. At length, he lowered his gaze and fixed it to the floor. After a while, the voices died down. His eyes came back up, and there was something new there. Even on her knees in the back of the room, Rukia could detect anger in his features. So then why did you leave? The students glanced uneasily about. While they were doing this, Yoshi returned to his seat. He remained there for a time, watching them. When no answers were forthcoming, he spread his arms in a questioning fashion. Should I reiterate the question? Come, tell me, if living in the districts of Rukanga is so fine, then what gave you impetus to leave and join the ranks of the academy? There was some shifting and muttering. Once again, he withdrew the bun from his pocket. Was it this? Did you hear that you would find better food within these walls? Did something more entice you to leave behind the tranquil afterlife we have agreed is so splendid by comparison? Don't you know what dangers a Shinigami's life entails? What would possibly compel you to give up the safety and security of the outer districts to risk being set upon and devoured by hollows? What? Silence followed. No one wanted to admit it. Not the Shinigami, or the students. But they all knew, Rukia thought. Just like I do. And she knew she should say it. Because life in the Rukanga is hell. Her voice came out very softly, such that she wondered if anyone beyond her could hear it at all. But the quiet in this room was so great that even a whisper carried the breadth of the hall. And Yoshi smiled once more. Whoever said that, you have my thanks. They're right. He rose again, and began to pace slowly before the front rows, his oddly cut clothes shifting and stirring with every movement. Those of you with clear memories of your past lives may recall a Shinigami informing you before your arrival that Soul Society was a place of peace and tranquility. Indeed, many of us were promised, long before we ever met a death god, that upon dying we would be transported to a paradise devoid of pain, where we could live for eternity in endless bliss and contentment. The Shinigami stopped and crossed his arms, speaking very quietly now. Is that what you found? This time he did not wait for a response. No. Instead, you found yourselves in a world not that far removed from the one you left. Oh, to be sure, there was some truth to your beliefs. No hunger. No cold. No need to look for work or a place to live. On face value, there was a lot to recommend it, right? And then what did you find? Several members of the audience were shifting uncomfortably, perhaps remembering things they had thought best left behind them. Rukia too briefly recalled her childhood and maturing years. But she dispelled these thoughts in order to pay more attention to Yoshi's words. The afterlife was not the paradise which you had been led to believe. And it got progressively worse the farther removed you were from the walls of the Siriti. Once you stepped beyond, say, the 20th district, things began to get a little bleaker, didn't they? The quality of buildings, even the quality of life in general took a sharp downturn from there. People no longer appeared quite so relaxed. Indeed, some of them could be downright dangerous, couldn't they? A threat to you. As it turns out, even as a spirit, you can still feel pain. And that's not all, you realized, perhaps abruptly and graphically, that even here, you could still die. In many ways, Rukia thought. Quickly, say, from a knife in an alley, bleeding out in the night to be found dead come morning. Or getting caught under the hooves of a stampeding horse, being broken and beaten, lingering on for days in extreme pain that steadily grew worse while your friends sought in vain for someone to come and tend to you. There were many ways to die in Inuyasuri, the 78th district. From accidents. Or grief. A chill stole over her, and Rukia now wished that she had not come to this place, dredging up painful memories from the past. Some of you might have found yourselves inexplicably living on the street, Yoshi continued. All of a sudden a group of men came into your home and told you to get out. You might have hung around close by, hoping that they would eventually leave and you could return. But they never did. And no one you turned to would take you in. You hadn't made enough friends in your time here, you see. They had nothing to gain from helping you, and it might have drawn the attention of those who wished to do you harm, for whatever reason. They couldn't risk that. And there was no authority figure you could turn to, out there in the 58th district, or the 70th. And certainly not in the last ring called Zaraki, where living might just mean huddling in groups and scattering whenever someone with a sword or a gang came by, hoping that they would chase your neighbors and not you. No one else was speaking now. From the corner of her eye, Rukia noticed the three Shinigami stirring suspiciously, and their admirers watching them closely for instructions. Yoshi drew to a halt. But if I'm painting too bleak a picture here, just tell me. After all, life for some here isn't so bad. Just ask the folks living in the first district. They have it better there than anyone else in the Rokanga. Clean clothes, comfortable living arrangements. Death gods who drop in for visits to their families, bringing gifts and news of what's going on in Soul Society. There you can depend on a very comfortable, stable mode of existence. For a long, long time. Only after a while, you might start to wonder, is this all there is? You look around and see a world remarkably similar to the one you came from. Wood houses, dirt roads. Animals running loose in the streets. Weren't you supposed to go somewhere more, oh, heavenly? No distinctions and limitations, no fears and worries? Just what are you allowed to do here, anyway? Travel, up to a point. Sounds the same as before. You can talk to as many people as you want. Give the newcomers some pointers about what their new existences might involve. Even listen to their stories about what's going on in the world of the living. Not that we really need to care about that, right? Any loved ones we left behind will join us eventually. Given time, they'll be here. You might not recognize them at first, but those old impressions still remain. And really, what does it matter how the living spend their few decades of life, when they could have numerous centuries to perfect themselves here? Yoshi Hitsujikai unhooked the sword strapped to his belt and raised it high over his head. The crowd suddenly grew tense. "Look at what I'm wearing," the speaker said in a firm voice. "It appears strange to most of you, doesn't it? Not the sort of apparel you have come to expect from a Shinigami, or anyone else here, for that matter. Those of you who do recognize this uniform might understand the implications. It is the raiment given to enforcers of the law who work in the living world these days. The ones who shepherd the living, much the same way we death gods watch over the dead. And now, I would like to explain what my wearing this means." Of a sudden Yoshi stepped forward and walked into a space between the crowds. Several people started, having to crane their necks to keep him in sight. When he reached the center of the crowd he stopped. Rukia now had a much better view of him. To her mind, he looked very calm and confident. The students were certainly hanging off his every word. What came next should be fairly interesting. "I am trying to make a point," the seated officer spoke. "That point is this: things have changed. For centuries people in the mortal realm have lived in a system that endured without pause. There were droughts and hurricanes, changes in political order, and the restructuring of territorial boundaries. But ultimately, very little items of significant import occurred. The clothes they wore, the tools they used, the lives they envisioned, had you compared them to their great-great-great-great-grandparents, you would not have found much to distinguish one from the other. And that being the case, the same was true once those people passed on and came to Soul Society. They could meet their distant ancestors, and find that they had a great deal in common. So in a way, the land of the dead was like a reflection for that of the living. Only today, that is no longer the case. Look at the chairs upon which you are sitting. They all proceeded to do so. This is a new design that has sprung up recently. It was done in order to save room and provide easier transportation. In the past, it would have taken a greater amount of people a lot more time to bring enough seats into this room to accommodate all of you. Today I only needed 6. It is an innovation, and a time saver. It is something new. Ask any Shinigami, and they will tell you that there are new things happening in the world of the living virtually every day. They are advancing themselves, with inventions and knowledge that makes the world I came from seem primitive by comparison. I have walked in 3 worlds, now. The world of my past life, which is forever gone. The living world of today, one that I hardly recognize but still requires my help. And Soul Society, which from the day I arrived, has hardly changed one bit. I arranged this meeting today, he spoke very forcefully now, because I believe that last part is something that has to stop. And the place to start is with people like you. Soul Society needs to change itself. His voice was ringing in the enclosed space. The institutions that we all live under have done some measure of keeping us safe. But not all of us. Not even the vast majority of us. All of you may aspire to be Shinigami today, he spun in a circle, pointing at the silent, thoughtful faces, but not long ago you were residents of Rukanga, and you have seen the conditions that exist for those souls whom we as death gods promised would find a better life for themselves after death. The Shinigami act as their protectors from hollows. But in many ways, we have become jailers. We set the example for them. And what are they seeing? Indifference. Conformity. Unwillingness to try anything new. Enforcement of archaic rules that serve to prevent any sort of progress or change. You know that this is no longer a fit way to conduct our affairs in Soul Society, if indeed it ever was. Yoshi had his back to her now. As it was, he could not see the looks that had passed between the 3 Shinigami in attendance. But Rukia did not fail to notice them. Still he continued without pause. I have seen the ways of the modern world. They have developed instruments and agendas which, if applied here, could alleviate many of the sufferings that exist without surcease through the various levels of the Rukanga. An improved way of life, not just for the first dozen or so levels, but all the way to the very limits of Zaraki. If we apply ourselves to seeing these enhancements through, we can effect a sweeping revolution of what constitutes death in our eyes. At the word revolution, something immediately happened. A Shinigami seated at the back of the room, the one whom the other pair had looked to for guidance, stood up. The junior members surrounding him parted, and without a word to anyone, he strode over to a door and left the room. Soon after the duo from the 12th Division also made their departures. Now only Rukia and Yoshi remained as representatives of the graduated classes. Well, almost graduated, she thought guiltily. This event had not gone unnoticed. Many of the seated students turned to watch. After the Shinigami abandoned them, they were closely followed by the blue-clad advanced students. Only Red Hakama were evident now. Yoshi too came about to observe their departure, but if it disturbed him, he gave no sign. His speech continued uninterrupted as he moved to regard his audience. Now in all candor, coming to you was not my first inclination. After giving this matter some thought and arriving at the conclusions which I have shared today, I consulted my superiors on how to approach such efforts. To a man, they treated me with respect, and offered constructive criticism of my ideas. But the members of the 13th Division Imperial Guards were not in the position to effect sweeping changes on the management of Soul Society. That is what they told me. So I turned my sights higher. I approached my captain and his lieutenant, both gentlemen of courtesy who are worthy of all the respect they are given and more. They took the time to hear me out, and showed genuine concern for the problems I detailed. But here again it was recommended that I not attempt any such ambitious undertakings without going through proper channels. By this time Yoshi had moved back to the front of his stage. They gave me instructions as to how to approach the people in charge. I took the time to complete the necessary paperwork and interviews. As you may have guessed, such an endeavor went on for quite a while. Rukia couldn't help but smirk at this. Quite a while? From what she knew of the workings of Seoul society and just living with the upper crust, Yoshi Hitsujikai must have been shuttled back and forth from one official to another for months. Maybe even years. That was how the system worked. If you could call it working. At least he didn't let any bitterness show, she thought. That would only serve to drive away his audience. In the end, I was rewarded for my patience by an audience with Commander General Shigekuni Yamamoto Genri Yusai himself. He listened to my concerns, and showed me every possible courtesy. I submitted a written record of summation, and the general assured me that he would give the matter all due consideration. When this was over, just to assure myself that I had tried every option, I asked to be recommended for the chance to speak before the Central 46 chambers, so that they could judge for themselves whether or not my points had merit. He declined to make a commitment, and I went on my way. Yoshi now planted the point of his Zanpakuto's sheath into the floor, resting his hands on the hilt while spreading his legs apart in a firm stance. When I went ahead and submitted a petition for audience with the 46 on my own, I received a notice that it had been denied. Upon seeking to learn why this might be so, I was informed that I was in danger of a breach of protocol, and that I should not pursue the matter any further. At this point, it became clear to me that behind all the protocol and politeness, everyone I spoke to had been quietly telling me not to engage the issue any further. It was most distressing to realize that people whom I admired and respected had been leading me around by the nose. After giving the matter some thought, I determined that if I was to have any impact at all, I was going to have to take my ideas to those who might be more readily susceptible to them. I would have to find people who were in a position not just to potentially agree with me, but who had the power, the personal experience, and concerted effort to bring about change on their own. The next generation. You. What are you thinking? Rukia sadly shook her head. This is the fourth talk I have given. Like the previous three, it is not a sanctioned academy event, but neither is it specifically outlawed. I have the right to speak to all of you, and you possess the very same right to speak back. Some of us have already made their feelings perfectly clear. Yoshi glanced in the direction of the back of the room, and Rukia tried to make herself unobtrusive. He did not seem to notice her there. For my part, I was told by my superiors that I had not received clearance for this undertaking, to which I replied that I did not need any. After the third such gathering, they informed me that I was being transferred to another division. That was 2 days ago. By tomorrow, I will no longer be the 9th seat of the 7th division. Instead I will be in the 3rd, and no longer a ranked officer. This is my punishment for stepping outside the bounds of protocol. I accept that they can think of no other way to deal with me. Without my rank, I do not have the authority to convene any further meetings of this nature. It is not my intention to flaunt the rules of the Godai 13. This is my home, and the people who live in it are my friends. But I do intend to continue striving to improve the lot of those who do not have the luxury of death god powers, the ones who look to us for guidance. He retook his seat. So now the floor is open. I would be glad to listen to anything you might have to say to me. Please do not hold back. If I have swayed you, all the better. If I have insulted you, then let me know it. Yoshi gestured, and the attendants began to move through the rows distributing cups of tea. A girl placed a cup before Rukia, and then shrank away. Their host also accepted one, and as he was blowing on it, a young man towards the front stood up. Hitsujikai-sama, I have a question for you. The officer of the 7th smiled warmly, and gestured for the student to proceed. For the next hour, a debate was waged, all observed by a pair of deep blue eyes from the shadows in the rear. The residents of the academy who remained were vociferous and curious. They would have to be, to participate in something that could reflect darkly on their future prospects. Not everyone who went to Shinigami Academy graduated, Rukia knew. Those who didn't were quietly dismissed to never be heard from again. She had known the fear of such a fate herself. That was before the arrival of the Kukaki, who had spirited her away for reasons known only to them. She was a part of their world now. But she didn't feel it. No matter how much time passed. That was why she stayed. The night was growing long. People began to trickle out, singly and in groups. Yoshi Hitsujikai remained to take queries from any who might linger. Eventually, though, by some unspoken agreement, the crowd all rose and started to file out. Their conversations reached her as they moved through the doors, trooping past with hardly a glance in her direction. Discussing what they had heard, what they planned to do tomorrow. Tests to take, butterflies in their stomachs, the thrill of having tried something perilous for a change. They had other things on their minds than the small, quiet Shinigami in the corner. Rukia remained where she was a few minutes longer, then rose with regret. The lecture attendants were mingling among the remaining students, collecting and stacking the wooden seats. She watched them all move about, feeling a pang of separation from these proceedings. Her inclusion had been hardly noticeable. Tomorrow she might thank her lucky stars at not having taken part, if doing so meant the ire of her family would not be aroused. But for now, she felt decidedly glum at remaining so isolated. Still, she had made her choice. Best to leave before anyone could recognize her, or notice her at all. The diminutive death god slid her Zanpakuto into her obi and moved silently towards the door. As she did, she chanced a look back at the lingering residents. And froze. One of the staff, the girl who had offered her refreshments towards the start, was speaking to Hitsujikai. Just as Rukia turned, the attendant raised one arm and pointed straight at her. Yoshi's liquid brown eyes traveled up to regard her thoughtfully. The tiny maiden felt her heart begin to pound with anxiety, and she quickly fled. Not good, not good, not good. Rukia's thoughts were proceeding somewhere along these lines. She had to get away from here, and fast. No matter her reasons for coming tonight, if she actually got drawn into this far-fetched hodgepodge of altruism, there was no way she would not eventually wind up hearing about it from Byakuya. That was something she could live without. It was hard enough to exist in his presence when he was being barely civil. To learn that she had associated the Kukaki name with a demoted rabble-rouser, from his perspective, could only serve to heighten the animosity with which she was viewed by the members of the household. Fortunately, Rukia had always been quick. This was clearly demonstrated when, upon rounding a corner to find a large amount of students clustered around the portal leading out of this lecture hall, she was able to step back without anyone even noticing her presence. This many people with Ryotsu in one place also served to mask her own. The wary swordswoman peered around the corner swiftly, swore, and then turned her attention to her surroundings. In front of her, a narrow window high up allowed thin beams of moonlight to enter the hall. Coming to a decision, Rukia stole over to an ornamental banner on the same wall. Bunching its fabric in her tiny fists, she scaled surely and silently up its heights. Small size had its advantages, and while the use of the sword was not her specialty, long practice with the blade had endowed her with more than enough arm strength to achieve this feat. Reaching the window, Rukia caught its lip, hoisted herself over and squeezed into the opening. The agile maiden dropped the 20 feet to the ground. This alley was deserted. No one else was about to observe her escape. Congratulating herself on having accomplished this much, she slunk away down a narrow street into the night. The sound of racing feet reached her ears. Kukaki-sama. She flinched, clenching her jaw. For a few seconds she considered abandoning modesty and fleeing with all due haste back to the family estate. Then Rukia's shoulders slumped in defeat. She had tried her best. The only thing left to do was accept the consequences and try to make the best of it. So resolved, she turned back about. Moving swiftly towards her was Yoshi Hitsujikai. As he drew closer, his intended target took note of how he seemed to have no difficulty running in those strange clothes. His soul cutter was buckled securely at his waist once more. The man drew a pace with her, and Rukia regarded him steadily. "Can I help you, sir? Might as well keep things polite. Couldn't hurt." Yoshi drew to a halt, and bowed deeply. When he came up, Rukia noticed that his eyes were not far above the level of her own. At least that meant she wouldn't have to crane her neck to address him. "Please forgive me if I startled you. One of the volunteers at my talk told me that a Shinigami seated in the back introduced herself as Rukia Kukaki. Are you the lady in question?" "Lie. What's he going to do? Call you out? Much too formal and proper for that. You know how to work the system. Just lie, blast it, lie for all you're worth." "No," she decided. "I won't lie to this man. It wouldn't be right. Punch him in the gut, pull that funny jacket over his head and run, then? Perhaps you weren't listening just now. It wouldn't be right. Wimp. Shut it. Yes, I am Rukia Kukaki. She gave him the bow to a superior. What can I do for you, Officer Hitsujikai? Yoshi smiled. Firstly, let me apologize for just approaching you on the street like this. I meant no offense, I only wanted to speak with you before you left. No offense taken, I assure you. No offense. Just inconvenience. Thank you, Kukaki-sama. He paused then, and for the first time that night, looked truly apprehensive. I don't mean to be intrusive, but I wonder if perhaps you and I might talk for a few minutes. I'm not keeping you from anything pressing, am I? Yes, you are. I was just on my way home to recite my virtues, forget this day ever happened, and go to bed. Say it. No, I have time. What is it you would like to discuss with me? And down we go for the third time. Too bad you never learned to dog paddle. Stay out of this. I won't require much, I know you must be busy. Rukia almost told him to stop being so deferential. The difference in their status wasn't nearly as great as he thought, and definitely not in her favor. But she bit her tongue in time. What I have to say shouldn't take long. Shall we walk back to your division while we speak? I don't have a division. She blurted it out immediately. Maybe it was the strain of having to keep up the pretense of limited equality. Or her lingering shame at the truth of the statement. But one thing she knew for sure was that he should not have to treat her as though she had earned the same accomplishments he had gone through. Hitsujikai stared at her in surprise. What I mean is, I haven't been officially assigned to duty yet, she continued hastily. My family requires me to complete additional observances and rituals before I'm considered fit to serve in the Godi I-13. Ah. This was all he said in that respect. Then, but you are a member of the noble Kukaki family, yes? Led by Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of the 6th Division. Just hearing the name caused her mind to go blank for a moment. It was like her adopted brother was standing right behind her, proud scion of an ancient name, glowering down with frigid disapproval and building resentment. She could almost feel his long, pallid fingers rising up to wrap around her neck, choking off any confirmation that they were indeed related, if only in name. Kukaki-sama, are you all right? Rukia took a deep breath, and the sensation passed. Yes, thank you. And yes, Byakuya Teiku is my elder brother, as you say. Well, then, and he smiled briefly once more. If I could accompany you back to the grounds of your estate, I wonder if we might talk further. Would that be all right? The dark-haired aristocrat in training took a few seconds to respond. Rules of upper-class engagement were flashing through her mind. He was a ranked division officer of no prominent lineage. She was nobility lacking in division attachment. Who was supposed to defer to whom here? What taboos might she be breaking? Was he even permitted to walk with her anywhere? Could he order her to go with him? Looking back into his softly structured features, Rukia could not say which of them was more uncomfortable right now. It suddenly occurred to her, what if he has designs that don't involve protocol as she first thought? Maybe he really wants to ask me out on a date. Could she say yes? Could she say no? Had anything in her daily inundation of manners and Polish over the last year given her the skills to deal with this situation either way? Oh, the hell with this. What exactly do I, Rukia, want to do? I see no reason why not. I would be most glad if you were to accompany me back to the Kukaki grounds, Officer Hitsujikai. The stocky Shinigami beamed now, and turning in a westward direction, they proceeded on their way. It was later in the evening than she had first surmised. But the moon was full that night, more than sufficient to light their path. The other stragglers from the meeting were no doubt returning to the student residences, in the opposite direction. They had the night to themselves, as it were. Yoshi wasted no time. I wonder if I might ask your opinion on the topics I laid out before, Kukaki-sama. Have you ever had cause to note the conditions that exist outside the walls of Siriti? I lived in those conditions, thank you very much. Actually, I have spent some time outside the walls, observing the inequalities and deficiencies that you alluded to. I see. The modern-looking death god strolled along at her side, seeming to choose his next words carefully. Then by any chance, are you familiar with the world of the living? No. Very brusque. For her, it might as well not exist. No, of course not. The daughter of a noble family, I meant no insult. I took none. There was no conversation between them for a time. Rukia stared straight ahead, not looking at her escort. She was working to defuse this situation, whatever his angle might be. That part had not been made clear to her yet. That might change once you join the divisions proper. There are numerous opportunities for ranking officers. I can tell that you would have no trouble in securing such a position. Was he referring to her level of spirit powers, or her status as nobility? Either way, it did not put her in a better frame of mind. Small talk time was over. Was there anything specific you wanted to discuss with me about tonight, Hitsujikai-sama? Yes, there was. Yoshi drew to a halt. Rukia took a few further steps and then turned as well, preserving the distance between them. He straightened his shoulders, and turned a frank expression on her. Kukaki-sama, I was very heartened to learn that someone of your prominence would care to attend this debate, much less stay for the entire duration. I know that it is not the sort of event that draws any particular consideration in Shirai. But I remember what it was like, before I became a Shinigami proper. Even then, I recognized that there was a vast gulf between what Soul Society promised us, and what it actually delivered. I was disappointed to find that there was little real difference between one life and the other. When I realized that I had the potential to be a death god, I thought it might lead to some active efforts to improve the lot of those less fortunate. It was gradually becoming clear to Rukia that he had harbored no carnal intentions when he approached her. Apparently this was going to be about his reform agenda, not his love life. She could not say for sure which held less appeal right now. As you heard, I tried to work within the system to organize some positive results. But there were none. Unless you count my being stripped of rank, which I can't say I do. Still, I don't consider this the end of it. That's why I had to squeeze in one last debate before I left. There are still avenues left to explore in this area, and I think one of them might be with you. With me. A flat statement. She made no attempt to disguise the wariness in her tone. Was there anyone who actually liked to be told that they were about to be used? Absolutely. His face had a more eager cast now. The nobility are a powerful force here in Soul Society. That was one alternative I didn't consider taking, because I wasn't familiar with any of its members or its intricacies. I mean no offense, but this sort of thing just didn't seem like a topic that would garner much interest among the royal houses. Clearly I was mistaken in that assumption. Knowing you were here tonight caused me to reconsider my notions in that regard. No one else knew I was coming here, Rukia spoke warningly, trying to preempt any further misreading of her presence. Certainly not my brother, if that's what you are implying. But you did come. That's my point. Even one person can make all the difference. Kukaki-sama, you said that you were familiar with the inadequacies of life outside the Shirai. What of it? Running was seeming more and more like a friendly option. He gave a polite cough. May I assume that you would never want such conditions to apply to yourself, or anyone else you care about? That could have been an insult, or a threat. She was fast losing patience with this man, a trait she was not particularly keen on in the first place. I think if the situation warranted it, I could apply myself to living in any conditions, no matter how deplorable it might appear to outsiders. She was proving that statement in two different worlds now. It suddenly occurred to Rukia that it was no accident she had survived for so long in the Inuyasuri. Or, for that matter, the home of the Kukaki. She had her faults, and perhaps she was not as confident of her abilities as she had been before joining the Shinigami Academy. But neither was she the type to knuckle under and admit defeat. She had more going for her than her appearance might let on, and Yoshi would do well to remember that. He began to speak. I'm sure Yuko. Not as sure as I am. There was frost in Rukia's tone. Anger was building up, fueled by long months of frustration and loneliness. The travails of the nobility, the loss of her only friend left in the entire world, it was all seeping out now, past the porcelain shell of meekness and dignity she had been forced to construct in order to meet the expectations of her new family. It might not have had the same imminent threat as had existed in her surroundings since birth, but the past 12 months of virtual confinement and subjugation were certainly just as wearing on the spirit. Having it all thrown back in her face this night, almost as if it had been designed that way, had served to rekindle some of that fire and stubbornness that had served her so well before. I know exactly what it means to live in the Rukanga, Yoshi Hitsujikai. I might never have done a thing in the living world besides die, but it couldn't possibly be any worse there than what I have endured for all my days here. I came into the Siriti, knowing full well what I was trying to do, escape from a way of life that offered no protection, even to the innocent. A world where might made right, and if you turned to anyone to rescue you, it was just an admission that you were already dead. Flashing violet eyes now clashed furiously with deep brown ones, and it was the 7th Division officer who first blinked. I thought you might share my desire to champion a new outlook on the mission we undertook as Shinigami. Thought. She swept her arms up and down like a tiny enraged black butterfly. No, what you hoped was that I might be able to put in a good word for you with the noble 6th Squad captain. If you had actually thought, you would have realized that sitting in a corner and never saying a word is not a tacit admission of approval, it's a sign that I want to be left alone. And with that she spun about and strode off. You did speak, Yoshi said softly. What? Rukia whipped back around. You made it clear to us all why we came tonight. His face and words gave no sign that he was angered by her outburst. In truth, he looked almost sad. I didn't realize it was you until we started speaking. Something about your voice sounded familiar. After a while it came to me. Because life in the Rukanga is hell. That was you. And you were completely right. Rukia's eyes narrowed mistrustfully on him. So what? So what? He repeated. Everything. What you said means everything. His arms were crossed, and he had regained a look of authority now, as if he were once again skillfully and purposefully addressing a crowd of students. Soul Society and its laws have endured for thousands of years. When anything has been around for that long, it starts to forget why some of those rules were made in the first place. Especially if the people in charge of all the rest are the ones who made it happen to start with. The 46 chambers, the captains, they all stand for something here. But even though they make the rules for the people, they do it without having to live with those people. And after so many centuries, it's not even a rule anymore. It's an institution. Something that no one is allowed to question at all, or else risk being punished. The Siriti cherishes its rules like prized family heirlooms. Maybe for some people they are. And they don't think about how anyone is really living except themselves. So I'm sorry if I made the same mistake with you, assuming that your being here meant that you were dissatisfied and had come to the same conclusions as me. It was not my intent to use your name like some sword to cut through the bureaucratic red tape. I only wished to confirm for you that getting something to happen inside these walls isn't impossible. That's what I believe. Because deep down, the 13 Imperial squads are founded on the ideal that caring about and protecting people is good and worthwhile and necessary. We just have to get back to basics in some respects. When I wake up in the morning it's going to be in a way that lets everyone know that I still respect all men's souls, and I intend to work hard at proving it, Kukaki-sama. He stopped talking, clapped his arms to his sides and bowed down low to her, a sign of utmost respect. Rukia Kukaki stared. Then she turned and sprinted away. Hitsujikai straightened, and made his way off towards the 7th Division barracks. She ran, not because she didn't believe in what he said. Rukia did believe. Her flight was for a much more obvious reason. It was done so that he wouldn't see the tears that had formed in her eyes. Eventually she drew to a halt, panting and gasping. Her face was wet with streaming salt water, and there was a pain in her heart like she hadn't experienced in so many years. Not since she and Renji Abarai had laid the last of their friends to rest. At that moment, standing over the simple monuments, she had looked out over their home from the heights of this unofficial graveyard. Though the sun was setting in all the majesty she had always loved, today she could find no beauty in their world. Instead all she saw were squat, dilapidated houses, and people shuffling warily back and forth down the streets in groups. There was so much suffering here, and trials. She had felt herself growing tired of repeating the same obstacles every single day. Each morning was supposed to bring new promise, she had heard. But nothing ever improved in her world. Only new challenges, as friends died and old enemies were swallowed up and replaced with worse ones. It was at that moment she had decided to leave this place behind forever, and never give it a second thought. Renji had agreed with her. They would go to enlist in the Shinigami Academy and fight to join the ranks of the elite souls, or die in the attempt. Rukia had never gone back to her home in the 78th district. There hadn't seemed any need for it. It had never occurred to her that she might return for the sake of someone else. Especially not for ones she had never even met. She hadn't become a Shinigami to protect anyone. Just to save herself. The Kukeki were only the latest attempt at self-preservation. It was all done with her own best interest in mind. And maybe that's why I feel so alone, Kukeki reflected. She sank to her knees, trembling with grief. Rukia buried her face in her hands and cried, for herself and all the rest. The moon shone softly down. After a few minutes, Rukia's head came upwards, and let subtle celestial radiance wash over her face. The small soul stared at it, finding herself mesmerized. It was almost like a great round mirror, casting its light upon the world. Maybe anyone who looked at that lone giant could see themselves reflected in its solitary position. All alone, forever. Staring at a setting sun. Observing a rising moon. Making a choice to change her life, hopefully for the better. She no longer felt so aggrieved. Rukia Kukeki stood, gripping the hilt of her Zanpakuto firmly. She crouched down and sprang upwards, robes flapping loosely, to land on the roof of a nearby guardhouse. Her senses were sharpened by a life on the streets and the finest instructors Seoul society had to offer. She knew in what direction her quarry must have gone, and so she proceeded on her way. Over the arched peaks of student housing, past patrolling security and along the waterways. Rukia eventually passed beyond the bounds of the academy, and entered the grounds for the 2nd Division. From there it was a straight shot to the headquarters of the 7th. Before she was even halfway there, though, her soul perception had pinpointed a certain Shinigami. It had to be him. Yoshi Hitsujikai was only a few blocks away. Her tatami sandals making almost no sound on the ceramic reishi tiles, the driven survivor focused on finding the man who had taken the time to teach her about herself. There was a rustle of power, like faint smoke on the air. In mid-leap, Rukia felt a shiver go up her spine. Of a sudden she knew herself to be exposed up here, and dropped down to the street. Up ahead she could feel Hitsujikai's presence. Apparently he had stopped. Had he sensed her coming, or was he too experiencing the faintest inkling of something out of place? Kukeki acted on her misgivings, and worked to suppress her own telltale ryotsu. Then stealthily she stole up the alley. The thought of danger was causing her throat to tighten, and Rukia hardly dared breath now. She was almost there. Up ahead there came a short grunt. And Yoshi Hitsujikai's presence vanished. Rukia's eyes widened. Almost imperceptibly, she crept down the alley, coming upon a tiled courtyard. In the middle of that open space, a strangely garbed body lay face down in the square. Blood was pooling beneath it to spread over the stones. 2 black-clad figures rose from beside it. No trace of spirit power escaped these forms. Their faces and hands were entirely swathed in ebony coverings. Only the eyes glinted forth. Light reflected also on 2 long knives they carried, a tiny flash of red gleaming along the black substance dripping off them. Between the living shadows and Rukia there stood another. The back was turned, and like the others, all sense of spirit power was tightly constrained within it. But clearly noticeable was the long pale Haori, adorned with the symbol of a Shinigami division. As Kukeki stared, the silent observer turned their head. Twin white braids swung, and 2 silver rings clinked together delicately. Across the blood-stained scene, Rukia Kukeki found herself staring into the hard gimlet gaze of the head of the secret mobile corps, captain of the 2nd Division. So iPhone. The eyes of the Shinigami executioner fell upon her, and Rukia found that she could no longer move. She remained frozen in her defensive stance, clutching the scabbard of her soul cutter, free hand locked on its hilt in a thwarted attempt at heroics. Neither of them moved. The tiny Shinigami tried to swallow, tried to blink. Nothing. She could only stare wide-eyed at the incomprehensible slaughter. Rukia-san. A cheerful voice, followed by a hand coming down on her shoulder. What brings you by? Oh, sweet heaven, no, she prayed, terrified now for a different reason. Trembling, Rukia looked over her shoulder. The captain looming at her back gave no indication of noticing her rigid shock. That eternal smile graced his thin lips, and his eyes were practically shut in an expression of foxy amusement. Silver hair gleamed in the moonlight. Ichimaru-jin gave the small noblewoman's shoulder a squeeze, and turned his occluded orbs over to So-iPhone. Have you two met? So-iPhone Teiko, this be the younger sister of our esteemed compatriot, Byakuya Kukaki. Rukia-san, I'd like to introduce you to Captain So-iPhone, of the 2nd Division. So-iPhone's predatory eyes narrowed at the facetious tone. She flicked a dismissal at her two subordinates, who proceeded to hoist the bleeding body between them and vanish in a blur of flash step. Still without turning completely, the slight assassin continued to stare at the mismatched pair. Ichimaru Teiko. Her words came out sharp, clipped, striking daggers of sound. Can I trust you to handle this matter yourself? The implication hit all at once, and Rukia's eyes darted to one side. No. She begged silently. Her previous quivering dread for the murderous female captain was subsumed by a heartfelt agony of fear. Please don't leave me alone with him. Now ain't that a silly question, Jin drawled. Of course you can. No cause to worry, I'll see her done right. So-iPhone nodded. And without moving a muscle, she vanished, a slight sonic boom the only sign of her passing. So. Ichimaru scratched his head casually. His gaze came down to take in Rukia's clearly agitated form. That knowing smirk grew even wider. Wanna take a walk with me, Kukaki-chan? She could not reply, only stood there trembling and staring up at him. Guess that's a yes. He moved off, one hand still clamped firmly around her shoulder, and Rukia had no choice but to follow. The head of the 3rd Division led her into the now deserted square. Only a small pool of blood remained to mark Yoshi Hitsujikai's presence, now black in the moonlight. His pace took her very close to that innocuous splotch, and Rukia had to draw away to keep from staining the hem of her robes. Doing so brought her even closer to Jin, though, and she almost lurched back into the puddle when she heard him chuckle. The smell of the spilled fluids seemed overwhelming. She was feeling ill with fear and revulsion. Then the pair of death gods had moved into another of Siraidi's narrow lanes. The silver fox at Rukia's side led her along a curving, turning route. Though her heart was pounding so loud it gave her a headache, she was almost certain that he was trying to mislead her. Not that it was needed. At this point she had no clue if she was even in the confines of Soul Society. More like her own private version of hell. There was only one time when Rukia Kukaki was actually glad to be with her brother Byakuya. And that was when they were confronted by the captain of the 3rd Division. It was a rare thing to actually feel safe in her brother's presence. Not that Ichimaru-jin had ever done anything to her. Or anyone else that she knew of. Some people didn't have to hurt you. It was just, looking at them, you knew they could. And more than that, they dearly wanted to. That's how it was with this one. Jin was a pit viper in human form. It wouldn't have surprised her to learn that he had been a snake back in his mortal days. Someone she met before had a favorite phrase that she only recalled now. Every paradise has its serpent. Still didn't really know what it meant. But if Soul Society was heaven, then she wouldn't have to look very far to find its fangs. Ever feel like you're getting lost walking these roads, Kukaki-chan? Rukia was fighting very hard not to pass out. Or throw up. She was regretting even the small fare she had eaten for dinner. Conversation was not an option at this point. They all look alike, Jin smiled worryingly. I mean if you're not careful, you might wind up turned all around, no idea which way to go. Just wander the avenues till you can't go on. Next day those 4th Division flunkies find your body in the street and gotta haul you off to be buried. Rukia tore herself away from his bony fingers, ran to a wall and collapsed, heaving up the contents of her stomach. Ichimaru-jin just stood by patiently, staring up at the moon, a slight twist to his lips. In about a minute the female death god rose, shaking. She realized that she had her back turned to the enemy, and glanced quickly behind her. The grinning captain didn't appear to be paying her any attention. But with his eyes perpetually hovering on the verge of closed, how could you tell? Rukia was not so foolish as to believe that this was an opportunity to make her escape. Even if taken by surprise, the insanely powerful Shinigami would have no trouble catching up to her if he wanted to. So then what were her options? The noblewoman's small fingers remained clenched tight around the hilt of her Zanpakuto. Briefly she thought about attacking him, but that was crazy. Even if he couldn't overpower her with both hands behind his back, assaulting a captain was grounds for execution. And besides, what had he done? Escorted her away from the scene of an obviously sanctioned crime. The thought abruptly reminded her of what she had just been privy to, and Kukaki felt her insides clench again. It was at this moment Jin's gaze undeniably swiveled over to her again. All done. For the first time since he had arrived, Rukia spoke. Yes. Good. And he beckoned. Follow me. The captain took off, skipping noiselessly down the path. He did not turn to see if she would obey. For just a second, indecision reigned. Then training took over, and she relented, following a respectful and wary several paces behind. They continued walking for several minutes. Rukia stared at the back of Jin's head. Wonder if he has eyes in back, she thought briefly. Maybe the ones up front are just for show, and if she stole up and pushed away the heft of his metallic hair, she would find the beast's gaze staring hungrily back at her. If ever there was a soul who should have become a hollow, it was him. She wondered absently whether Ichimaru had always been like this. And if not, just what had happened to make him so. It did not bear further exploration. Still musing on these thoughts, the young Shinigami was surprised to turn a corner and find herself on the edge of a carefully manicured lawn. A canal flowed through this area, bounded by an ornamental bridge that led to a tiny island of green in the stream's center. A single sakura tree sprouted on this idyllic islet, one small granite shrine the only other ornament. She realized that this was one of the relaxation gardens scattered throughout the various divisions of the Seireitei, its upkeep falling as with so many other things to the 4th division. Ichimaru-jin passed over the arch of the bridge in a few strides. He took a seat on top of the shrine and looked back at her, still smiling. Come on over, Kukaki-san. Two of us need to have a little chat. Rukia's eyes flickered about carefully. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the vicinity, whether evident by sight or Ryotsu. But the first was not to be trusted, and the latter possibly concealed. The man slouched casually before her was proof of that. If this ruthless person were to allow his spirit power to release at full intensity, it would knock her unconscious, or at least make her feel like the sky was falling. It seemed like it was just her and Jin, though. Not a position she would have wished for anyone, least of all herself. But as much as she feared him, though his commands and the implied threat beneath did unnerve her, something more had compelled Rukia not to run away this night. It was the memory of blood on the flagstones, and the sight of a person standing there she had never really spoken to, but whom she had regarded as worthy of respect. The thought made her recall Hitsugikai's speech. He had truly admired the leaders of Soul Society, she realized. That had not just been for the sake of keeping the students from turning on him for a few hours. There had been true sincerity behind his words. The thought of that made the scene she had stumbled upon both incongruous and chilling. This was her home too, now. And if she was going to continue living here, then she wanted to hear an explanation for why that had happened. She only wished it could have come from a different source. And with that in mind, she moved across the arch separating her and the grinning specter to join him on the island. Her silver-headed superior beckoned her to be seated, and the raven-haired waif complied, never taking her eyes off him. She sat Caesar beneath the boughs of the cherry tree, taking some comfort from the solid, durable presence at her back. Ichimaru-jin's Vulpin features were even more chilling when seen in shadows. The glow of his hair remained, though, casting a sort of halo about his head. One of his hands came up, and he reached into the voluminous confines of his other sleeve. Rukia felt a drop of sweat slide down her spine, and her fists clenched in anticipation of something awful. But when the spider-like fingers reappeared, they were holding a small bottle of sake and 2 drinking cups. Balancing the bowls on the tips of 2 fingers, He deftly poured the rice wine into both. He then proffered them to Rukia invitingly. A child would know what to do here. An infant, even. Refuse. Politely, but firmly. She caught the look on his face, and decided not to push her luck. The violet-eyed maiden accepted one of the small plates. She did not drink it right away, though. Ichimaru didn't seem to mind, only brought the shallow dish up to his lips and took a sip. He gave a sigh of contentment. The flask went back inside his robes. So. You're probably wondering what that was all about back there. Just walking in unannounced, guess we can't really blame you. A situation like that, two captains present, stands to reason there must have been something really dangerous underfoot. Right, Kukaki-san. He had another drink of sake, and looked at her speculatively. Rukia found herself unnerved by the sudden silence, and began studying Ichimaru's every movement carefully, trying to see the strike before it came. Then Jin shrugged. Guess it can't really hurt to let you in on it now. To tell the truth, and he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That fella you were talking with tonight, the one going on about respect and change in love of duty? The Right Honorable Yoshihide Tsuchikai, 9th seat of Squad 7? He was plotting against us, working to betray Soul Society to the Hollows. He was a stinkin' traitor, Rukia-chan. Water rippled quietly by, and the two Shinigami stared at one another. Against her better judgment, Rukia's brow furrowed, eyes narrowing in obvious mistrust and disbelief. And Jin gave a bark of laughter. He slapped his shin, then rested one elbow on his knee and let his chin plop into the open palm, not spilling a drop of his drink. A charming smile graced his features, and the half-hidden eyes sparkled with undisguised amusement. I'm just kidding with you. He was okay. Her arm began to shake, wrath building inside of her chest. The words of a destructive Kido spell came to mind. The captain took another sip, and then casually refilled his cup. The bottle disappeared into the confines of his sleeve. Have a drink, Kukaki-chan. That was an order. Soft-spoken, and gracious, but undeniably deadly. Never had such an innocuous statement held such life and death undertones. All thoughts of recrimination died, and she obeyed the command. The deceptively slender warrior gave her a nod of approval, and proceeded to chug the contents of his own cup. Seriously, I was just funning with ya. Yoshi was a stand-up guy. Ask anybody who knew him in the 7th. Steadfast and brave, real asset in a fight. Took to command like nobody's business when he had to, but he never tried to second-guess his superiors out in the field. If they were all like him, why, we might never lose a single Shinigami in battle. I'm actually kinda sorry to see him go out like this. No martial honors for the family, even. Just burn the official forms and pretend like nothing ever happened. Yoshi who? Nah, never heard of him. Jin slipped his dish back into one sleeve, hand remerging with the bottle. Popping the lid, he took a swig, and looked over at her with a sweet smile on his face. Raise your glass, Kukaki-san. To Yoshihide Tsuchikai. A credit to death gods everywhere. May we all be half as brave as he was, and twice as smart. Beaming, he toasted, and Rukia found herself automatically following suit. The alcohol coursed down her throat, heating her insides. It might have been this that gave her the courage to ask the next question. What did he do, then? To deserve this? Jin leaned back, gazing contemplatively up at the boughs of the sakura tree. Its blossoms were freshly budding. The night was warm, the breeze was soft. Were anyone to chance upon this scene, they might just see a man having a drink under the moon with a pretty girl. Abruptly he stood up. Rukia tensed. Ichimaru crossed the few steps dividing them, and plopped down at her side. Reaching over, he refilled her cup. Knowing for certain that his lips had touched the contents meant she was now firmly resolved that hers never would, no matter what he threatened her with. Sharing an indirect kiss with this whimsical fox demon was an experience she could live without. But the man in question hadn't seemed to notice her strained mood. He was talking once again. You already know what he did, Rukia-san. He went against the rules. Disobeyed the wishes of the higher UPS. Now, maybe no actual laws were broken, but in this case, it was more the spirit than the letter of the law we're talking about. Jin looked at her then. And she looked back. For just an instant, in her eyes, that enduring smile of his almost seemed forced. Pasted on. The impression did not linger. Yoshihide Tsuchikai was given every possible opportunity to salvage his life. He got the gentle discouragement, and the polite refusal. They gave him all the warning paperwork to let him know he was sticking his neck out here. And just to show how much we all cared about him, he was even afforded the grace and honor of meeting with Commander General Yamamoto, who listened to his grievances and assured young Yoshi that there was nothing more for him to do and he should just let the matter drop. But did our hero listen? No, he didn't. Ichimaru sighed in apparent sympathy. Kukaki did not buy this act for a second. Instead he actually went sniffing around the offices of the Central 46 Chambers. As if they had the time to meet with every Shinigami who's got a boo-boo, or needs a favor, or just wants someone to listen to their problems. I tell you, Rukia-chan, if that little mouthpiece had a lick of common sense, he would have sucked it up, gotten a few of his buddies together, and gone out drinking. Just like you and me are doing right now. Goes to prove it, I guess. Not everybody knows how to deal with the world they live in. And when that's the case, the most humane thing you can do is to just take em on out of it. So that's what we did. It was a very warm night. The weather in the Siridi was always pleasant, thanks to the manipulation of Reishi that made up the atmosphere. Even when it snowed, there was never any real need to bundle up. The fluttering crystals only served to make a cup of sake all the sweeter. In spite of this, Rukia found herself growing colder than she had ever felt in living memory. Even looking on the dead faces of her childhood friends had not served to imbue her with the same paralyzing horror that was turning her veins to ice at this time. Beside her, the cold-blooded predator continued to chat good-naturedly, enjoying his drink and life in general. The General Genri Yusai himself told us, you know. After Yoshi put on the first of his little student-teacher escapades, he said that a line had been crossed. When you're given the title of Shinigami, it isn't so that you can swing a sword and look cool wearing black, you know. It's to let you in on a highly structured and carefully planned military organization. The bigwigs didn't just slap on all these rules and procedures to make themselves feel important, right, Kukaki-san? Well, am I right? He gave her a questioning look. But Rukia was still too wrapped up in impending anguish to offer a response. Jin didn't seem to mind, though. He continued as if the attempt had been made. Course not. That would be ridiculous, right? What kind of a petty, self-important old fart would go and do a thing like that? So anyway, the first of those lectures came and went. And let me tell you, the Commander General was getting really hot and bothered. Most of the time at captain's meetings you think he's about to fall asleep in his chair. But those last few? Oh, hell, no. He was definitely mad. And just to add wood to the fire, the next week Yoshi goes and does it again. Now Yamamoto's really on the warpath. Still, like I said, there was no actual infraction of the rules to speak of. Officers above 10th seat in their division are specifically endowed with the power to host student seminars. Gives the kids a chance to see what heights they might aspire to, and teaches them about real-world tactics that might only come in more advanced classes. Everybody wins, see? But fostering discontent within the minds of impressionable young academy attendees? That's a no-no. Jin Ichimaru stretched one leg out, giving the appearance of easing a crick in his neck. In contrast, the petite body beside him was scrunching in on itself, trying to escape what she was hearing without actually leaving. But there was no getting away from the captain's words. They sounded in her ears without mercy. That term simply did not apply to anything Jin did. Along comes lecture number 3, and Yamamoto's had it. He tells Captain Komamura that this one's out. The masked marvel doesn't put up any kind of resistance. Tween you and me, when it comes to the general, he's a whipped dog, that one. Don't go spreading it around, now, Kukaki-san. Our little secret. The call goes out for another division to accept Hitsujikai, only in a strictly non-officer capacity. Cut the guy's balls off, so to speak. There's really nothing worse than getting demoted in the 13 squads. Well, almost nothing, death is a close second. Anyway, Like I said before, I kinda feel sorry for our staunch defender of the people. So I volunteer to take him under my wing. 'Cause that's just the kinda guy I am. No sooner has the official paperwork been signed and delivered than Yoshi lets everybody know that he will not be silenced. Lecture number 4 is scheduled for tonight. That's when I get the call. Me and So iPhone show up at Genryu Saiteiko's office. He lets us know that Yoshi Hitsujikai is to be officially removed from the roles of active Shinigami, and unofficially removed from Seirai. An hour ago, when the transfer between divisions was clinched, my subordinate Kira received a notice from Yoshi. Citing personal problems, he was requesting to be removed from active duty for a while. Being cognizant of his situation, I concluded that some time off might be just what the doctor ordered, and signed the approval form myself. So when he doesn't show up tomorrow, nobody'll have to act surprised. It's all been taken care of, according to standard procedure. Everything's swept under the rug. The smirking death god grew thoughtful for a few moments. I guess the lesson here is, if you're gonna swim with the sharks, don't be a guppy. He shifted about and regarded Rukia directly through his heavy lashes. She was staring blankly at him now, face worked in total incomprehension. Ichimaru grinned. Sorry about that. It's a mortal expression. Didn't mean to talk over your head there, Kukaki-chan. And so saying, he reached up and laid a hand atop Rukia's crown. What I should have said was, the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. The spare form gave a violent tremble beneath his fingers. Please. She turned her gaze away, very slowly, but the sticks continued to caress her scalp. Please stop touching me. Hands twisting in her lap, Rukia Kukaki could not find it in her heart to speak out against this intrusion. She could almost hear the voices of her tutors now. He's not really doing anything wrong. You don't have the authority to refuse him. You have to obey the rules. And do the rules say somewhere that he can rape me, gut me, and leave my corpse in the road? Is that what we were going to get around to learning tomorrow? I should never have come here, Rukia thought. Where? The inner voice prodded. To the lecture? Or Seirai? Before she could decide, Ichimaru was speaking once more. So all that leaves us with now is you. Danger! An alarm was ringing in her ears. The 3rd Division commander continued in a pleasant tone. If it was So iPhone here, I know she'd recommend something drastic. That's just her way. But she ain't here, now, is she? It's only me. Little old me. And I think that what you really need, Rukia-san, is for someone to explain to you a bit of the history and just what it means to become a Shinigami. Here we go. Now. Jin was brushing her hair softly, meditatively. Before the founding of Soul Society, things weren't looking so hot. Hollow populations were scavenging the living ceaselessly. A lot of folks all over the world told stories about demons that would come into your home or pick you up off the street and carry you away, or just eat you right then and there. Even dying wasn't a surefire escape, 'cause some powerful hollows would bust right into Soul Society and take as many as they pleased. It was a good time for them, to be sure. And then, a lone man appeared. He had vision. He had strength of will. And most importantly, he had power. Loads of power. Buckets of power. Hell, forget the buckets, this guy was the whole ocean. People came to him with the buckets. He looked out upon the state of affairs at that time, and he decided, this wasn't right. Somebody had to do something. And he was just the right guy for the job. Now Soul Society already had a king, mind you. And being king basically meant that you didn't have to concern yourself with much except staying king. Bottom line, don't get eaten by no hollows that come busting in. So this Superman goes to the king, and makes him an offer. Give him the authority to act in his name, and he'd fashion a military force that would supply the king with the creme de la creme of Soul Society, the mightiest souls the afterlife had to offer, culled from all the reaches of our plane. With them arrayed beneath him, this He-Man would beat back the invading hollows for good and all, and establish order and security not just for the dead, but for the living as well. He laid it all out for the king, a perfectly crafted system which would offer protection to his subjects and, more importantly, to the royal family. Our mountain of power was as good as his word. Before you knew it, he had set up an academy to train those who had significant Ryotsu in how to make it work for them. Learning the name of your guardian spirit, crafting it into a Zanpakuto, and bringing it out for you to be all you could be. Then came Kido spells, which few could teach, but nobody shared. That just wouldn't do. He caught them all, one by one, and told them they would be working for him now, teaching his students and learning from one another. And if they didn't like it, he'd just lop off their heads with his flaming sword of justice. Nice trade, huh? Jin smiled, sipping his liquor and playing with the unresisting Kukaki's hair. And so, from the ashes of yesterday, there arose the Siriti. It didn't take the founder long to locate 3 other spectacularly gifted souls, each nearly as strong as himself. He wooed them to his cause, giving them the opportunity to protect the ones they cared about and fashion a model of the afterlife that they could all be proud of. Once this trio was established, they started laying the ground rules. When things got too big even for them to handle, others were drawn in, carefully selected based on an exacting criteria and their own individual qualities. There were ones to mete out punishment, and others to maintain the upkeep of the surroundings. They chose those with good organizational skills and keen intellects to govern the rules and regulations that were needed to maintain such a sweeping organization. And it worked. The disorganized hollows were rooted by the master and his protégés. Upon seeing their power, the rest of Soul Society was more than willing to forego their old chaotic existence in favor of order and security. Suddenly Jin's fingers stopped their drumming. He bent down and glared, smiling without humor or mercy, into Rukia's wide, frightened blue eyes. Now, having learned all this, what do you think it means when some joker stands up and questions the society that those great heroes struggled and agonized and sacrificed for in order to bestow on all of us? Do you honestly think they're gonna just look up and go, "Oh, you're right, young feller. We really didn't do such a good job after all. Why don't you just come on over and tell us what we need to do to improve your stay in Soul Society, and we'll get right on that. And if you do have a problem with how things are run, just what can you do about it? You gonna take on the legions of Shinigami Academy graduates, backed up by all their corresponding lieutenants and captains? You gonna risk crossing swords with 2 insanely powerful top-ranked original captains, and a woman who could disembowel you and heal you in one stroke, just so she could decapitate you afterwards? Are you going to face down the mountain's base himself, a man who, if he really wanted to, could reduce all of Soul Society and everyone in it to ash and bone? He grew silent then, studying her face speculatively. Have you ever been bullied, Kukaki-san? That last question registered more personally with her, and after a few moments of miserable shaking, Rukia gave the vaguest nod. Not a good experience, is it? Makes you feel like you are not good enough to go on living. Am I right? Full awareness was slowly returning, and her fine-boned face drew upon a shade of confusion. Was this another example of Jin's sadistic sense of humor? Did you ever try to fight back, Kukaki-san? Both his voice and his smile were very soft now. Still clutching her cup, Rukia couldn't bring herself to figure out where this conversation was leading. The only answer she could give was the truth. Sometimes. Her response was very faint. Ichimaru nodded. When you thought you could win, right? Or when you'd just had enough? Her confirmation came in a slight nod. What about when the bully had a bunch of friends with him? Did you ever think it was smart to try and fight then? Slight hesitation. And then, a negative shake of the fair-skinned head. 'Cause then they'd EVE hurt you bad. Or worse. Again the nod of agreement. Situation like that, the only thing you can do is run away from what scares you. Tears were coming now. Even though you feel like a coward. Even though you're ashamed and angry with yourself, and always afterwards you dream about going back there and just beating the ever-loving shit out of those punks. Even then, should the situation reappear, you always still run away. If you don't, you'll get punished. One way or another. Her beautiful deep violet eyes were shut, and the humiliation was coursing down her cheeks for everyone to read. Is that the way you want to live, Kukaki-san? Let in the bullies have their way because they're stronger and faster than you? Never speaking out and trying to change the problems you see, for fear that you'll be stepped on and cast aside, with no one to protect you? turning a blind eye to the misfortunes of the world that everyone thinks are a necessary and immutable sacrifice for the sake of tranquility. Her shoulders were heaving, she was gasping in shuddering breaths. Despite all this, Rukia Kukaki still managed to shake her head fiercely. No. Jin Ichimaru's grin grew very wide, and he rose to his feet. Do you think Yoshihito Tsujikai deserved what was done to him? No. Stronger this time. If a captain were to hear you say that, what do you think they'd do to you? She grew still, staring up at him fearfully once more. Make no mistake, Rukia-chan, the kitsune leered down at her. Nobility ain't gonna save ya. And certainly not your highfalutin brother Byakuya. Go against the order of things, and the next thing you feel is a blade slidin' in here. His arm lanced out, fingers touching the spot on her chest where the Hakyuzui rested. Rukia gasped. And here. Another swift jab, causing pain to blossom briefly in her seiketsu. Jin withdrew his hand, leaving a dull throb in her sternum. It's part of the rules. If a captain takes offense, the only thing they gotta worry about is cleanin' off their sword and fillin' out the paperwork afterwards. It was then that Jin reached down and withdrew the Tonto-sized weapon at his hip from its sheath. Rukia froze. The guys who make the rules and win the battles are the only ones that matter. Rest of you butterflies don't count. They only keep you around for window dressing. Like that manicured bush behind you. He held the weapon up horizontally before his face, hooded eyes reflected in the length of steel. His lips peeled back from his teeth, bared in a feral grin. Shoot, Shinso. The blade launched outwards, growing meters in length. It exploded through the trunk of the cherry tree, only inches above Rukia's head. A low boom signaling the plant's destruction was brief and did not travel far. The tiny girl remained seated in stunned fright. Around her now, pink sakura blossoms began to fall, resting in her lap and on her hair. Shinso's shaft retracted. Ichimaru moved to sheath his soul cutter. You remember that, Rukia Kukaki. You division hang-ons are all just ornaments, and if need be, Yamamoto Genri Usill tell his captains to prune ya. You can bet on that. The smallest whimper emerged from her throat. The silver-haired demon smiled broadly. Say, now that I think about it, you're not really in a division, are you, Kukaki-chan? Haven't even made it that far. That dangerous mien took on a different shade of threat now, and he stroked his chin, leering at her. You know, Rukia-chan, when the time does come, I think the 3rd Division might be a good place for you to start, don't you? We're all real friendly there. I know that I, personally, would just love to have you working underneath me. Against all odds, her skin now grew even more white. Like a sheet. Ichimaru's heartless gaze flickered slightly, and he cocked his head to one side. Want to know how to beat the big bad bullies, Rukia-san? He dropped down, staring purposefully into her eyes. Rukia did not even dare to breathe. You find someone even stronger than them. His breath was warm against her face. Those who feel the same as you do about how something needs to be done. And Jin's eyes opened. Just like that. Rukia blinked, shock and amazement erasing all else from her features. She had only a second to register that they were red, before Ichimaru spoke. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. It was like a pane of glass suddenly burst into pieces right in front of her. Ichimaru Jin vanished. In his place stood another white-robed individual. These eyes were warm and dark, supremely engaging even when hidden behind a pair of spectacles. Short curly brown hair fell over his brow. In place of Jin's predatory features there was now kindness, and understanding. The smile on his lips held only a promise of trust and protection for all who might need it. At his hip, a Zanpakuto reformed hole within its sheath. Rukia stared into this saint's beatific visage. Her mouth worked slightly. How? Before she could finish he drew closer. Robes rustling faintly, the heat and strength of his Ryutsu was palpable now in this intimate space. The startled Shinigami detected a scent both sharp and pleasant, like cinnamon. He then leaned in, and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. The pale skin flushed crimson. Her heart began to pound violently within her breast. While she was still trying to come to grips with all that had just happened, the feather-light touch of his mouth traveled along her skin to hover beside her ear. His breath came very faintly. Rukia-san. Rukia shivered. And he whispered a Kido spell. Inside the dish still clenched in her hand, the sake began to glow. At the same moment she felt warmth spreading through her stomach. Then her eyes were closing, breath slowing, heart rate subsiding. A second later, Rukia Kukaki was fast asleep. He caught her as she drifted off to one side, taking the cup before it could spill. Laying the delicate maiden gently to earth, her mysterious attendant stood up. He looked at her, then down at the dish in his hands, and smiled. Had she only taken one sip from the second flask he had poured with, the spell would have been neutralized, as it was for him. But knowing her relationship with Jin as he did, that had not been much of a risk. There was movement behind him, and he turned. Ichimaru Jin came across the bridge, smiling. You do her right, Aizen Taiko. Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, returned the smile. She won't remember a thing about tonight. Minds are more easily distracted than hearts, after all. His subordinate pouted. Now, that's a cry and shame. I had a lot of fun with her tonight. Really turned on the charm. It's too bad she won't be able to recall a word of it next time we meet. I think we both got a few things off our chests. He tucked the cup back into his sleeve. I only wonder if she noticed any differences in our character whenever we switched places. Ah, go on. His Fukutaiko smirked. You're too good for that. What I wanna know is if Rukia-chan's ever been in a three-way like this before. Aizen's eyebrows raised slightly. Did they dispose of Hitsujikai? Dropped I'm in the western Rukanga. His old stomping grounds, as it were. Now who says Yamamoto ain't got no heart? Sosuke adjusted his robes, glancing down at Rukia. Perhaps I was a little too good this time. I only took the time to speak with her to give the crowd a chance to disperse. But Yoshi's words must have really touched something in this girl. Why else would she have come after him? Him. Ichimaru smirked. Doncha mean you. What's the difference now? Aizen ran a hand through his hair. I'm the only important part of him left. So iPhone and her throat slitter saw to that, and they certainly couldn't tell the difference between us. Not that they would have cared either way. I doubt our dour 2nd Division captain would have made much distinction between a man who dared to engage in dissidence 3 times and not 4. But Yoshi certainly did. He was ready to accept his punishment and go trotting off to join your squad. Real sorry to lose that one, the other captain drawled unconvincingly. He did the best he could. For a man of his character. Aizen's tone carried admonishment. I just didn't like to see this story end on such a half-hearted note. So I had him take a nap, and put on a performance that let him go out with some dignity. Though I doubt he had the time to appreciate that after waking, considering that the mobile corps dispatched him before he could make it across the courtyard. He turned back to study Jin. You did well, switching him in without anyone noticing. Happy to oblige. His adjutant looked pleased with himself, but that was nothing new. I take it so iPhone didn't catch on, then. She followed you, the elder captain admitted. But only for a short while. After the two of you came here, she went back to check on the cleanup. They finished sometime in the last 10 minutes. Jin's cheerful features turned now to the girl sprawled at their feet. What about her? You want that I should? Aizen caught the look, and shook his head. No, thank you. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Jin shrugged noncommittally. Suit yourself. Good evening, Sosuke Taiko. Good evening, Ichimaru Taiko. Ichimaru flash stepped away, and Aizen bent to pick up the slumbering girl from the slums of Rukanga. She hardly weighed anything. For a moment he paused to study her face. All the fear and confusion had drained away. This might be the first untroubled night's sleep she had known in years. Small comforts, he thought to himself, and shot off at lightning speed. Aizen Sosuke reached the grounds of the Kukaki Manor in less than a minute. He greeted the guards posted at the gate, who let him by with only looks of mild surprise at seeing their mistress in the arms of a captain. While he was crossing the courtyard, a messenger must have been dispatched. Within moments the head of the family, Byakuya, came out to meet him. his fellow commander's black eyes usually contained no warmth or human feeling of any kind. It was almost comical then the way they blazed for a moment to find his adopted sister being cradled by another man, even a captain. Aizen wondered briefly what the Lord of the Kukaki was thinking at this moment. Was it Rukia he saw there, or perhaps another? Sosuke Teiku, Byakuya inclined his head formally. He returned the gesture. Kukaki Teiku. Then to preempt further aggravation between them, he held out his charge. Byakuya took her carefully, either from familial affection or to highlight his ability to accomplish even this with grace. Would you please explain to me how you came to find her in this state? Suspicious, aren't we? I'm sorry to say Rukia attended an impromptu officers' discourse at the academy tonight. It would seem they were discussing new trends in the modern world, and someone thought it would be funny to spike her tea, just to see what would happen. I was walking by after delivering a few lecture samples, and found her passed out by the hall. She wasn't mistreated in any way, and those responsible have already been disciplined, I assure you. This time there was no hint of what Byakuya might be feeling. Any retribution he might wish to enact on behalf of his sister had been mitigated by the word of a fellow captain. Thank you for taking the time to see her home, Aizen-san. I hope you have not been too inconvenienced. Not at all, he waved a hand politely. If you'll excuse me now, I really must be getting back to division headquarters. Good evening, Kukaki Teiku. Good evening. Aizen turned and strolled casually away. Behind him he could feel the aloof brother taking his sister off to rest. You came personally, of course, your lordship, he smiled to himself. Wouldn't do to have any mere servant touching a member of the royal family, now would it? That was good to know. The journey back to his offices was relatively uneventful. 2 years later. Kukaki. Lieutenant Shiba called. We're leaving. I'll be right there. Rukia slipped her sandals back on, and bowed to the waitress. It's good to see you're doing well. You too, my lady, the girl responded. She colored slightly. Thank you. Good day, and proceeded to follow her superior and the 4 other members of Squad 13 out of the inn. They strolled down the dirt road, chatting amiably. Kyan glanced back at her questioningly once, but Rukia only demurred. Just someone I met a few times in my youth, that's all. He nodded briefly, choosing not to engage the matter further. The group continued their lazy amble through the 49th district, when a commotion ahead drew their collective attention. Some of the local youths were apparently having sport with a homeless man. They were shouting and kicking him. When the bedraggled figure tried to run, they chased him down and proceeded to rip his clothes, tearing them with mingled kicks and curses. Beside Rukia, she could feel Kyan's riot spike. Hey! He bellowed in his drill sergeant voice. What the hell are you doing, you little shits? They all turned at once. No doubt not a one of them had a feel for spirit power, but the black robes and soul cutters confirmed that they were in trouble. To a man, the pack scattered. You too. Kyan pointed at the junior members. With me. The rest of you, see to that person. The lieutenant and his appointed attaches took off, leaving Rukia and the other 2 members with their task. She was quicker, or possibly more concerned. In a few steps the Shinigami aristocrat had reached the indigent's side. Sir? Are you injured? Did they hurt you? He remained crumpled in a defensive ball, face pressed to the dirt and hands wrapped around his head. Rukia spoke a brief Kido, and healing light pulsed about her fingers. She pressed them against the man's naked back. He shuddered, but otherwise remained still. As she sought to undo some of the damage, Rukia's eyes drifted over to a pair of old scars on his upper torso. She frowned to herself. If this man had ever possessed any Ryatsu to speak of, such injuries would have ruined him. They looked to be in about the same spots as his Hakyuzui and Seiketsu. Soon she had done all she could. Rukia stood back up. One of the other Shinigami, a girl, had stopped by a street-side clothing vendor's stall. She now came over with a newly purchased Haori. Here, the death god made her offering. Please accept this. At first he did not move. Then slowly, the beggar raised his arm, and took the proffered garment with trembling fingers. Draping the shirt over himself, he then went back to kneeling in the dirt, refusing to look at them. Their two compatriots returned a brief while later, followed closely by their hot-blooded Fukotaiko. "Justice is served," he said matter-of-factly. Then, cocking a look at their ward, "Is he going to be all right?" "Sir," Rukia spoke up then. "I think we're scaring him. It might be for the best if we just took our leave." Kyan grunted. After a final glance to the huddled form, he motioned for them to proceed. Rukia followed in her lieutenant's stead. After a few paces though, she chanced to look back. In a rounded face, soft brown eyes that might once have been gentle peered out at her. Now they were filled only with fear. Upon meeting her gaze he broke eye contact swiftly, going back to huddling in the dirt. She shook her head, feeling pity well up in her heart. But there was little she could do to help him. This was the way of the world, and no one could change that. Didn't mean she had to like it, though. Rukia Kukaki walked away, back to the paradise of the gods of death. Chapter 2, Kukaki, Lords and Ladies. A blank sheet of paper. Pristine, serene, ready to be infused with life. The pen raised, its bristles brimming with ink but not saturated. The fine line between excessive and insufficient. In common parley, perfect. He knew what he wanted to create here. And yet, the artist had been disturbed. "Captain Eisen, you say?" "Yes, my lord." The major domo knelt at the door to his room. "And, the lady your sister is with him. I thought it best that you should know." Pen to the tray. Paper to the waste basket. His creative mood had soured. He rose and swept effortlessly from his study. "Have her servants roused. Do not disturb any more than are necessary." "As you will, my lord." "Thank you for taking the time to see her home, Eisen-san. I hope you have not been too inconvenienced." "Not at all." The elder captain waved dismissively. Moonlight flashed off his spectacles. He then tucked his hands into the sleeves of his haori. "If you'll excuse me now, I really must be getting back to division headquarters." "Good evening, Kukaki Teiku." "It was before you arrived." "Good evening." Eisen Sosuke bowed and turned away. Byakuya Kukaki wasted no more time. He whipped around and strode determinedly back into the manor proper. The diminutive girl cradled in his arms shifted slightly, but gave no indication of waking any time soon. Her brother frowned thoughtfully to himself. Perhaps it was for the best. Better Rukia not have the added shame of knowing this incident would be remembered by her brother in addition to the servants who would see to her slumbering form being readied for bed. Truth be told, worry looked to be the thing farthest removed from her being right now. That was a surprise, for Rukia. Usually even when fast asleep, Byakuya could detect an undertone of unrest to her manner, the slight tension of brow and cheek muscles that told of troubled slumber. It meant that even when dead to the world, his adopted sister was wrestling with the demands placed upon her by her new noble family. It also occurred to Byakuya, briefly, that a cup of sake before bed might serve to alleviate some of this distress on her part. If all it took to make her sleep this soundly was some spiked tea, the real thing could prove even more refreshing. Heaven knows, Rukia could use the rest. The head of the Kukaki family paced down the darkened halls of his home, passing like a shadow between squares of moonlight let in from the open screen doors. Actually, the whole issue might prove problematic in its approach. Were he to broach the matter of her nighttime struggle with torpor, she was almost certain to ask how he came to know of this issue. Byakuya was not the sort of man to resort to lying. He would then have to admit that he checked in on her while sleeping almost nightly. There was no use in wondering what that would lead to. Disturbing rumors, at least. Perhaps a heart attack on Rukia's part. Worst case scenario, he mused to himself. She was much stronger than first appearances might lead one to believe. Still, the fact that his deceased wife's sister viewed him with a horror usually reserved only for hollows was not lost upon her brother. Perhaps it was less a matter of the difference in their ryotsu, as he had first concluded, as it was an issue of familial conduct. Just how was one to behave with a younger sibling anyway? The Shiba patriarch, Kyan, was in the same situation, but Byakuya had never heard of him getting along with his little sister anyway other than harmoniously. Despite their fall from social grace, perhaps it might be worth discussing the matter with him. He would have to remember that. By this time, the young lord had arrived at his destination. A servant girl drew aside the door at his approach. Upon entering, Byakuya found only one other maid in attendance. He gave them a perfunctory nod of approval, and proceeded to lay his sister on her sleeping mat. When he raised his arms away, for the first time, Byakuya noticed something in her hair. Reaching down, he withdrew what appeared to be a sakura petal. As he did so, Rukia stirred a fraction, before settling back into sleep. Her attentive elder rose and turned fluidly, paying no heed to the pair of abasing attendants. They knew what was expected of them without being told. It was one of the prides of his household that this be so. Be calm, be careful, be circumspect. And do not disturb their mistress' respite. In this house, everyone knew their duties. The Shinigami nobleman marched from the room. The door slid shut softly at his back. He made his way back to his own apartments, passing from one patch of moonlight to the next. If he were to go a little faster, he thought, it might be like running beneath the boughs of a forest on a summer's day. Going from darkness to bright light. Swift movement from one perch to the next. Dancing on air. Chasing. Fleeing. The endless pursuit. Byakuya cupped the small pink blossom in his palm. Remembering. I'm waiting, Your Highness. The challenge floated through the leaves. Picking himself up from the earth, Byakuya let his tired muscles relax, and sprang. His leap propelled him 100 feet into the air. Leaves fluttered upwards from the backdraft, but not a one could touch him. His shoes settled firmly onto the bark of a suitable branch. For a moment the young nobleman crouched on his perch, observing his surroundings. That was one of the lessons. Don't just go charging in. Judge the terrain. Get an idea of what might be perilous to you, and your opponent. Keep that in mind. What he saw was a forest canopy. The boughs of trees spread out all around him, white birch and sycamore giving it an almost funereal aspect. Factor in the time of year, and you get a profusion of blood-red leaves adding their macabre touch to the mix. The sounds of this sylvan battleground reached his ears. Movement, conscious and unconscious life letting their presence be known for anyone who would hear them. Byakuya was awash in color, the bright light of the afternoon sun lancing through the brambles to pierce the shadows in dappled, ever-altering patterns. The heat from that solar giant was unmistakable on his skin, compared to the chill sweat that otherwise covered his slender frame. The band around his forehead prevented any perspiration from obscuring his vision. Another kept his hair done up in a top knot behind his head. Keen gray eyes that changed to black in the shadows now hunted the grove top environs, while his more esoteric soul senses were hard at work attempting to pinpoint a place from which to start. He got nothing. But then Byakuya knew whom he was dealing with. It wouldn't take long. The crimson tapestry about him rustled to the rhythm of wind and forest. And from around the trunk of a tree there stepped a figure robed in black. The Kukaki prince felt his pulse heighten considerably. 20 feet away, Yoriuki Shihoin stood. One hand rested on the bark of her soaring seat, not for balance, he knew, more to feel the wood communicating what was happening all around her. The captain of the 2nd Division had discarded her official white haori some miles back. Doing so confirmed that the usual baggy black training outfit had been stripped down topside, a sleeveless vest revealing her sleekly muscled arms and shoulders, in addition to highlighting the ample contents which gave shape to that garment. Byakuya saw medium-length violet hair that refused to be tamed, caramel brown skin speaking of warmth not unlike that belonging to the sun, all this and more. Turned to one side, his teacher's profile was calm and thoughtful, almost serious. But that could never be the case. He believed that wholeheartedly. Then Yoriuki's lion gold gaze slid over to him, and her face split in a wicked grin. He believed correctly. Did you have enough time to catch your breath? The saucy minx bounced up and down on her deceptively slender footrest playfully. I was starting to lose faith in your ability to trail behind me. Wrath. Rage. Affront. I was not resting. Byakuya swore, the breath feeling cold and sharp in his throat. Your route had grown quite tedious, and I merely chose this time to submit to boredom's dictates, in the misguided hopes that someone of your advanced years would be able to come up with a more strenuous chase given the chance to catch your wits. So it's my wits you're trying to catch. That explains everything. It certainly isn't this supple body, which has never once in all of our lessons felt your hands upon it. The regal lioness gave a shake of her hips, that smiling face dripping with sweet honeyed venom. There was not so much as a glimmer of sweat on Yoriyuki's brow. I think I'd remember that. Demon cat. Her pursuer growled in imitation of the beast in question. Today I'll make you eat those words, I swear. Are words all you are going to put in my mouth? How disappointing. The lady of the house of Shihoin sighed heavily, eyes closed, features and shoulders slumping in dejection. Young men these days just have no imagination. They assume everything comes at face value. It's terribly disappointing. Her weakness was feigned. The whole posture, negligent to untrained eyes, was no sign of submission, but a gauntlet flung in his face. And the future lord of the house of Kukaki did not decline the challenge. His Ryotsu surged in a concentrated effort at his back and beneath his feet. The art of Shunpo, instantaneous movement, propelled him at his lounging quarry faster than a mortal eyes could follow. For instance, Yoriyuki vanished. Assuming I hadn't cut through that branch I was just standing on. Byakuya could only register the words as his foot came down. The wood cracked beneath his sandaled heel. He lost his balance, and in the blink of an eye, his intense flight devolved into a head-over-heels tumble towards the ground far below. Where had all the branches gone, he wondered. It looked like this place was full of them, but now I find none are coming to hand. Did she cut all of them away before I even got up here? I swear, he thought murderously as his acceleration only increased, when I survive this I am going to put a contract on that woman's life, on my mother's grave, I swear. A hand wrapped around his ankle, and the death-defying plunge came to an abrupt halt. Hanging upside down, Byakuya blinked in astonishment, then turned his head. Standing on the stump of a tree limb was Yoriyuki, one arm extended to hold him dangling out over space. The look of boredom on her face was designed to let him know that not only could she keep this position up all day, but she was more than willing to do so if that was what it took to get the lesson across. For his part he just swung panting for a few breaths. So then. Suddenly her wrist twisted, the world spun around him. At the apex of his swing a hand snaked out to grasp a fistful of shirt front, and the student found himself slammed roughly face first against the trunk of the colossal forest king. A warm body then pressed firmly against his back, and Byakuya was distracted from his brush with death by a reminder of the differences in their gender and physical makeup. His toes stretched to the limit to find purchase on Yoriyuki's. Their current position left him with no room or inclination to maneuver when her mouth came down to his ear. You can be tired. That's only natural. Out of the goodness of my heart, I will even allow you to be angry. Hate me if you must, Byakuya-kun. But the boy's right wrist was swiftly wrenched around his back, causing his shoulder to protest this treatment volubly. Byakuya cried out in pain and helpless vexation. On no accounts, the goddess of flash hissed, will I permit you to be stupid? For whatever reason. So there were no branches to grab onto? There were leaves. And twigs. Anything to slow your descent, to break your fall to some degree. You didn't even bother to think of that, did you? There was honest rage in her voice now, priming her words and her muscles with savage intensity that burned through their clothes into his skin. Then she drew away from him slightly, the blaze of Ryotsu still announcing her presence to his senses. Were I not here you might be hurt or worse. I am not training you to wind up dead. That is reserved for your opponent. Is everything I am saying getting through to you, Byakuya Kukaki? Pinned to a tree and unable to fight back, his first response was to spit an insult. The only reason I fell was because you were here, which? What gives you the right to treat me this way? As stated, that was the initial idea, the retort of a proud and pampered prince brought low in the eyes of his tutor. 2 years ago, that was exactly what would have come out of his mouth. But another aspect of his personality had started to emerge while engaging in the development of supernatural speed that this fleet-footed Valkyrie insisted upon. Submission. Not in the way he was familiar with, to rules and social hierarchy, but to purposefully and honestly demonstrated admission of inequality in some aspects. Contrition. Not for the sake of sparing himself further abuse, but to reveal that he was aware of what she was trying to do with him and appreciated it. This was the side of Byakuya Kukaki that spoke next, teeth gritted and eyes squeezed shut. I regret my haste in admitting defeat, Yoriuki-sensei. If you give me the chance, I will reveal just how dearly I would like to triumph over you today. The humbled apprentice felt the furnace at his rear begin to die down. His arm was released, and he brought it up to join its mate in anchoring himself more securely to his perch. Of a sudden Yoriuki's mouth came aside of his own. Her rich, smooth voice was like a silken noose whispering across his throat. I'll make you eat your words, little Byakuya. And she bit his ear, teeth digging in enough for the barest thrill of pain. Byakuya's eyes widened, lips pressing together in a stiff line. Then the pressure was gone, and Yoriuki sprang away. His feet scrabbled desperately for purchase on the minuscule stump, finding it at last. Steaming in the cool air, the royal scion turned to find his mentor swinging from a branch 50 feet away, legs pumping in rhythm, her grin daring him to proceed. The answering smile that came to his face was positively chilling. I am ready to commence when you are, sadistic vixen. She laughed. Go. And vanished. He took off in hot pursuit. A race between Byakuya and Yoriuki was akin to courtship. She would outdistance him, and then it was his job to catch up. Once he had made the effort, revealing himself as worthy, he was rewarded by a brief glimpse of the object of his desire. Only this, and nothing more. The courtship had never been consummated. Time and again, this dynamic lady proved to her pursuer her worth in bearing the title, Goddess of Flash. There was simply no catching Yoriuki. Not if she was 6 inches in front of you, as she sometimes remained while he yearned for his outstretched fingers to grow half a foot in 2 seconds, or half a mile, which could occur immediately after the aforementioned closeness. She was a ghost, seemingly beyond his ability to reach. Still, Byakuya was no fool. Fraternization among the 4 noblest families in Siriti was not uncommon. But for a ranking captain, multiple division head and heavenly noblewoman to devote her time and interest to his training, there had to be something more. And the trainee felt he had come to know a bit about his distinguished sensei. If she was putting in the effort here, then it meant she saw a potential in him that few could lay claim to. She knew that he could be faster, smarter, more daring. He would have to be, if he hoped to inherit the hereditary title of 6th Division Head now held by his grandfather. Byakuya's own father had not been able to meet the grade. Instead he had been passed over, forced to content himself with a position among the Central 46 Chambers, the body that oversaw the legal and judicial aspect of Seoul society. Their word was paramount, overriding even the Commander General of the 13 Division Imperial Guards, if you could actually believe it. But always, Byakuya had detected a twinge of self-disappointment in his esteemed sire's manner. The only child of his parents' union was determined to not find himself in the same position. And so they danced, coursing beneath the treetops like hounds let off the leash. At times it seemed to the pursuing noble that his quarry was skipping from one falling leaf to another, her weight indiscernible on their fluttering path to the ground. He was not stupid enough to let his fantasies bring him to attempt the same feat. Yoriuki wanted him to think as well as grow. Her laughter, taunting wordplay, and exercise of vastly superior footwork were merely the goads she had deemed necessary to break the young prince past whatever barriers his upbringing or self-perception had imposed upon himself. And true to form, it worked. When she cast her leopard-yellow gaze back these days, it was to note with smiling satisfaction how Byakuya had improved throughout the years. Not simply in speed and power, but in determination and creativity, tackling the problems she threw at him with superb intellect. Once you broke the ice on the surface, Byakuya Kukaki could certainly surprise you. Fleeing from his grasp, Yoriuki smirked. She herself was well known for giving people surprises. Time to make that evident once more. Focusing on the nimble female flickering in and out of his perceptions, her ivory-skinned pursuer was shocked by a sense of sudden and immediate danger. This came just as his feet touched the trunk of a beech tree which Yoriuki had previously vacated, wisely choosing to avoid the precise spot she had touched down on. But even as one potential trap was avoided, another was revealed. Beneath the solace of his shoes, the wood grew red-hot. A flash of soul power was all the warning Byakuya got as the sleeping Kido spell inscribed into the wood erupted with a destructive bang. The force in such a spell was intentionally minimal, being directed mostly inward than outward. In battle, such a tactic was done mainly to trip up the enemy, get them to concentrate on their footing instead of you, so they won't see the sword point bearing straight between their eyes. In this case, that was only partially the effect it imbued. Byakuya did indeed lose his balance. But having been crouched in an unusual horizontal angle to begin with, he dismissed regaining his footing immediately. Instead, his left palm slapped down to grip the previously suspicious branch, giving him a brief moment of control. As he suspected, the impact caused the branch to break clean off in his hand. However, he already had everything he needed. Still clutching the now disembodied limb, the Shinigami Prince twisted in midair. His heels connected with the wood, and using only that momentary purchase, the aspiring master acrobat was able to launch himself forward in a blaze of shunpo. The distance he could travel was nowhere near his usual effort. But he was not striving to impress anyone here, only breach the distance between himself and a more sure seat from which to continue his pursuit. And in this, he was rewarded with success. Or rather, almost rewarded. As Byakuya stretched out his hand to grasp a hanging bunch of leaves, something on the edge of his vision streaked in and catapulted into him. The force of the attack tore them both through the slender boughs of the forest like a flaming meteor. The young noble's breath was knocked out of him, as leaves whipped his face and branches tore his clothes. Then, just as he managed to draw a bit of air into his lungs, they slammed into something, drawing to an abrupt halt. Byakuya stared upwards, dazed. He registered sunlight piercing a leafy red bower directly above him. His body was aching with thwarted exhilaration and inertia. And beneath him, there was a surprisingly solid and broad expanse of flat surface, more than enough for him to stretch out comfortably, if he was in any state of mind to do so. Which he was not. Gasping for breath took priority here. Before his watering eyes, the twinkling lights from above were blocked off by a familiar smirking visage. Yoriyuki grinned cheekily down at him. "Very well done, Byakuya-kun. You really impressed me back there. So much, in fact, I had to let you know it right away." She winked in cat-like splendor. His chest continued to rise and fall, rise and fall. In between one gasp and the next, his gray eyes blazed, and the words erupted from his raw throat. Bakudo 69. Silver tongue striking GLLLRRMPHH. The last part of the Kido spell was cut off, as Yoriyuki bent down and covered his mouth with her own. Byakuya froze. There were several things slowly becoming apparent to his beleaguered brain. First off, he couldn't breathe. Next, that was no longer very important. The lithe seductress was now pressing the full length of her body against his, but that was really nothing new. What was certainly unprecedented here was that he was touching Yoriyuki. Not just through their clothes, but skin to skin. And other parts of the body that had not occurred to him before. Her soft brown lips were surging against his own. The tongue formerly used only for reprimand and teasing had graduated to enticement, slipping into his open mouth to caress its mate trapped within. The response he gave back was equal parts shock and never before realized rapture. He was kissing Yoriyuki. It was real. Not a dream. His dreams never even got this far. Byakuya's hands came up, and she seized them within her own, fingers lacing together, bringing them both slowly down to rest against the surface beneath them. The deep, carnal display of emotion continued for several heart-poundingly long seconds. Then Yoriyuki pulled back slightly, and she could feel through his chest the air rushing back into her student's lungs. Byakuya lay heaving beneath her, staring at his smiling mentor with complete astonishment. The surprise in his face was total. The cat goddess rubbed herself against the pale prince, tracing a finger along his jaw. "See," she whispered, and laid a brief kiss on the tip of his nose. "I told you I'd make you eat your words." At last the supine aristocrat seemed to regain his breath, if not his composure. He still continued to gaze wide-eyed at the woman who, only moments ago, he had thought he was beginning to understand. "Yo. Yoriyuki, sensei, I. SHHH. She raised her finger to cover his lips. When he stilled, she gazed intently down at him, golden eyes smoldering. "Byakuya-san, I believe I have made my feelings regarding this situation quite clear. And no, before you can think to ask, you do not have a concussion, and I have not lost my mind. Now, unless the next words out of your mouth are to tell me that you are not in the slightest way interested in anything beyond a student-teacher relationship in regards to us." She removed her slender digit from the lordling's trembling mouth. "I do not want to hear any further discussion on the matter." Shihoan peered down at her catch inquisitively. The fingers on Byakuya's free hand twitched. A shudder went through his whole frame. He seemed to be waiting for something, for a sign that this was a joke, or for the entire scene to dissolve before his eyes. When none of this happened, he raised his arm tentatively, and gently touched his fingertips to Yoriuki's cheek. She did not disappear. Nor did she laugh at him and turn into a cat. Instead she closed her eyes, and placed her own warm hand over his, deepening the caress. At this Byakuya came suddenly up. There was hesitation when he felt her faint breath warm against his skin. But in the next instant he was beyond that, and placed his lips firmly, defiantly, against the nape of her smooth-flowing throat. His queen of speed sucked in air hungrily, and dove forward. The next few hours were the most intense sessions of love-making Byakuya would ever know. In no time they had abandoned their training clothes. The bower in which they lay was formed by an interweaving of branches that seemed too useful to be natural. During one of the infrequent stops for air, Yoriuki admitted to having coaxed them along in the past, at the same time acknowledging that they were primarily designed for concealment from prying eyes and not for seducing young princes. In spite of this, the structure held up quite well, even considering the forceful physicality that ensued. She was allowed to slowly run her fingers through his sable locks, the wet silken texture sending a thrill down her spine. He was permitted to stroke her legs gently, those long, supple, muscular limbs that always before had served to keep her out of his reach. No longer. They each came to know the taste of the other's skin. When Yoriuki drew her mouth up his sternum, Byakuya gave a startled gasp of laughter. She looked up at him slyly. "What?" In response he grinned, crossing his hands behind his head. "I always thought cats had rough tongues." An excited gleam entered the eyes of the shapeshifter. "Oh," she murmured heavily, "you want for me to get rough with you? Is that what you're telling me?" After this, foreplay was over. When they finally drew to a halt, Yoriuki Shihoan lay breathing deeply with Byakuya Kukaki wrapped tightly in her embrace. The nobleman was out of breath now for a different reason. His back was covered in pale red scratches. He buried his face in the crook of her shoulder, letting the combined trip hammer of their hearts be the only movement allowed between them. Their bodies shone with heat and perspiration in the bright light. When several minutes had passed, and the blood was no longer pounding in his ears, Byakuya mumbled something. "What was that, Byakuya?" His lover sighed. His head came up, and Yoriuki swore she had never seen a bigger grin on this boy's face in her life. "I finally got you to break a sweat." She smirked, debating whether or not to point out the caveat to his victory. But instead the young woman gave him a light kiss on the mouth, and drew him back down to pillow against her chest. As she stroked his hair idly, Byakuya heard and felt an unusual sound. There was no denying it. Yoriuki was purring. It was knowing this, and the feeling it generated within him as well, that let him finally know it was all right to succumb to exhaustion, and he drifted off to sleep. It did not end for them there. For all outward appearances, the relationship between the favored son of the Kukaki and his audacious instructor remained only barely civil. Emotions remained quite high. He was still wont to refer to her as a cat witch in front of the servants, and she took unbridled delight in teasing him any way she could possibly conceive. Byakuya never stopped trying to surpass Yoriuki, nor did the royal maiden of the Shihoan attempt to draw a halt to his education. All that happened was a marked change in the course of his studies once Shunpo training was deemed closed. It was then that the passion they chose to hide from their respective families and the world was allowed to come to the fore. Before this could happen, however, Kukaki was determined to keep his mind from wandering to the end of their lessons. Almost as much as Yoriuki seemed intent on using her new weapon to distract him. The first time Byakuya noticed articles of her clothing lying on the ground during a pursuit, he almost ran straight into a cliff face. Their love was something that answered a question for both of them. This was how it truly felt. He was the person she wanted to please more than anyone, and the same was true for him. When both felt this way, and accepted it, it made for remarkably more happiness in their lives. To be sure, There were obstacles. At times, lying in each other's arms, they would talk about what lay ahead for them. The future. They did not need to argue like newlyweds. Such displays were reserved for less thoughtful, patient individuals. He still intended to take up his grandfather's position, and finally allow the old man some time to rest. They would then be equals in the eyes of Siriti. She had many people for whom she felt responsible, and wished to see them all safe. When the time came, it would be possible to reveal the feelings they held for each other to the world. After that it was a matter of outrunning or outfighting those who chose to have a dispute with it. Neither of the lovers was lacking in confidence that this could all be resolved. When Byakuya's father died, it came as a shock to everyone concerned. The future patriarch of their house had not exhibited anything other than sound health. He passed away at work without any warning. His own father supposed that he had pushed himself too hard, trying to deal with all the problems of Seoul society as though they were his own. Certain capital decisions handed down by that body had also weighed heavily on his shoulders, Byakuya knew. More than once he had heard the two previous generations of his house conversing quietly in a study, and his father agonizing over the loss of several gifted Shinigami. He had been forced to meet those men and women in their final hours, to hear their desperate pleas, and subsume his own sympathies as the laws of Seoul society mercilessly pronounced their death sentences. There were also the cases of imprisonment, which might have done even more harm than the executions. Knowing that those people were still living out there, in the detention facilities of the 2nd Division, forever denied from achieving any kind of productive existence, Byakuya himself did not care to think of it, and his father was a gentle man at heart. One who had died before his time. His son remained dry-eyed throughout the entire funeral. He watched his grandfather stand far too close to the funeral pyre, and let all those around say that it was the heat that brought tears to the old man's eyes. Watching his only remaining child pass beyond the reach of even his powerful arms, to be reborn one day in the living world without any memory of what he had been. After the ceremony, Byakuya and Yoriyuki met. Their affair that night was almost violent from his grief and anger. She gave him all the comfort she could, and the parentless child fell asleep weeping in her arms. Yoriyuki did not sleep at all. Less than a decade later came the incident that shook Seoul society to its foundations. 4 Shinigami captains and their lieutenants were effectively destroyed in one fell swoop. 2 more of captain rank were accused of having conspired to achieve their destruction. One of them was Yoriyuki's hand-picked replacement to lead the 12th Division. He was sure to be sentenced to death. She was certain of his innocence in this affair, but the Central 46 would hear none of it. They knew the truth here. They knew everything. An example needed to be made before anyone, real or imagined, could think of taking advantage of this reduction by half of their martial power to try and move against them. And Byakuya knew, somehow, that his lover would not stand to see this man summarily executed for a crime he did not commit. However, this did not prepare him for what came next. The accused was freed by an unknown assailant. When he first heard the news, Byakuya Kukaki felt himself go numb. "No," he pleaded. "Please don't let it be her. Please, Yoriyuki, my love, don't let them take you away from me. They'll kill you now. It's all they know how to do, damn them." Confirmation was brought to him later that day, the messenger having no idea just how much hurt he inflicted with this duty. Later on, Byakuya went out and tore through the hills around the Rukonga where they had trained, seeking some sign, some clue to his master and lover's whereabouts. Perhaps she had left him a message, in a place that only he would think to look. The spot where they first made love. The waterfall where he admitted out loud his feelings for her. In all of them, he found nothing. Yoriyuki Shihoin had vanished completely from the land of the dead. When Byakuya returned that night, he was called to his grandfather's study, to be questioned by a gimlet-eyed girl from the Mobile Corps. A mutual distaste seemed to develop between them on sight, neither being aware of why. When he had assured all gathered that he had no idea where the captain of the 2nd Division might be, the weary prince returned to his quarters. He did not find a note stuck in the pockets of his yukata, or slipped between the folds of his sheets. Instead, when Byakuya Kukaki opened the door of the cabinet that held his parents' images, he saw something out of place. 2 ceremonial blades rested on the level beneath those drawings, as they had for many years. One was a long sword handed down through the clan for generations, a work of art that could serve no martial purpose. The second was a wakizashi about half the other blade's length. It too held the rank of family heirloom. Or rather, it should have. As Byakuya stared in consternation, he realized that this slight weapon was not the one he had observed during his prayers so often before. That one had been replaced in its sheath by a different tool. When he reached out to touch it, the handle warmed beneath his fingertips. And so he knew. The prince closed the door of his ceremonial altar and went to bed. He did not withdraw that steel implement in search of a message written somewhere on its guard or hidden in its hilt. Its presence served as all the information he needed. Byakuya, hold on to this for me. I won't need it now, but I trust you to keep it for when I do. It was her way of telling him goodbye. That night, the future ruler of the house of Kukaki went to sleep with no one in the world able to give him comfort. He opened the door to his own quarters, and passed inside. The blossom fell from his hand as he did so, to be carried away on the evening breeze. For a time Byakuya stood in the shaft of moonlight, debating what he wanted to do. Go to bed now and get a full night's sleep, or try and salvage something productive from this evening. One was sensible. The other was what he wanted to do. Perhaps it was the line of thought that he had been pondering before which led him to retake his seat at the low desk. Withdrawing a fresh sheet of paper, the artist tacked it down securely. He scraped his inkstone across the black block, working up his medium. Byakuya then selected a brush of finely honed outline. Not a single bristle stuck out of place. He stared down at the blank canvas. What would be his inspiration? What was he thinking right now, and feeling? Irritation. His evening and reputation had been exposed to the vagaries of another Shinigami captain. Relaxation. He was back in his sanctum now, and nothing would be further disturbing him, he hoped. Intensity. There were several thoughts and ideas rumbling in the back of his head, some of which he had been pondering for quite a while. Whatever he drew on this surface would have to reflect that charged arsenal of formative zest. Concern. Rukia had almost come to some harm tonight. There. Byakuya dipped his pen into the ink blotch, and proceeded to draw a line down the page. Who wrote that? The bureaucrat stopped, startled to find that there was no longer anyone at his side. Looking back, he found the son of his division head gazing intently at a sign posted on the wall. He hastily made his way back to join him. I beg your pardon, my lord. Byakuya Kukaki did not look at his assistant. Instead he only continued to gaze intently at the plain-seeming calligraphy. Where did we get this from? His voice was low and flat. The bureaucrat suppressed a shiver. Was someone about to lose their lives over a poorly held brush? It was no secret that the heir apparent of the Kukaki name was an ardent lover of calligraphy. Byakuya's own works were considered on par with the disciples of masters, if not the masters themselves. Glancing once more at the piece in question, he studied its composition. The art of the brush was something of a hobby that he shared with his lordship. Perhaps the only thing they had in common. Given the way the young noble tended to look at him, when he could be bothered to do so, sometimes made the paper pusher feel as though he was about to be summarily executed for some perceived infraction. Now it could be another person's neck in the noose. Except he could detect no cause for it. In his own admittedly amateur opinion, the work was very well done. Clean and sure, he could imagine the effort he himself would have had to make in crafting those lines, keeping his arm from trembling, worrying about when to lift the brush from the page. There was no evidence of such consternation here. Truthfully, he would have been bursting with pride to create something so fine. Meeting in progress. Please do not disturb. That was what it said. Kukaki-sama, if you like, I can make inquiries as to the provenance of this piece once the meeting is concluded. Let me find out when that might be, and I. Byakuya swept by him, into the supposedly private conference. His underling winced in anticipation of impending screaming. Should have known waiting would not strike the prince as very noble. Now they would have something of a situation on their hands. He steeled himself for the worst. Even on the best of days, the Shinigami Women's Association did not take kindly to disruption of their meetings. One way or another, there would be hell to pay. She had just completed another piece in the back, when the vendor stuck his head past the curtain. "Doing all right here?" The artist laid down her brush, mustering a smile for his benefit. "Very good, sir. Thank you for asking. This one is pleased to be of service to you." He nodded quickly. The man was uncharacteristically solemn this afternoon. Earlier he had been much more cheerful. Perhaps the sales had not gone so well. She had been shut up back here working since morning, she realized. It would soon be time for tea. "Hey, listen," the vendor spoke, tugging on his short chin whiskers anxiously as he did. "There's a Shinigami outside looking at your stuff." "Ah. Well, that was no cause for alarm, surely. A death god passing by their shop in the artist's district of the 13th ring was not so unusual. Just a few days before, 2 female Shinigami had purchased one of her signs. Perhaps they had recommended her work to a colleague." Her business partner cast a glance back over his shoulder. As he did, she caught sight of a sheen of perspiration on his face. "Well, he says he'd like to speak with you." The painter grew still. Then she came to her feet. "Just a moment, please. This one will be right out." The man withdrew, and his partner bent to her instruments. Placing the brushes into plates of water so as not to let the bristles harden, next she stacked the pages she had intended to work on carefully back in their sheaf. As she did, she noticed that her hands were trembling slightly. That was all it took. The possibility of a threat. Even if it turned out to be nothing, she could tell that there would be no more work done today. Her nerves simply wouldn't permit it. When all had been arranged neatly and orderly as was her wont, the artist went out to face her public. As it turned out, her public consisted of just one person. To be sure, a crowd had gathered around the stall. But they were keeping their distance from the potential bloodbath. Couldn't look away, or leave, for fear of what might happen. Everyone had cleared a respectful 10 paces away from the individual standing in sunshine at the front of their booth. He was gazing intently at one of the color paintings, a woman in mourning robes sitting alone on the floor of her house, emptiness all around. One of her favorites. A very traditional ideal, but the painter had been proud to capture the feeling of grief so adeptly in her choice of colors and lines. It was while she was remembering this rare sense of worth that the Shinigami looked up and fixed her with his deep gray eyes. What she saw in those depths made her suddenly remember her place. The young woman sank to her knees in obeisance, placing her forehead on the dry boards. She awaited his permission to speak. In that time, the calligrapher also became aware that a specific picture of this man's face had been etched exactingly into her creative brain. The eyes for certain, to start with. They were spellbinding, betokening intelligence and studious observation of the world around him. She got the feeling that he would make a great artist. His skin was very pale, like parchment, or perhaps ivory. The bones of his face were strong, perfectly proportioned and delicately crafted. If the word regal should ever apply, it was here. Hair as black and glistening as the eyes of a raven streamed about his shoulders and in 2 locks across his brow. She found herself wishing that she could have created something this wondrous before on canvas. Taken all together, the abeyant painter had to conclude that there could not be a man more majestic in this world or the previous one. "You are the artist in question." A statement. No need for confirmation. Should she speak out just the same? Would doing so be considered rude, or might remaining quiet be deemed an affront? In the stillness of the street, the woman knew herself to be completely isolated, with no help forthcoming either way. She shivered, dread working its way through her veins like poison. A brief murmur went through the crowd. Would they get to see a decapitation? News to tell the family tonight. I am impressed with your quality of work. I'm sorry. More time passed. Eventually, the slender maiden found some wavering bits of courage. While remaining face down, she spoke. This one is pleased to be so acknowledged by a personage such as yourself, your lordship. Silence. She closed her eyes shut. Had that been a mistake? If so, it would be her last. There was the sound of someone shifting their feet faintly. I would like to purchase this painting. And the symbol for home that you made. Customer. Not executioner. Very, very grateful. This one thanks you for your patronage, sire. Heart rate subsiding. A noise betokening payment being exchanged. The following movement might be a sign that the merchant was wrapping up the items in question for delivery. Soon now this whole incident would be in the past. When it was over, she was going to have a cup of sake. In thanks for still being alive. If you would rise, that would not be remiss. No, not done yet. Seemingly there was more to his presence here. Just what else would she have to part with in order to make it through this day? The young woman lifted her head off the floor. In spite of this, her eyes continued to evade the form in front of her. She did not really want to give any impression one way or another. That wouldn't be right. All the artist desired right now was to be allowed to return to her meager living, to paint yet another day in well-deserved isolation. Absently the thought came, if I am permitted to live, what would I like to paint with the life I am given? When the answer came to her, she felt that she had no choice. As an artist, it was necessary to give herself a better notion of what she was trying to create. And so with that decision reached, she looked back into the Shinigami's face and met his eyes. He did not look angry, the calligrapher decided. If anything, he seemed to be studying her just as she was doing with him. It made her very self-conscious of a sudden. Her own inky hair was kept tidy, if not exactly fashionable, slipping down to brush the shoulders of her plain blue kimono. Black eyes usually hooded in submission, or perhaps dejection, gazed determinately now at a man whose like she had never seen before, and probably never would again. One thing she knew for certain. If given the opportunity to paint this face, she would be certain to put her whole heart into it. He spoke. It is my understanding that the artists take afternoon tea around this time. If you would not be inconvenienced, might I ask you to join me? She would use her best ink to highlight his hair. A soft smudge of charcoal might be enough to get started on the eyes. Now about his mouth. Hold on. Go back a pace. She gave a start. Milord. He continued to watch her patiently. Striving to retain some semblance of composure, the artist blinked uncomprehendingly at a world that suddenly made no sense. Sir, you wish to share tea with me? Yes. Simple. Direct. Unprecedented. Oh. Well, you see, I. She glanced away, then cautiously let him creep back into her field of vision. Refusal? What for? I want to know. This one would be most pleased to be in his lordship's company this afternoon. So there. He gave a brief nod, and then extended a hand to help her up. Climbing back to her feet, with the excited whisperings of the crowd all about them, the artist finally realized something she had neglected. Might this one have the honor of knowing whom she is addressing? The Shinigami released her hand, and took a step back. I am Byakuya Kukaki. And he bowed. Kukaki. Royalty, noble house, Shinigami, masters, ancient, honor, divine. It occurred to her that it might be wise to make a donation of the paintings to him. However, he had already paid. To return his money would definitely show discourtesy. You do my work much respect, Lord Byakuya. Her voice sounded very faint. Apparently he had no trouble hearing, for she could detect the faintest whisper of a smile at the corner of his lips. It deserves that on its own merits, my lady. A servant bearing the two paintings drew up behind him. Byakuya nodded to signal his permission to withdraw, and then turned to regard the young woman once again. And how am I to address you, great artist? She was blushing. It was certain. The heat in her cheeks and the snickers from the crowd told her that much. But she was also smiling. This one is called Hisuna, your grace. What drew Byakuya to Hisuna was not the same driving passion that had brought him together with his first love. It was better described as an absence of feeling. When he looked at the lettering on the wall that day, Byakuya had been struck by an impression of isolation. He was a master calligrapher, able to detect telling signs of the hand behind any work. The person who made that piece had done so with the impression that they were totally alone in the world. There was no one else who could offer them comfort, or relief. They held the pen as though it could grant them peace, like by the intrusion of black ink on white paper, they were drawing something meaningful out of the void that was their life. When he looked into that printed message, it was like staring into a mirror. He could see eyes gazing back at him, observing his desolation and sense of loss. The soul of the artist reached out through this image. The solitary prince could not explain it any other way. A connection was made with someone he had never even met. In witnessing the very same loneliness he himself had endured for so long, Byakuya could find no worth in allowing something like this to continue. He had to bring it to an end, for both of their sakes. He had not known at the time whether the person behind that writing was male or female, young or old, weak or strong. But he wished to meet them, and in so doing, perhaps end the fruitless trek that had prevented him from accomplishing any of his former goals for the last 4 decades. Upon first meeting his future wife, the brooding nobleman was certain that there could be no figure as tragic as the one before him. Bowing meekly in the face of possible death, Hisuna had made no effort to find aid or mercy. She had been prepared to accept whatever abuse or violence anyone was willing to inflict on her. It was in witnessing this behavior from someone he had felt a connection with that the Kukaki noble realized something. The two of them were not the same. She was behaving as though she were willing to die, whereas he acted as though he already had. It was this outlook that led so many of his acquaintances to whisper behind his back that Byakuya Kukaki was a heartless man, completely divorced from anything resembling enjoyment or good humor. It is never an easy thing to come to grips with the fact that you have become a monster, offering discomfort and recrimination to everyone in your life, no matter how much they might care for you. Existing only for your own anger and sense of thwarted loss. At this moment he realized that he could not remember one time in the last 4 decades when he had done something decent for another living soul. No random acts of kindness, or unexpected gifts outside of special occasions. He had never thought upon viewing a painting that someone besides himself might appreciate receiving it, and proceeded to purchase it for them. The boy who had once taken pride in fulfilling the pact of love others placed within him had let that sense die over the years. Upon reaching this conclusion, it became readily apparent that there was someone right in front of him who needed help now. A person with worth and talent, who denied herself the most basic identity in the face of hardship. She deserved to be treated with respect. And the plethora of social taboos he was courting were consciously discarded in favor of providing support where it was so obviously a necessity. Byakuya Kukaki would forever remember this moment, not as the day he fell in love, but as the first time in ages his actions had brought a smile to someone else's face. And later on in their relationship, Hisuna was thrilled to return the favor. "Are you ready?" The blindfold covered his eyes. "I am, my lord." But the brush was still between his fingers. On the count of 3, then. The small horsehair plume slid over the wet inkstone, soaking up its load. 1, 2. He heard her giggle. 3. Byakuya's brush swept down. He felt it touch the paper, and he was off. Something simple, and swift. The ink couldn't last long. But he was almost there, almost. Done. Instantly he reached up and ripped off the blindfold. Seated before him, Hisuna had already done the same with her own. In the other hand she held a sheet of drawing parchment. Her smile was radiant. And true to her word, the symbol was complete. In a manner of speaking. Her admirer studied the work with a very critical air. "Is that tour guide? TOU?" She gaped. The sight always made him smile. "No, it's supposed to be butterfly. Can't you see that?" Hisuna held the kanji symbol closer, as if he were farsighted. "Do you see it now?" Byakuya only shut his eyes, shaking his head and quaking to restrain his mirth. His gentle-eyed house guest gave the paper a shake, to emphasize her intent. Then she let it drop. "As you say, my lord. Might I be so bold as to ask what you chose to write?" His eyelids slid up. The future lord of the manor then knelt with exquisite grace and care to bring his own work up for her to see clearly. Hisuna stared quizzically for a few moments, mouth working to try and pronounce her judgment into words. She cocked her head to one side a bit, and fixed her host with an astonished look. "You drew a rabbit." "What?" Byakuya blinked, flipping the sheet around to study its contents. He then inverted it once more for her sake. "No, it's dream. See? That says dream. The meaning is very clear." She covered her mouth with one hand, shoulders shaking, eyes scrunching tight. He glowered in mock indignation. At the sight of this, Hisuna hastily withdrew her fingers. Letting them settle back into her lap, she composed herself into a most presentable and proper stance. No. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my lord. But what you have there is definitely the picture of a rabbit. Byakuya looked at it once more. Ah. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It would appear to be so. Then the Shinigami cast an inquiring glance at the painter. Would you consider buying this work, if you were in the market? Hisuna smiled benignly and closed her eyes, giving a negative shake of her head. I would have to pass it by, my lord of Siridi. He mumbled, still pretending to study his aborted effort. At last he flicked a glance over to her once again. Since that is the case, there was one other offer I wished to propose today that I hope will be more to your liking. She reached down and took hold of her teacup, blowing on the contents gently before taking a sip. I am at your service, my lord. Whatever you require. In that case. Byakuya took the brush from her tray, still wet with ink. Withdrawing another blank sheet, he very carefully and meticulously began to write. Hisuna watched all this with curiosity, enjoying her splendid tea and the even more enthralling sight of her princely compatriot absorbed in his work. A few seconds later, it was complete, and Byakuya leaned back up, turning the page to let her see what he had done. Hisuna placed her teacup on the floor, much to her host's relief. He had feared the occasion might be marred should she drop it on herself. She read the word he had written. And gave a slight gasp. Her mouth hung open. Amazement and disbelief warred in her face as she turned questioning eyes back to the man seated before her. Marriage. That was what it said. Hisuna-san, he spoke tenderly, cherishing the sound of her name. I wish to spend the rest of my life with you in it, for I know myself to be in love with all of your graces and even your faults, whatever they may prove to be. I, Byakuya Kukaki, am asking to be your husband, and for you to be my wife. Will you have me as your partner? She sat speechless. In a year, Hisuna had gone from living in a tiny shack at the back of her rented shop in Ryokonga, to being a guest at the estate of the most prominent clan in all of Siridi. Byakuya's aesthetic interest in her talents had given way to an appreciation of her company and spirit. She had assumed he looked on her as a close acquaintance of the family, and perhaps more personally as a friend. Their relationship had been strictly platonic. Until a few seconds ago. She loved Byakuya. Had since virtually the day he invited her off the street to enjoy a cup of tea with him. She had thought him to be lonely at first, and found herself compelled to work hard dispelling whatever malaise had crept over this extraordinary soul. The more she learned of him, the stronger that impulse grew. Here was a man deserving of more kindness than the world might assume, considering his vast fortune and innate abilities. Without a doubt, Hisuna was in love with the noble Lord Byakuya Kukaki. So when he asked her to marry him, there was really only one thing to say. Yes, Byakuya-sama. I accept your offer, and tender my love in return for your own. After that, nothing more needed to be said. The first kiss covered it all. Dream. That was what it said. Byakuya cleaned off his pen, and placed it back in the container. The finished work he laid out to dry. As for himself, the night was not yet complete. Hisuna had died smiling up at him, calling the last 5 years of their lives together a dream. He stayed with her constantly until that time, so she would never be alone. In the end, that was all he was able to provide her with. His company, and his promise. His common wife, as the other members of the household were careful not to call her, had confessed to him early in their marriage of the shame that had haunted her throughout her whole afterlife. An infant sister, abandoned in the farthest reaches of Ryokonga, because she had not been able to provide for them both. One time, she had thought more of herself than another. Just one time was all it had took, to rob her of any trace of self-respect. He had done the best he could in regards to his lady love. But when her illness forced them to part forever, unlike the last time, Byakuya did not permit himself to wallow in misery and isolation. Hisuna, after all, had done more for him than he for her. She had brought him back from the dead, with her caring presence and willingness to love him as a friend and wife. And although the memory of what he had lost caused a pain just as intense as Yoriyuki's, this time he was entrusted with more than a Zanpakuto. Somewhere out there, in the Ryokonga, his wife's only remaining relative might still be alive. And for the sake of all three of them, he was resolved to bring her into his house, adopting this woman as his sister, whomever she may be. The master of his domain finished taking care of his artistic implements. This done, he moved to a small cabinet, opening it to retrieve a porcelain flask from his private sake stores. A corresponding dish was painted with the symbol of a phoenix in a forest, blue flames mingling with the leaves. Byakuya trod noiselessly from the room and back out into the warm night air, to settle back down on the porch of his house. He poured himself a cup of rice liquor, examining its heady alcoholic scent. A small spell warmed the drink. Usually there would be a servant to perform these duties for him, whether it be as the head of his division or lord of this domain. But right now, he was not in the mood for any sort of company. Tongues did wag, after all. Even if you did have them pulled out afterwards. When the agent entered, unheralded and unobtrusive, Byakuya lowered the dish of rice wine from his lips untasted. He made a sign for the figure to approach. Sidling over to his presence, it was difficult to say whether this slight apparition might be male or female. The concealing attire kept any presumptions upon that matter limited to guesses. Only the eyes might have given it away, and this loyal servant of the Kukaki family kept theirs carefully lowered. In the corners behind the dining table, two maids exchanged anxious glances at this apparent breach of protocol. The formal petition to approach the lord could be waived only in one very specific case. That being for the clan shinobi, regarding the unearthing of information pertaining to the location of their deceased mistress' younger sister. Anything less than success in that matter would call down heavenly retribution on the spy who approached their master otherwise. The pair of servants shivered in anticipation. Unless this individual possessed a death wish, that must be precisely the case here. The lord's courier and informant was dressed in plain browns and blacks. Beneath one arm there was a sheaf of viewing materials. This they proceeded to place on the table before him with a humble bow, and then quietly left the room before either praise or blame could be dispensed. With all outward sign of imperturbable tranquility, Byakuya reached down and grasped the bound pamphlet. Almost a year just to get this information. Granted, Hisuna had searched for over 5 with no result. But still, calling in the services of the 2nd Division and the 12th should have yielded progress in far more timely a fashion. Perhaps it was the fault of one Mayuri Kuratsuke, head of the latter squad mentioned. His attempts to introduce new means of surveillance and recording had resulted in the loss of several members of his team. Rumors that the other groups would be prevailed upon to take up their roles in his experiments had seen to some very understandable consternation on the parts of those charged with ferreting out secrets. But whatever the reason, his quest was at an end. The last living direct heir to the Kukaki name had made it clear, after the first few months of negative reports, that he would be troubled with nothing less than a proved confirmation of the target's whereabouts next time. Punishment would swiftly follow any who dared disregard this edict. Byakuya was certain that no member of his staff would be foolish enough to do so. Drawing the red velvet band that held the booklet closed, the seeker opened it and gazed upon the contents. Sitting only a few feet away, the servants could not help but notice their lord's posture stiffen. "Get out!" Byakuya's voice was firm and even. His command was obeyed without hesitation. A pall of doom had settled over the room, and the two women were more than relieved to be out of sight should the hanging blade descend. Their master continued to stare at the image laid out before him. "Damn Mayuri Kuratsuke," he thought. "Damn that man." It was too good. His snickering psychotic fellow captain had informed him of a recently developed technique that would allow him to preserve any viewed image into a tactile paper form. The idea was one developed in the world of the living primarily. Supposedly, you could get a frozen shot of everything visible before one's eyes, rendered in perfect and precise immutability. He saw now that the mad scientist had not been exaggerating, and he cursed him for doing his job so well. From a rectangular pane, like a window into the past, Hisuna stared back at him. Or rather, someone who looked enough like her to be a sister. And that's exactly what they were. For the first time, Byakuya found himself wanting to disobey his wife's dying request. "No. Please, this isn't fair. It just isn't fair, Hisuna. She looks almost exactly like you. Please don't do this to me." It wasn't a perfect resemblance. But that came as no comfort. For Byakuya knew that he would have no choice but to accept the charge bestowed upon him by this woman's sister. His lady wife. She would become a member of his household, with all the rights and privileges his family had to offer. And every day he saw her in the halls, he would be reminded of what he had lost. The companionship, the hope, the peace that gave him all the reason he needed to live his life, in pursuit of anything that could bring happiness into their shared existence. He would get none of that back. Instead there would only be a face staring at him in uncomprehending cruelty and admonishment. This girl, who had never done anything to hurt him, would make his heart bleed and weep anew every day, for as long as he lived. Byakuya glanced down at the information printed towards the bottom of the page. Her name, he saw, was Rukia. The servants had finished dressing her only moments before. No attempt at conversation had been made. Layer upon layer of white formal fabric should have hampered any movement, but the ephemeral splendor of the weave, combined with the skill of the attendants, almost made it feel as though she were not dressed at all. Her maids departed swiftly afterwards, leaving their mistress to examine herself in the full-length mirror of her quarters. Rukia Kukaki had to admit, she certainly looked like a noble now. And that definitely counted for something, at least in the eyes of her new family. And since she was not unmindful of the honor they had bestowed on her, she was determined to see their efforts were not done in vain. The transition from floundering academy student to privileged noblewoman was not without its disadvantages, to be sure. A girl from the ghettos, having only just started to make some headway in her Shinigami studies, could not be expected to suddenly change horses in the middle of the stream without difficulty. She had been languishing below the higher tiers of her class, attempting to master that elusive ability to wield a sword all the other Shinigami hopefuls seemed to arrive at naturally. Renji, for sure, had far outpaced her in that respect, though his talent for self-immolation left her still far ahead in the area of Kido spells. Only now, in addition to striving to reach her potential as a Shinigami, Rukia was struggling to master the terms of entry into court life. As of this moment, she could not be certain which one seemed more hopeless. Tonight was to be her first public exhibition as a member of this house. That was the only way she could think of herself. Like a carefully bred and trained horse. She was lectured up, decked out, and put on display for all to see. A single misstep might result in her being put down as inferior stock. At least, that was the impression she got from seeing the face of her new brother. Best not to dwell on those notions, Rukia chided herself. For all she knew, those born noble could sense whenever someone was thinking of them in a less than servile manner. It was just as this thought was slipping through her brain that the door to her room slid open, and Byakuya Kukaki stepped inside. Upon seeing his adoptive sister for the first time today, the recently initiated Death God captain paused. It was not due to surprise at seeing her so regally attired. He himself was swathed in an imperial armament of fine white fabric, a scarf capable of funding the budget of the entire Godai 13, draped around his neck. His triplet hair ornaments kept 3 locks of sable black always in stark contrast to the pale brow. The reason Byakuya stopped was because he found himself uncertain he wanted to go through with this. Indecision soon gave way to cogitation. Why? Because she was family now, and the highest lady of his court. The tradition had been established by himself. Granted, it was done solely for the purpose of pleasing his wife. But it had worked. She had been overjoyed by his gesture. And if he wanted to maintain any shred of dignity in these proceedings, he would have to show everyone else in the family that he did not make such decisions lightly. After all, the only person being hurt here was himself. Right? When Byakuya walked into her dressing area, Rukia's first instinct was to run away and hide. She might have her doubts as to whether or not she could fit into this family. But one thing she was certain of was that this man frightened her like no other. There was very little to know about Byakuya Kukaki. He was cold. He was strict. He carried himself to a degree like a god descended among mortals. It was her understanding that he had been married only a year before. Rukia could not imagine the kind of woman who would stand being engaged to this frigid iceberg of power. Onii-sama, she bowed her head. What can I do for you this evening? In response, he produced a small box from inside his robes. It is customary for the ranking lady of the household to wear this at formal events. You are to continue the tradition. He lifted the lid, and withdrew something astonishing. They were pearls. Strings of them, wound around one another to form cords. Each separate length was in turn swathed in a sleeve of transparent white silk. Over half a dozen such rows lay on top of one another, ending on either side in matching carved quartz bands with 2 sets of black ribbons meant to tie them together. Her brother was holding this gemstone marvel out to her. She could not have refused even if she were so inclined. Rukia had never seen anything so splendid. Before she could make a move, Byakuya had crossed the space between them and stepped swiftly around behind her. Realization came swiftly. He's going to put it on me himself. Her previous giddiness was no longer in evidence. This was the sort of thing she had dreams about. Or perhaps the proper parlance would be nightmares. The emotionless face looming over her, wrapping a noose of some sort around her neck. Tightening, while she sat there unresisting, incapable of even speaking out in her defense. Rukia felt silk and stone slide over her throat, and her fists clenched at her sides. Without being told, she reached back and moved the fall of her hair up, revealing an expanse of smooth white skin. There came a time then of slow tension, while the ornament came to envelop her neck. Never once in that space did she feel the fatal jerk, or the band growing taut. Instead it was a gentle experience. The ends of the ties tickled her faintly as skilled hands knotted them together in what must assuredly be perfect bows. She did not feel any dry fingers coming around with lethal intent. A few seconds later, it was done. The younger sister could feel her towering sibling step away, his work concluded. Rukia did not dare face him, for fear that he might see her misgivings written all over her face. Instead she turned and looked once more on her image reflected in the mirror. To find her transformation complete. The necklace came up to just below her chin, and ended at the hollow of her throat. In truth it fit so well, it might have been made specifically for her. And the combination of white dress and collar, with dark lilac eyes and black hair, made for an impression of almost artistic beauty and grace. Rukia hardly recognized herself. It was while in this contemplative state that she realized Byakuya had already left the room. That night, everything went smoothly. Byakuya mingled amidst his guests and kinsmen with polished ease, speaking with intelligence and interest on the topics they saw fit to bring to his attention. He was able to smooth out some simmering grudges between erstwhile allies. Several personages of high renown came up to him to pay their courtesies and receive some in turn. But the true star of that night was Rukia. There must have been some of Hisona's enduring spirit within that necklace. His sister was transformed from the quiet, meek woman he had come to expect into a social angel. What drew people to approach the new noble lady of Kukaki might at first have been only outward appearances. No matter their feelings on the issues involved, people could not help but be attracted to truly beautiful beings, if only to see whether they might get their attention for a moment. That had been Byakuya's solitary saving grace before Hisona had appeared to melt his icy personality. But it was in speaking to Rukia that they were then given the opportunity to understand that this was not just a lovely face. She was beautiful in far less obvious ways. Calm, and gracious. Polite. A trifle sad, perhaps, but she was also free with precise compliments that did not seem as half-hearted and worn as others they were used to hearing at these engagements. She looked at those who came to speak with her as equals. Perhaps this was not always well received, but no one in attendance was going to make a point of calling her on it. Not here, not tonight. For being her first time attending one of these glittering cavalcades, she maneuvered exquisitely. It was not a matter of melting hearts. Rukia did not appeal to emotions, but to reason. She offered no one offense. There was a marked lack in social faux pas on her part. If some people had come expecting a show, watching the commoner jerking about on her pricey shoes and tripping over servants, they left that night disappointed. This evening, she was the undisputed lady of Kukaki Manor, bar none. When all in attendance had made their goodbyes, and the festivities officially concluded, Byakuya led his sibling back to her room. The ease and self-assuredness which had marked her display had not dissipated. He found himself impressed by this young lady, and wondered why he had never bothered to be before. She was more than just a face, after all. The guests were not the only ones to realize that tonight. Rukia bore a confidence derived from experience in her own abilities. The physical resemblance to Hisona could not be denied, but in addition her sister carried determination and fortitude. She had chosen to tackle this night's challenges head-on, instead of meekly following him about and not voicing her own insights. He knew that Hisuna would have been proud to know her. If only he could make that clear to her somehow, without betraying his wife's dying trust. I no longer have the right to call her my sister. Please, Byakuya-sama. They looked at one another, and Byakuya spoke. Rukia. She lifted her gaze to meet him eye to eye. You performed very well tonight. I was impressed with your composure. An innocent statement. Not condemning. To let her know that she had proven herself. The tiny Shinigami clasped her hands and bowed. I am pleased to hear it, Onii-sama. Byakuya could only give a slight nod as she straightened, and then turned about. Once again, Rukia raised the fall of hair away from her neck, to allow him to remove the precious heirloom from its place around her throat. He moved to do so, considering. No doubt she thought he would take the treasure with him when he left. How surprised might Rukia be when he pressed the pearl necklace into her hands, entrusting its safekeeping with her now. Byakuya pondered as he undid the satin ties. This would be another way to let her know that she belonged with them now. Hisuna had been so thrilled to be given this work of art. Ever afterwards, the honor of placing it around her neck and removing it once the festivities had ended fell to him. It was their intimate, quiet moment together once the official duties had been discharged. He had been happy to do this small service for her. The chance to let his wife know once again that his love remained undiminished, no matter how much time had passed. At last the ribbons were loosed, and he drew the pearls away, revealing an expanse of creamy flesh. And as he had always done before, Byakuya leaned down to place a kiss at the nape of her neck. He heard a sharp gasp, and froze, lips a hair's breadth from touching the warm skin. Byakuya-sama. Fool, fool, fool. This was not Hisuna. Hisuna was dead. Remember. He whipped about and strode from the room, seething at his own stupidity. The necklace remained with him, unnoticed. His breath was cool on her neck, and Rukia drew a startled intake of air. The presence at her back suddenly drew away, leaving her alone. For several minutes she could do nothing but stand there, frightened even to turn around and find him still in the room, that staggering aura constrained behind cold dead eyes. What was this family, she thought to herself. Why did they bring her here? What did they want from her? Was this all just a game for them? Could she ever win it? Rukia undressed herself. She would not allow the maids to touch her. Let them tell their master whatever they chose. Tonight she actually needed to be alone, for the first time in months. Coming back to the present, the solitary noble had his first sip of sake, and found it good. He had once heard that drinking alone was the sign of one enslaved to alcohol. Were he less familiar with a true alcoholic, it might have given him cause for concern. With this in mind, the initial cup he poured for himself he used to toast a flowering sakura tree on the grounds, its high pink blossoms outlined against a full moon. Taking a drink, he almost imagined he could hear an angry woman's voice berating her captain, and half-hearted explanations interwoven with slightly drunken flirtations. Soon after that would come the sound of a fan striking bare flesh, and tearful accusations of abuse from one's subordinate. The captain of the 6th Division had no second officer at this time. The position had been vacant since the last full-scale military engagement with the Hollows. It was around then that a more organized threat from their ancient enemies was first observed. The incursion into one of the unpopulated spaces around the outer Rukanga had been determined to be an attempt to establish a beachhead. When the identity of the Ajichas leading the assault was confirmed by the 2nd Division, Byakuya had made a formal petition to be allowed to lead the counter-attack, and seen it granted. So it was that nearly 70 years after the death of his mother during an ambush in the mortal world, her son crossed swords with the newly formed Arrancar responsible for taking her life. She had been his grandfather's lieutenant. This time the undead monster found itself facing another Kukaki officer. One who had achieved Bankai. Although in the end, it was not due primarily to this overpowering accomplishment that the son was able to triumph, but owing more to the careful and creative training of the first woman he ever loved. The manticore of broken glass which the beast had become after performing its resurrection would only shatter its hide even further upon being struck by Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's all-encompassing force, reflecting the soul power in all directions. He had watched it become overconfident when he seemed incapable of penetrating its defense, and observed the Arrancar's shock when his subtly hidden Kido spells created an eruption of bedrock from beneath their feet. They had both plummeted into the newly formed pit, the rocks and boulders striking the huge composite creature, causing its mirror armor to spin and crack away briefly, unable to absorb any soul energy because there was none directed at it. Byakuya danced amidst the devastation, calling on all the training Yoriyuki had bestowed upon him. It was because of this he survived unscathed and ready to move when a large enough hole appeared in the glass skin, revealing the emaciated lion body hiding underneath. He then released his Bankai's most destructive attack, Annihilation Scape, and felt his heart race to see his mother's killer pinned against the sinkhole's wall by 1,000 blades. They had never even exchanged names formally. When he spoke to the dying entity, his only question had been to demand the name of the one who had commanded it to make this attempt. The human face of the beast twisted in its death throes, eyes wild with fear and pain. Its mouth, filled with 3 rows of broken glass teeth, spat out blood, obscuring the strange 4 tattooed on its chin. AI. It choked. Then the yellow eyes flashed with wrath, seeming to focus on something. Araniro, Arururi. A last flicker of hate finally faded, and Byakuya watched dispassionately as thousands upon thousands of conjoined hollow were purged by the power of his soul cutter, to be reborn elsewhere as pure spirits in soul society. The gates of hell swallowed the rest. Byakuya emerged victorious, to find his lieutenant slain. No other had been able to distinguish themselves to earn her place as of yet. But no one knew what the future might hold. The Kukaki leader took another drink, gazing thoughtfully into the night. Into the future. Kyan Shiba, lieutenant of the 13th Division, winced in anticipation of approaching pain. The junior officer at his side trembled with commiseration. "Show no mercy," Kyan rasped. "What's the final death toll?" The 5th seat drew a shaky breath, and delivered her report. "Sir, I regret to inform you that our entire supply of sake has been completely demolished." Her superior groaned deep in his throat. He then surveyed the charred ruin that had once served as a dining area in the 13th Squad barracks. Smoke stung his eyes, making him cough violently. There were craters in the floor, and the ceiling. Inebriated bodies lay strewn about the floor. And the ceiling, in some cases. Hollows leave less destruction in their wake. The junior officer could only nod unsteadily. She appeared to be having a hard time remaining vertical, but was struggling mightily to put on a brave face. Kyan looked at her sympathetically. "Where are the attendees from the 11th Division now, officer?" "Ah. Katetsu, sir." "I mean Kian Katetsu, sir." She breathed in deeply. "Kyan Fukutaiku, my fellow 5th seed, took it upon himself to trail the war party. He left me in charge here. At least, I was in charge. Until you came. Then I guess I was demoted. I don't." Kian reached out to steady herself on a burning piece of furniture. "I don't really know what I am here now." "You're drunk," Kyan supplied. "Yes, I am. But you're erect. Which is more than I can say for most." The lieutenant from the noble house of Shiba surveyed the remnants of an impromptu drinking game between his division and the bloodthirsty barbarians of the 11th. "We're going to form a clean-up detail. Move as many of the wounded and intoxicated back to their dorms. Send a hell butterfly over to the 4th Division, let them know we need bandages, splints, and hangover remedies. Healing spells will have to wait till morning." It looks like this lot decided to engage in consuming keto mixed drinks towards the end. No telling how it might react with their systems. Officer Katetsu's head was at an odd angle. "My sister is big in the 4th. Very big. Huge. Like bursting out of her kimono. Her head hits the ceiling sometimes. I'm jealous. She's dangerous. I'll tell her what you said." Kyan resisted the urge to ask her to repeat what he had said. Instead he gave a nod of approval, and proceeded to roll up his sleeves. "All right. Let's get cracking." Kian saluted, grabbed a pitcher, and proceeded to puke into it. 2 hours later saw Kyan trudging wearily back to his office. There would be no chance of making it home tonight. Miyako would just get to have the bed all to herself. She knew how these things worked. No doubt they would be coming upon beleaguered and stumbling members of their squad crawling out of strange places come the morning. Until then, he was going to get some sleep. Sliding shut the door of his office, the young lieutenant simply plopped straight down in the middle of the floor, shielding his eyes with a groan. Even moving to extinguish the lights felt like too much effort. He would just have to let them burn. Kyan reached out, snagging a nearby pillow with one hand and a blanket with the other. He settled himself in for the night, staring up at the ceiling. Staring very, very hard. What was that? Against the bottom of the frosted glass lamp plate high above him, a large shadow was standing out. Less than a minute later, Kyan had managed to drag his table under the light fixture. Standing upon a stool placed on top of it, his eyes came over the rim of the glass. Curled up in the hollow was a tiny Shinigami. Reaching out, he gave one shoulder a small shake. "Hey! You there?" No response. Kyan debated. Keto healing was a no-no, again. And at this angle, he stood no chance of being able to lift them out. The intruder was wrapped around the bowl containing the candle. There seemed to be little danger of them catching their robes on fire. And if their body weight hadn't caused them to come crashing down yet, it probably meant they weren't going to. Which meant he could leave them there for the evening. Actually, he considered chivalrously, if he stayed beneath them, his body would serve as a cushion just in case the light fixture did give way during the night. It was while he was coming to this conclusion that his sleeping adventurer shifted their head slightly to get into a more comfortable position. Kyan gawked. The woman asleep in his ceiling was none other than Rukia Kukaki. He knew her, of course. Kyan had taken special care to see that the young noblewoman find herself accepted as a member of the 13th Division Imperial Guards. Under his watch, nobody got special treatment. Even royalty. Or former royalty. He bedded down in the barracks just like everybody else. And Kukaki had seemed to respond to this environment. Certainly she was a lot more open than when she had first appeared. Her training was coming along nicely too. He had seen to that personally. She was growing. Though had you asked him, he could not formulate any believable theory as to how little Rukia had gotten caught up in the alcoholic antics of this night's proceedings. However, none of that changed his previous opinion of the situation. Removing her safely was not an option. Kyan vaguely recalled how Rukia liked climbing to high places. Learning how she managed to get up there in the first place could wait for the light of day. That being decided, he blew out the candle, returned the furniture to its rightful positions and tucked himself back into bed. Lying in his darkened office, Kyan wondered groggily how he was going to explain himself should Miyako ever learn that he had slept with a young girl in his quarters one night. He fell quickly into sleep, too tired to realize that his wife might not be the one he should be worrying about. Come the dawn, when full wakefulness set in, Kyan did realize it. However, to his credit, he did not panic. Contrary to what people might say of him, Byakuya Kukaki was not an evil man. He would not summarily execute an entire division, and its fun-loving lieutenant, just for getting his sister drunk. And keeping her overnight. And letting her sleep in a ceiling fixture. In the room of a healthy and active young man. For her part, Rukia remained dead to the world. No amount of shakes, pokes, soft whispers, and mighty screams could seemingly change that. So with no other choice available, the Shiba aristocrat simply left her there, praying that she would come around before any trouble could manifest itself. 2 hours later, while overseeing the division of labor for repairs to their grounds, a white-faced Kian Katetsu came running up let him know that their reprieve had been rescinded. Kyan then made his way to the front plaza of his squad, where a steely-eyed Byakuya Kukaki had chosen to wait for him. Lieutenant Shiba. Captain Kukaki. My sister Rukia did not return to our home last night. The second seat smiled in a sickly and hopefully guileless manner. Might you know where she could be found? Kyan wasted no time. She stayed in the assigned sleeping quarters last night. No need to say they were assigned to yours truly. The next words came out quite softly. Are there any abnormalities in her condition you would like to make me aware of? Kukaki Teiku. He was prepared to make one thing perfectly clear. A member of my squad attended a party within the grounds of our perimeter. She had a bit too much to drink, and I determined that it was not in her best interests to try and make it home last night. There were no further improprieties beyond this, and I stand by the lady's reputation, which is unblemished. Your sister is perfectly fine now. Byakuya's expression did not change one iota in the face of this honest proclamation. I would like her brought to me, so that we may take our leave. Kyan bowed politely. I'll see to it she knows that you are here. Once he was out of sight, Kyan raced in a blur of Shunpo down the halls, scattering Shinigami in his wake. Upon opening the door to his office, it was to find a very disoriented Rukia staring blearily about in the center of the room. Kukaki, he breathed gratefully. I'm glad you're awake. She regarded him uncertainly. Kyan Dano. Why am I here? You don't remember the party. The vertically challenged death god frowned in thought. Officer Katetsu invited me to have one drink. I had planned to go straight home right after that. What? She cast a glance at the light streaming through the office windows, and paled visibly. What time is it? 8 o'clock in the morning, Kyan offered. Her eyes grew very big. Onii-sama is here. Now. You have to come with me. Frantically Rukia dashed to a bedstand mirror, where she tried to comb her hair back into place with her fingers. Surprisingly, that seemed to work quite well. Next she arranged her disheveled attire. That too was done commendably. In just a few minutes, Rukia Kukaki was presentable once more. I'm ready, Kyan Dano. They walked together back the way he had come. Entering the courtyard, it did not appear as though Byakuya had moved a muscle. Kyan stayed back a few paces. Rukia stepped swiftly forward, and bowed to her older sibling. Onii-sama. I apologize for troubling you in this manner. Please excuse my behavior. I await upon your pleasure. The White Prince did not even deign to look at her. We're leaving. A terse proclamation. He gave a cursory nod in Kyan's general direction, then turned and strode off without waiting for a response, the very picture of aloof arrogance. The son of Shiba glowered at the man's retreating back. There went someone who thought the sun needed his permission to shine. While he was thinking this to himself, Rukia came about and gave a deep bow. Thank you for your aid last night, Shiba Fukutaiku. You're welcome, Kukaki. That was what he was about to say. But at that precise moment, Rukia came back up. The expression on her face stopped him short. Kyan had never seen a living soul look so terrified. When he made no response, she just turned and walked away. Kyan stood there and watched her go. She should have let him know. Byakuya was incensed. He did not betray this outwardly, though. That was not his way. Floundering and stomping, vocalizing your rage, that was for infants, and those who lacked maturity. His pace was deliberate and purposeful. No evidence of distress could be found in his physiognomy or bearing. But for those who knew him, a presentiment was developed. This allowed them to stay out of his way when times got bad. Now was one of those times. Rukia should have sent a message informing him of her decision to stay in the barracks last night. Or at the least, Shiba should have had the sense to inform another nobleman of the current state of affairs. But she should have let him know. As it was, he had only gotten 2 hours of forced sleep, worrying about where she might be, what trouble might be heading her way. It was not that he lacked confidence in her abilities. Rukia was more than just a survivor. In the face of adversity, she prevailed. She triumphed. Exactly the sort of qualities he looked for in an officer. And that was also precisely why he had used his influence to ensure she would never hold such a position. His was not the only division to lack a capable lieutenant at this time. Discreet inquiries had been made concerning his sister's placement among the Godii 13. Some of those had only been designed to curry favor with Byakuya, but a few expressed precise knowledge of her demonstrated potential. The good officers knew better than to rely solely on academy ranking. Hence his carefully constructed web of favors, insinuations, and borderline blackmail. All to keep one untested Shinigami from losing her life too soon. So when Rukia did not exhibit the same level of concern for her person that her brother did, that tended to make him worry. Perhaps some might deem this excessive. But considering the history of people whom Byakuya loved, he found such behavior entirely justified. Therefore he was angry. With himself, for no specific reason. With Sheba and Rukia, for disregarding him. And, in some strange way, with Hisana. Because she had continued to loathe herself to such an extent that she would prefer to see her past erased from living memory, rather than seek to explain it. For this reason, he alone carried a loving thought of his departed wife. When the one person in all the world who might have shared his affection for her walked not 3 paces behind him, and she did not have a clue. He was not allowed to relate his life with her sister to Rukia, or explain what a fantastic person she had been. His vow prevented him from so much as mentioning her name, for fear that doing so would open the floodgates, and he would find himself shouting to her and all the world how happy Hisana had made him. The only recourse was to bite his tongue, while inside he felt like exploding and dying. And being the type of man he was, that was what he did. He kept walking, but he hardly paid any attention as to where his path might lead. Rukia tagged along in Byakuya's wake. She concentrated on keeping her spine straight, shoulders spaced well apart. But the cold deadly power emanating from her brother's back was like a frost spreading through her lungs, making her want to hunch down and cower in on herself for warmth. There was no protection to be had here. The pair of them traversed the blankly anonymous lanes of Siridi without encountering company. Having made the journey to and from the squad estates numerous times now, Rukia had no trouble discerning that they were not headed back to the Kukaki grounds. Her noble brother was instead leading them on a topsy-turvy route known only to him. And that was reason enough in and of itself to be worried. If Byakuya was not taking her home, then she was not certain where they were going. That meant most likely no one else did either. It was just the 2 of them. All alone together. With no witnesses. The petite death god was finding it hard to lift one foot in front of the other. If I were to stop, she wondered, would he even notice? Maybe my soul power is so slight it would just be swallowed up in his own, and he would go on ahead. Then I could turn around and walk off to heaven knows where. I could be safe. How could I have known when I accepted their invitation to join the family that it might mean my life? Who could have seen something like this coming? Not Renji, to be sure. He had practically thrown her at them. Even though she could see past his facade of exaltation on her part. I should have stayed with him, she realized. I was never meant to be here. I traded a slow death for a fast one. Then Rukia and Byakuya turned a corner, to find themselves faced with a deep pit. The captain of Squad 6 continued walking, before coming to an abrupt stop at the edge of the chasm. Just where had he led them? Hadn't been thinking straight, clearly. His concern for Rukia and mourning for Hisana had kept him from paying any attention as to what direction his path had taken. Apparently he had gone so far out of his way that they had stumbled upon one of the old outlawed execution pits. The walls of this manufactured gorge were lined with deathstone, an unstable type of reishi. It was a substance that sought to correct this imbalance by absorbing any overflowing ryotsu it came in contact with, specifically that of high-power beings like Shinigami. In such an environment the offending death god would find his powers leached away. After this hollows would be cast in to feast upon those accused of vile and seditious acts. Considered a barbaric practice even before his birth, it was no longer a recognized means of inflicting capital punishment. Byakuya stood at the lip of oblivion. Rukia remained a few paces behind him. Into this hungry maw, he knew, or one just like it, Shinigami that had been sentenced by his father were put to death. Their screams of desperate agony haunted his parent to his own dying day. It was this savage custom that had contributed to that princely figure's untimely demise. Dead before his time. Just like Hisana. Now he could only carry his father and wife in his heart. Whom could he possibly speak to about them, that could relate to him and care enough about them to share the burden of his grief? He knew. She was standing right behind him. And suddenly it all became too much. His sense of loss, his enduring love, combined with privileges he did not cherish half so much as the touch of someone he truly cared for. Knowing that they in return cared right back. That was worthwhile, he realized. Not wealth or title or rank or even power. Just love. Why should he exhibit all the rest of his treasures, and be forced to keep the most precious a secret? The agitated nobleman whirled away in anxiety, stepping past Rukia, who remained staring straight ahead. There he stopped. Byakuya made his choice. He would tell her about Hisuna. Why? Because his wife had been wrong. She did have the right to be loved, and remembered. The oath he had sworn served only to bring him pain. No other good purpose came from it. Hisuna would be remembered. Perhaps not fondly, but as long as the knowledge of her remained in Rukia's heart, for whatever reason, then his wife would no longer have to risk being forgotten. Being so resolved, Byakuya turned back to Rukia. She looked unnaturally rigid. His doing, he chided himself. What must she be thinking? He had looked on her minor infraction with cold condemnation, and proceeded to lead her to a place where criminals were dispatched. What other inference could she draw, except to suppose that her aloof brother had brought her here to dispose of her, and erase this blot upon his family name? His heart went out to her. The lingering secret that had marred their relationship must end now. He never wanted her to feel like he could possibly do her harm. She was his sister now. That part of his vow would endure for as long as he lived. His slender fingers came up and rested on her shoulders. No need to flinch, he remonstrated her inwardly. I will never allow you to come to harm. Byakuya leaned forward, and whispered compassionately in her ear. Don't be afraid. You will die. That alarm was ringing in her brain. She knew why this place existed. It was an execution ground. He really did mean to kill her this time. Run. The voice in her head screamed. Get away now, who cares if he's a captain? Or fight back, damn you. Draw and fight for your life, you hopeless girl, are you just going to stand there and let him cut your head off? Byakuya moved to stand behind her. Rukia's heart hammered away inside her chest. Memories of her childhood flashed before her mind's eye, mixed in with Kido spells for destruction and subjugation. And there was the sole voice of reason. Don't give up on me now. You didn't live this long just to submit to another person's mindless hatred of you. Cold hands that vibrated with supernal strength clasped her shoulders, preventing her from escaping. I have never been ashamed of you. Not even once. But if you sit there like a lump and let this happen, I will never forgive you. No forgiveness for this. Do you hear me? Do not die today. Don't be afraid, the majestic executioner's voice whispered. I am. But that won't stop me. Rukia prepared to draw her sword and die. When another voice shouted. Kukaki Teiku. Byakuya spun about. You will die. Standing at the intersection from which they had entered, Lieutenant Kayenshiba glared right back at him. For one frozen instant, Byakuya was prepared to cut the man's head off. He made no attempt to hide that. Then he felt Rukia begin to turn, and frantically suppressed that maniac wrath, unwilling to have her see him like this. Kayan continued speaking, having apparently no idea how close he had come to death. I'm sorry to bother you, Byakuya-sama, but Yokotake Teiku has called a meeting of the entire 13th Division to address the incident from last night. I'll have to insist that Rukia-san return with me. Damn you. Out loud he only said, very well. He stood aside. Rukia passed before him, gaze rooted to the ground. He wanted to reach out and stop her, confess to everything he had kept secret, all the lies and mistakes, all the people he had loved, Yoriyuki, and her sister. But that man was watching. And he could not bring himself to do it. Byakuya watched his sister leave. After a while, he too made his departure. Kayan saw death in his superior's eyes, but he did not flinch. He kept one hand on the sheath of Nijibana, surreptitiously easing the blade from its scabbard with his thumb. Then Byakuya Kukaki reverted back into a black-garbed ice shelf, distant and impenetrable to human eyes. Very well. He retreated a pace. Rukia obeyed her leader's unspecified command, and came to join him. They both walked off together, with her in the lead. Kayan cast a last look back at the silent menace in fine clothes, before turning his attention to Rukia. Her superior officer was relieved beyond words. Just what kind of travesty had he only narrowly averted here? The lie about Yokotake might come back to bite him in the future. His own captain remained bedridden from his condition. But that was something to regret later. Kyan was just thankful he had arrived in time to keep from having anything to regret right now. After a few minutes, the small black butterfly before him stopped moving. Kyan also paused. Kukaki-san. She turned and threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his waist. They barely made the circuit of his body. Her face was pressed into his navel, and Rukia sobbed against him. The Lord of Sheba returned her embrace with one of his own. He stroked her hair, whispering that she was safe, there was nothing that could harm her now. While her tears did not abate, she did manage to gasp out one sentence. What does he want from me? More crying, and Kyan was sorry to admit he could not provide an answer. The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Byakuya finished his drink. Yes, he knew the feeling. Getting hammered, for stepping out of line and otherwise. These things never seemed to end well for him. But in spite of that, he couldn't seem to stop throwing his hat into the ring. It might seem stupid, but he knew his reasoning. Pride. That he felt for himself, and others. The seventh Espada, Zamari Larue, drew away from him fearfully. Why do Shinigami choose to kill us? He shrieked. You have no right. Can you not see? It is arrogance. You have no right to act as judge and executioner for hollows. You're just blind to. Byakuya cut him in half. My killing you has nothing to do with your being a hollow, or my being a Shinigami. The reason you died today. He leveled a furious glare at his vacant-eyed sister, the edge of her own sword held back from her throat only by his constraining Kido spell. Is because you had the temerity to point your blade at my pride. The Arrancar dissolved in a pathetic fashion, and Byakuya called over Lieutenant Isane Katetsu to tend to Rukia's wounds. Finding himself weary now, the lord of this domain rose elegantly, retrieving his dishes and returning to his room. No servants were called to help him get dressed for bed. Settling in under the covers, Byakuya allowed himself a few moments of thought about today's events. He would not press Rukia. She did not deserve any blame for this night. All he would do was offer her support in whatever way he could. In return, he knew she would continue to make him proud to be her brother, whether she knew it or not. No, Nii-sama, you have to stroke them like this. See. Kneeling in the snow, the prince of the Kukaki observed his sister demonstrate. Learning from her example, he trailed his fingertips softly over the fur of the small white rabbit in his lap. It darted its head about, nose twitching, sides heaving. But Rukia had assured him this was only natural for their kind. And it did not bolt. That was a sign of improvement on his part. Seeing her student now so adept, Rukia smiled happily, and hugged the large mother rabbit against her chest, its back legs twitching vainly. She buried her features in the top of its head, giving the fuzzy animal a kiss. His cherished sister looked back up at him. Thank you for the gift, Nii-sama. I love them very much. Byakuya bowed his head slightly, an affectionate smile touching his face. No matter how many times I get beaten down, there is always a reason to risk myself again. You're welcome, Rukia. To be continued. Chapter 3, The Bog, Know Thine Enemy. The world swam before his eyes. A sickening sight, to be sure. To prove that point, he was suddenly and violently ill right over the side of the bed. Somehow that seemed to help, like he had ejected something unpleasant from his system. Sweating and relieved, the man flipped back over, covering his eyes with a forearm to guard them against the light. His own skin felt cool against his brow, leaving him to wonder whether or not he might be feverish. Actually, that was a pretty stupid question considering he was stripped down to his loincloth and still sweating like a one-eyed. A one-armed weightlifter. Hey. That one was pretty good. And modern to boot. He must not be in too bad shape if he could come up with a gem like that. Renji Abarai then rolled over on the other side of his cot and heaved so hard it came out of his nose. After that he just lay there, perspiring and praying that he wasn't going to die this way. Getting killed, like with fighting hollows, was one thing. But knowing you brought it on yourself without anyone's help, that made for some serious regrets there. What motivated me to do it anyway, he asked himself. I think it was because of Rukia-chan. Yeah. Exactly. Wait. That wasn't me. Who said that? Are we feeling any better, Aburai-kun? The Shinigami dog of war opened his eyes fully. Not because he was trying to find the person who asked him that, but because those words sounded so loud in his head it felt like his brain had gone bankai and was trying to pound its way out of his skull. Had there been anything left inside him, this pain would have certainly been enough to bring it out. As it was, that agony made him concentrate more on anything else that could serve as proof he was still alive. I might have seen her at a meeting, but I believe this marks the point of no return for you, young. Well, don't spread it around, but yesterday morning. There is now absolutely no chance of you dying, so you may as well start acting that way. We are glad to help our fellows, but Byakuya Kukaki came around, and he was. That name caused the errant young death god to realize a few things. Sharp hearing. Like a dog. Trained on the streets. That was something Renji did not go around bragging about, because someone he admired had advised him to play his cards close to his chest. Thanks, sensei. Still got it, along with anything else I can learn from these people. It allowed him to pick up on things that folks might not want to be known, especially if they happened to be about him. A good survival trait, more so when you found yourself living in a place where a whispered word could end your life far faster than any blade. And because of this, Renji finally puzzled out just what was happening to him. It would seem that as a result of his returning to consciousness, someone was now addressing him by name. When the hungover redhead managed to get his equally crimson and teary eyes to focus properly, he found himself being regarded by a very severe and unsmiling visage. Looked to be a guy, pretty interesting glasses he had on, almost like that one lieutenant's. He would have to ask the fellow where he could come by a pair like that, not for any vision problems but just for fashion. Okay, what else? Blonde, skinny, looks sorta like Kira, really, and speaking of which I should find out how that featherweight is doing in his own division. He's probably struggling just to stay alive. Issue of available bed space is something we take very seriously in the 4th Division, so if you're feeling up to walking. Getting off track. Something else was said, and not by this joker. Concentrate. Tune in on that and out on him. If I weren't in the condition I am right now, I'd just punch him quiet, but seeing as how things are, I'll just have to try, and find. There. After I found my lieutenant, I thought I might have peed myself without noticing. The guy was so cold but so obviously mad. Kian, please. I'm trying to pull this out without taking half the man's head with it. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for gossip right now. But this is juicy. And scary. It's scary juicy. Buzz buzz keto mixed drinks, buzz buzz menace to life and limb buzz. The hum of his yammering bespectacled bedside bug had diminished to mere background noise. Now Renji felt confident he could ferret out the gist of the other conversation, which seemed to be going on somewhere farther away. They were both girls, and talking in whispers. Every heartbeat made his head feel like it was swelling up like an inflated bladder, but this was more important than dying. One of those girls had mentioned 2 names that caught his attention like a hound on the scent. Don't tell me no, I shirked my duties just to come here and tell you this before anybody else. If this is the thanks I get from my own sister then. Okay. The one apparently working whispered frantically. Just let me keep healing, all right? I think his brains are starting to go back in. All right, then. A very satisfied air, like she had just triumphed in the latest in a long line of sisterly duels. So I told Shiba Fukutai-ku, and he goes to talk to Kukakite-ku. Meanwhile, I'm running around trying to find Rukia-chan. She said it again. He hadn't been mistaken before. Keep talking, girly. And then I see Kian-san leading her out to the courtyard. I stayed back, 'cause I didn't want to get caught in the middle if anything happened. Like what? The sister asked curiously. Like, if they, started fighting one another. The lieutenant's a nice person, but when he gets mad you better not be standing in his way, he'll mow you right down. I'd be scared of him if Yuka-take-sama didn't trust him so much. That means I can too. My captain's never wrong about people, did you know that he can? Kian. Lamenting. Sorry, I'm sorry, Nissan. I get carried away. Anyways, Kukaki Sr. sweeps off like he's gotta take a leak and doesn't want to do it here, and Kukaki Jr. runs off after him. I was feeling relieved that nothing happened, but kind of disappointed that, nothing happened. I thought at least they were going to duel for her honor or something. Kian-san devotes a lot of time and energy into Rukia-chan. When they go off together some people like to whisper about how they're foo. Kian. Scandalized. No wait, sorry, I got my stories crossed. So anyway, at first I was thinking, party's over, nothing more to see. But Kian-san, he just stood there staring at them. Finally after a few minutes, he took off, out of the division. I was thinking maybe he was going to try and find Sentaro or ask for the 4th Division's help personally. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, he was back. And he had Rukia-chan with him. Oh my gods, Isane. Her voice dropped down to barely even a hiss, but she was so excited now that Renji still had no problem eavesdropping on them. You've never, ever seen anyone look this bad. I couldn't even recognize her, she looked like she was dead. And scared too, dead scared, like something had frightened her out of her wits. She was a walking corpse, I tell you. You're serious? The one called Isane sounded intrigued, in spite of her earlier protests. Yes. But Kian-san. He was angry. More than I've ever seen him. I thought he might spit fire at any moment. I was so surprised I didn't know what to believe. I looked at their clothes, but there was no blood or signs of a struggle. He led Rukia-chan back to her quarters and left her there. Then he called for me. Shiba Fukutaiku informed me that Rukia-chan was to be excused from any cleanup duties, that she was still recovering from the night before with the 11th Division's roughhousing, and that I was to convene a meeting of all the other squad members. Renji's bleary-eyed gaze limped around the confines of his hospital room, for that was clearly where he now was. There were any number of his fellow warmongers stretched out in identical positions as himself. The remnants of last night's festivities. But then, Rukia. You know me, I can keep a secret. So I asked Shiba-san, Sir, what's going on? Very polite and proper. And then he gives me this look, like. There was a pause, as Kian apparently demonstrated the expression in question to her sister. Really tired and sad, see? And he says that he needs to speak with Yuka Taker right away, and I should tell the whole division that we're to conduct drills for the rest of the day once we're all done cleaning. Now, you notice, he didn't tell me that I was on drills, just the squad. And that's how I came to see you now. For a time there was silence, and Renji's frantic heart felt like it might fail him at the fear there might be nothing more to share. But then, his unspoken prayer was answered. What do you think happened between them? I wish I knew. I've asked around, but there was no one who could tell me anything about what went on. Apparently they never made it back to the Kukaki Manor, that's for sure. But you want to know what I think? Yes. Renji thought. I think Rukia got ferociously drunk last night. I personally remember sharing a drink with her, or maybe more than one. But then, she must have done something really, really awful with somebody extremely inappropriate. Like one of the 11th, or from our division even, like maybe Kian Shiba himself. Or maybe Captain Yuka Take. What? Isane, that's crazy, you take that back right now. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. It just came out. Is Anohana Teiku anywhere around? No, now pipe down and listen. Whatever happened, her brother Byakuya must have found out about it. That's why he came himself. I've never ever seen him in our division grounds, not even close. And I told you how angry he was. Plus there are all sorts of rumors about him. You know he was married before? And once I got into a talk with someone from the 6th, they said a servant friend of theirs was dismissed from Lord Byakuya's service for accidentally speaking his dead wife's name. And there was something about Rukia in it too. I couldn't catch what, but there's definitely something strange about those two. You know they're not really brother and sister, right? You know he actually adopted her? What if there's something going on there? And I heard a rumor that she's been seen several times talking to Ichimaru Teiku. Jin freaking Ichimaru, of all people. Now look me in the eye and tell me there's not something seriously wrong with that. The remainder of that conversation registered in Renji's mind only peripherally. At the mention of the prior evening's activities, some part of his brain had been furiously trying to piece together as much as he could possibly remember of those events. What had happened? What could he be counted upon to say in regards to Rukia? Oi, Rukia, over here. Finally, she noticed him. He had come all the way over here, just to see her, and nobody knew where she was. How could she not be here? They were having a party. This was how the 11th Division acted before going out on patrol. It was important to remember how to enjoy yourself, that was what they said. He knew that already, so it didn't require arguing. But if she only knew how hard he had worked to convince even this many guys to accompany him, oh well, who cares really, they were here now, and these 13th bozos were turning out to be surprisingly fun. But even with the addition of several interesting and outrageous partygoers, the absence of one person in particular had rankled him. Renji knew he was drunk, not enough to not realize it, of course, but sufficiently inebriated to recognize that if he went bulling through the corridors calling her name, she might figure out he had come because of her. So he had stewed silently, drinking more and more without question, until as fate would have it, he looked up to see a familiar face on the edge of the crowd. She was coming over towards him now. The sight made Renji so deliriously happy that he stumbled forward and dragged her into a fierce hug. Rukia, tiny Rukia, she didn't even reach up to his chest still. Hello, Renji. The small frame drew away from him, and he gazed down on her, grinning foolishly and not caring. Thought you'd be taller by now, he muttered distractedly. Ain't they feeding you in that big Kukaki house? You haven't even gained any weight, you should be at least 90 kilos now. I would be, if it was me. Suddenly he realized how that must sound, and quickly amended himself. You look great, is all I'm saying. And was relieved when she smiled back. Thanks. You look drunk. That was true. He was drunk. Always the little smart one, nothing ever got by her. Well, one thing had. But that's okay, he never even said it to himself really, much less out loud. Why not, Renji wondered suddenly. It's no big deal, to let her know he cared about her. He couldn't believe he had gone his whole life without putting it into words, it seemed so absurd. What could it hurt? Rukia. The merry marauder placed his hands on her shoulders. At the odd look she gave him, he couldn't help but find it humorous, and chuckled. Rukia, I got something funny to tell you. Well, this ought to be good. She had that sly, knowing look that always let him know she was mocking him. A sort of secret language between them. Secrets kept, and held. Buried in the graves of friends and in their hearts. Renji blinked dazedly, trying to gather his thoughts together. Where had he been going with this again? Something important he had to say, wasn't there? Are you Kia-chan? From seemingly out of nowhere, this little short-haired red-faced boy wearing gardener's gloves popped up between them. The midget gave Renji a nasty look back over his shoulder, and seemed to slur the words, "Tea all people everywhere." Then he turned to face Rukia. Rukia-chan, you need to try this drink. I can't be trusted with it, I tried 4 times, and it won't fit in me. You're the only one small as me, so we need you to settle the bet. A look of pained embarrassment crossed the sable-locked maiden's face. Kian-san, I'll be with you in just a moment, I need to talk to my friend. A white-gloved hand came up over her mouth. No. You have to drink. No drink, no talk. Them's the rules. The kid then whirled Rukia about, placed his hands on her back and marched her away. Renji watched them both toddle off on their little legs. At one point, he saw Rukia's head turn, and she cast him a helpless grin. The swaying soldier was warmed by that sight, and any animosity towards their being interrupted was dispelled. It was all good. She was going to have some fun now. Later he'd catch hold of her, let that girl know everything he really felt. This was the night, Renji told himself. Tonight it all comes out in the open between us. No more feeling bad about yourself, Rukia. Me neither. I got me a plan now, that I most certainly do. With that, Renji answered the calls of some of his brethren and went staggering off. Aside from that, The only clear recollection he retained from the fiesta was the impression of carrying Rukia around on his shoulders. Just what had that been about? Had he really told her something important? Did she know now how aggrieved he had been, how he felt like he had let her go or let her down somehow, and what he was doing to amend that? Had he hurt her somehow? Could they have, actually? No. No, that he would remember. Because if he couldn't, then there was no forgiving himself for anything. No sense in living anymore, if Rukia had been. What? What happened last night? And this morning, what was going on there? Byakuya. Kukaki Byakuya. Lord Kukaki Byakuya. That monster. What the hell did he do to you? Rukia, Renji groaned out loud. Suddenly that broom-stiff bedpan changer's face was hanging right over his own. The man's spectacles gleamed with an evil light. Cogitation, and pronunciation. 2 signs of recovery warranting hospital discharge under Division Rule 17-47B Amendment Epsilon Paragraph 6. You've puked on my floor for the last time today, you sword-licking maniac. There was something profoundly unsettling in that thin-lipped smile. Then Blondie's features pulled back. Empty bed. He bellowed. The sound of his shout tore a hole in the world, or at least in Renji's eardrums. Within seconds, he was being hoisted between 2 determined healers and dragged from the room. I am so hammered, he murmured to himself, feet dangling and scraping over the floorboards. After that the discombobulated brawler resolved to be led wherever his attendants so chose. And to accept the consequences thereafter. The Kenpei's single visible eye swiveled down, a barely concealed madness swarming in the funereal black pupil. You want to say that to me again, you fucking invalid. Behind that towering frame, Jushiro Yukitake saw the pallid Lieutenant Kira draw a shocked gasp of breath. No sign of disturbance came from his fellow Captain Ichimaru, though the white-haired gentleman could swear he heard the man smile wider. For his part, Yukitake did his best to remain calm. It was not difficult. Having been entrusted with doing his superior's dirty work for uncounted centuries now, he had developed a preternatural ability to deliver ill news with grace. He took no pride in it. In fact, Jushiro held very deep misgivings in that respect. But that was no deterrent from doing his duty. I will repeat it as many times as you like, Zaraki Teiku. Facing the other 3 officers in the middle of a bridge between 2 buildings, the head of the 13th Division met the gaze of this unpredictable lunatic. By decree of the Central 46 and authorized by Commander General Yamamoto, you are to send 1/3 of the 11th Division, including those men and women responsible for the disturbance at our headquarters 2 nights ago, to assist my personnel in clearing out the so-called Hollows Bug in the eastern hinterlands beyond the Rukanga. Furthermore, neither you nor your lieutenant are permitted to join in this exercise. A look of warped pleasure caused the murderous mountain's lips to twist in a sneer. You know what I think about that. The ancient soul before him did not flinch in the slightest. I would be pleased to listen to your thoughts on the subject. That spiked cannonball of a head then drew down, bells jangling softly, until they were nose to nose. I think that's bullshit. I think what the old walking shit factory actually wanted me to know was that you're getting to be a pain in his hemorrhoid-impacted ass, and he wants me to pull your fucking head off right now to save us all some pain. Yukitake felt those words. He did not brush them off, or try to ignore them. As gentle and accommodating as he might seem to others, there were certain facts about the delicate-seeming Effete that were known to all. First off, he was a veteran soldier who had personally slain thousands upon thousands of powerful men and monsters throughout the ages. And second, he was nobody's fool. This was no lame threat. If such a man as the Kenpei spoke about killing you, it was not for effect, or to try and cow you into submission to make himself feel superior. It was a sign that he was honestly thinking about ending your life, and unless you were too stupid to realize this, you had best prepare to be attacked at any moment. In the presence of the undying demon, death was laden upon the very air you breathed. Being the farthest thing from stupid, and a more than capable warrior, the elder fighter took a step back and placed his hands on his blade, prepared to draw it at the first hint of engagement. He had resolved long ago not to die for any reason within his control. Dismissing the peril in this situation certainly qualified. At this, Kenpei Zaraki licked his lips and chuckled merrily. One meat cleaver of a hand went to grasp the hilt of his nameless Zanpakuto as he dropped into a fighting stance. Lieutenant Kira's look of pained discomfort metamorphosed into profound horror, and he seemed about ready to leap between the antagonists, come what may. It was then that Ichimaru spoke. Actually, Kenpei Kateiku, if y'd like to know an outsider's perspective, sounded to me more like your boys had just been volunteered as a human shield for the refined folk of the Jolly 13th. The man-eating Cyclops whipped its baleful glare around to regard another potential victim. But in Jin's case, his only response was to grin and raise a finger to his lips. The sight even gave Zaraki pause. Curled up on the silver specter's crown like a kitten in the sun was a black and pink ball. How she managed to remain in that position considering the limited space provided was yet one more mystery to puzzle out. Regardless of your opinions regarding this matter, judging by the happy, contented smile pasted on Yachiro Kusajishi's sleeping face, she was perfectly settled in for a long and comfortable nap. Nothing else could have been depended upon to dissuade the war machine's bloodlust. As it was, Yachiro's erstwhile parent gave a severe frown. Then he slowly rose out of his pose, coming back up to regard his protégé and her incomprehensible sleeping arrangement. Everyone relaxed, except for Ichimaru, who gave no sign of having ever been out of sorts to begin with. That sounds damn near to what he was saying, Kenpei rumbled, his voice like a sword being ground down on a whetstone. So what? Well. The demonic fox tilted his head, and all three spectators drew an involuntary breath. Yachiro, however, did not slide off. She remained as firmly settled into her perch as if she had claws dug into his scalp. With no indication of disturbance on her part, Jin continued. If Yamamoto-sama had asked you to deploy your men to the bug on their own, you wouldn't question that, would ya? The giant grunted. Hell, no. So then we can assume, Jin smiled winningly, that the source of your indignation stems not from concern over their combat effectiveness, which is unparalleled among the court of pure souls, but due to the impression that the stalwart soldiers of the 11th are being sacrificed to spare any injury from coming to the dainty 13th. Does that sound right? In response, his colossal cohort glowered darkly. The smirking phantom then turned his hooded eyes over to where Yucatake stood. In that case, Captain Yucatake, you wanna hear my suggestion to dispel all these scandalous thoughts? A wary frown turned the lips of his intended target. If Zaraki-san feels there is an issue that still needs resolving, then yes, I would. Kenpei's fingers twitched, and he growled hungrily. The third squad captain pressed on regardless. It occurs to me that, in order to show sufficient concern for the lives of his comrades' men, Yucatake Teiko might consent to take part in the roundup himself, by leading those dissolute daredevils into battle. All present drew breath at this suggestion. Zaraki's mouth shut, his eye grew wide, surprise written all over his face. And then the Kenpei grinned. Standing in front of his significantly shorter counterpart, there didn't seem to be two more dissimilar men in all of creation. Yet at that point in time, they could have been mirror images of one another, in terms of the cold bloodthirsty smiles each wore. Those predatory leers both turned on Yucatake Jushiro. Well, Teiko. Their senior regarded the two hyenas steadily. There had been no overt attempt made to hide his deteriorating condition over the last few centuries. What was done instead was to quietly remove him from the roles of strenuous activities. That was Genri Usaishiji Kuni's solution for finding one of his precious heavenly blades was beginning to rust. Were Yucatake a more prideful man, such as the likes of Byakuya Kukaki, he might have taken offense at such treatment. But he knew the heart of his old sensei. It was not due to dissatisfaction with Jushiro, and when you came right down to it, the decision was not made out of concern for his health. What mattered was his student's dignity, and the high mark of trust and respect that he and his two other counterparts served to represent to all the members of the Godii 13. Were Yucatake to falter in battle, or worse yet, perish altogether, it would do irreparable harm to the foundations of Soul Society, of which he was painfully aware depended greatly on just 4 Shinigami, himself included. They represented everything most perfect, noble, and splendid to be found in their world. The other captains of the 13 Division Imperial Guards looked to the Founding Four to learn how to behave, and none of their company could be permitted to shame those titles. More than prestige was at stake here. Upon their shoulders rested the very sake of all souls. and never had they shirked that responsibility. But sometimes, when he and his old friend Kiraku sat and drank together, the question would arise, was this all they had to look forward to for the rest of their days? To be fixed, perfect, bloodless statues held up as reminders and warnings to all the rest? Was there nothing they were allowed to do that had not first met with the approval of Yamamoto and the Central 46? Everyone had a breaking point. And both former stars of the Shinigami Academy were finding themselves wondering often lately, just what would it take to make them reach theirs? It was clear that Zaraki was not averse to the idea being presented, and whatever secrets Jin might be hiding behind that enduring smile, his pleasure at this situation was not one of them. Jushiro could not shake the feeling that he was being manipulated into this. He didn't like to believe that his soul was so transparent that it could fall victim to the wiles of Ichimaru Jin, and especially not for the sake of placating the freakish living slaughter heat that was Kenpei Zaraki. But one of his most well-known attributes just happened to be that he was an honorable man. And when you came down to it, this assignment had left him with a bad taste in his mouth. As so many of the Commander General's orders seemed to do of late. Frequently it was not the demands of his body that most troubled him, but those of his position, which more and more seemed to require he sacrifice some decent Shinigami for the sake of preserving their heaven-sent society. It was this that caused the Moonlight God to raise his head with dignity, and reply, "I do hereby agree to this condition." Dark bister eyes sought out that of his dangerously uncontrollable junior captain. "Does Captain Zaraki find favor with the arrangement?" In reply, the bringer of mayhem bared teeth like a piranha. "You think you've got what it takes to lead my boys? Just try not to embarrass yourself. Go ahead, see if you can still swim with the sharks." The duel was finished. Yukatake bowed courteously, then turned and strode grimly away from the scene of his latest indignity. Both captains watched him go. From atop Ichimaru's head, Lieutenant Yachiro gave a mighty yawn, her pink tongue curling out in a most feline manner. She then bent over until she was face to inverted face with her perch. "Morning, Happy." "Good morning, Kuzujishi Fukotaiku," he replied evenly. "I took a nap on top of you. As long as you didn't take a dump on top of me, it's all good." "Nope." She grinned merrily, and then vaulted off to settle with unerring accuracy on her captain's shoulder. Jin scratched his head. "Well, Zaraki Teiku, it seems we'll have to postpone our squad's collaboration for the immediate future." The shadow across the sun grunted disinterestedly, his mind clearly occupied by more carnivorous concerns. Jin bowed, and at a resultant nod of confirmation from the other division commander, they both turned and walked away, their adjutants respectively trailing in their wakes. As they left, the candy-loving child lieutenant turned and waved excitedly. "Bye, Happy. Bye, Toilet." And as always, Ichimaru glanced behind him and saluted, while Kira flinched and raised a hand miserably without looking back. The leaders of the 3rd Division continued walking for a few minutes. After a while, Izuru spoke. "Captain." Jin did not break stride. "Does Lieutenant Kuzujishi have a reason for nicknaming everyone the way she does?" The eternal smile never wavered. "I never asked. But between you and me, I don't think it's 'cause she can't remember our names." Kira seemed about to say something more, but then thought better of it. The pair continued back to their division grounds without further comment on the subject. Renji was fidgeting, and couldn't stop. Normally, he wouldn't be all that concerned with others' impression of him. But as of late he was beginning to wonder if he might not be doing something that was causing all this bad luck to flow his way. Stepping on cracks, failing to fling spilled salt, heck, maybe not even noticing when black cats wandered by. Whatever the reason, it was apparent to this mongrel in particular that there was more going on than what was evident. Take his current state, for example. Upon graduating from the Shinigami Academy, the ruffian from the Rokanga had been readily accepted into the 5th Division of the 13 Division Imperial Guards. It had been a most welcome surprise. Not only was he already on good terms with a very nice girl there, his fellow classmate and early graduate Momo Hinamori, but the captain of that particular branch of Shinigami was a man he held in extremely high regard. No big deal, the guy had just saved his skin and the lives of some of his closest friends. But if you had asked Renji why he had become a death god a few years ago, it wouldn't have had anything to do with protecting people. It was on that fateful night several summers ago, when he had been faced by a swarm of hollows, that Renji had experienced something unprecedented. Not fear, or anger, but gratitude. The advanced student had only seconds past known a type of kinship and camaraderie with his two fellows that he hadn't even recognized was missing in all their times before. Certainly, at that precise instant, when it looked as though they were all destined to be devoured by inhuman monsters, Aburai had been aware of his own mortality quite strongly. Ironic, considering he was already dead. But the thing that had brought tears to his eyes, and made him curse those looming shadows from the bottom of his heart, was the knowledge that his teammates, Momo and Izuru, were about to meet the same gruesome end as himself. And there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Their lives, with all their promise and frustrations, irritations and simple joys, would never again be expressed. It was while trying to figure out a way for them to escape, or at least be spared a few moments longer than he, that the silver arrow had soared over their heads and split the skull of the hollow that loomed directly before them. Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, and Jin Ichimaru, his lieutenant, then entered the scene and made short work of the undead menace. After that, while they were recovering from their ordeal, Renji realized that his former purpose in entering the Siridi, namely to flee the perils of the surrounding Rokanga, had without his notice been replaced by something distinctly more selfless. For the first time ever he thought about the name, Imperial Guards. That right there, that was what they were training to become. Those two men who had jumped in at the last possible moment, they were symbols, icons representing what every academy attendee was aspiring to become. Guardians of the weak, protectors for those unable to protect themselves. When you had exhausted all your efforts, and a threat to your loved ones still loomed, then the only thing you could do was pray someone stronger than you would intervene and rescue them. And maybe if you worked hard enough, that someone could actually be you. That was why he fought as hard as he did now. And in a way, it was the reason he had let Rukia go. Renji stirred, rousing himself from his daydream. All around him, members of two different squads were conversing among themselves, some eagerly, others with trepidation. Before them was a dire landscape. Yellow clouds covered the heavens, while a more earthly pall oozed from the shadows in the form of silvery mist. The poisonous, twisted boughs of swamp trees were festooned with all manner of vines and creeping lichens, and the ground was a morass composed of stagnant water pocketed with muddy islands. Unseen horrors below the surface disturbed the pools with ripples. Strange lights seemed to flicker off in the distance, inviting all those too reckless or ill-informed to follow wherever they may lead. It was a place that held no promise of comfort or even life, which some official cartographer in the distant past had christened the malaise of the rising sun. It also served as a nesting ground for hollows. And therefore its common appellation was Hollow's Bog. The members of the 4th Division were moving among the crowd, distributing knee-high oiled leggings to protect one's calves and feet. In this situation, proper apparel was nothing to be taken lightly. Even the battle-crazed representatives of the combat brigade like himself did not scoff at such precautions. If their captain had been present, there was no guarantee that he would have chosen to put on a good example in that respect, which would have necessitated that his absurdly loyal followers follow suit. But right now, the highest-ranked officer present from their ranks was the 5th seat, and that one in particular was not keen on anything slimy or dirty being allowed to touch his meticulously maintained apparel. So they all had a reason to do the same. Yumi Chika Yasukawa was not one to cross when it came to appearance. Now so attired, the conjoined mass of exterminators was arrayed along the edge of the swamp. Their avowed mission on this day was to enter that grim scene and depopulate the area. While officially a task that had been assigned to the 13th Squad for this rotation, certain irregularities in protocol from the previous week had served to require the presence of a sizable company from the 11th, Renji Aburai included. It was no big deal. He had expected something like this. The hot-headed Swordmeister had already found himself summarily disqualified from his position in the 5th Division, owing to some rather flagrant disregard for the orders of his supposedly superior officers. That in and of itself might not have been enough to warrant his transfer. But the fact that he had followed up that insubordination by daring to fight back when said officers and their flunkies tried to kick in his teeth had been the final nail in the coffin of his aspirations. For some time following the promotion of Junichi Maru to the gruesomely vacated position of 3rd Squad Captain, the role of Fukutaiko for their offices had been absent. Renji had entertained the notion of filling that spot himself, and it was partly due to his willingness to speak such thoughts aloud that the senior seats had come down so hard upon him. For a time there, after he had finished kicking the collective crap out of them in a manner most shockingly decisive, the idea had floated through Renji's head that this would serve as confirmation of his worth for the role. Sadly, Aizen Taika had not concurred. With regret, the fatherly division leader had called the pineapple-headed pugilist into his offices and relayed the following news, that Renji Aburai, formerly of 5th Squad, was hereby transferred to 11th Squad for conduct unbecoming a Shinigami. Stunned, Renji was still sufficiently mindful to appreciate that Aizen-sama had not sugar-coated the decision. He admitted that part of this railroading was due to the prominent influence of certain well-heeled families whose proud scions had their asses handed to them in slings by a penniless vagabond from the Rokanga. They had gone so far as to go over Aizen's head altogether, petitioning the Central 46 and leveling charges that, if proven, would have resulted in more than just a transfer, but outright dismissal from the rolls of service. It was only due to Captain Aizen's own petition, along with the sworn testimony of one highly regarded and passionate witness to the event named Momo Hinamori, that they had been able to avert such a tragedy, as the captain had chosen to refer to it. There wasn't any shame, really. Aburai felt that by not doing what he had, that would have been something to be remorseful about. Rather, it was the sense of disappointment he felt coming from a person he held in such high regard, not just for his admittedly heedless actions, but for the outrageously elitist response. Aizen had expressed his regret at losing someone whom he had described as officer material, and right then his subordinate knew that he had missed out on something forever. Whatever the 11th Squad turned out to be, it had become clear to him that there was no possibility of his promotion through the ranks. That door was immutably closed. And with it, a tiny hope had been snuffed out. Fall in. The cry went up along the lines. Renji obeyed. On either side of him there were 2 fellow Shinigami, one rather unremarkable-looking man, and a woman sporting one of the eye-catching hairdos favored by the followers of Kenpei Kazaraki. Regardless of sharing a barracks with one, he was acquainted with neither of them. The combat division had certainly lived up to its reputation, especially in terms of the sort of people that comprised it. Remarkably, though, the unwilling transfer had found himself warming to their manically destructive personalities. There was a sense of freedom in those ranks which had appealed to him greatly, almost enough to help him forget that his dream of advancement and equality with a certain old friend would forever remain just that, a dream. But in his new position, Renji had found a teacher worthy of his profoundest admiration, though he had to admit to fearing him a little. His sensei had also helped to break the ice in terms of social relations, which was partly the reason he had been able to hold and manage the raucous party that was the root cause of his current predicament. Check your weapons. There was the sound of thousands of swords being drawn at once. Virtually the entire army of the 13th was represented here. With his own brethren to back them, there should be nothing to worry about. Right? But the young warrior was sweating, in spite of the chill afforded in this place. Somewhere in this packed crowd, his closest living friend was standing with her sword drawn, just as he was. He had no idea at all whether or not Rukia Kukaki was any more proficient with the use of the blade than just Rukia-chan had been. And he couldn't seek her out to try and protect her. Not with the way they had parted on that fateful day, and his only chance of amending that mistake being tossed to the wind by one reckless decision. How could he ever expect her to even look at him with anything approaching respect, if all he had to offer her was a squalid barracks room and a worn sword? Such gloomy thoughts. Do not think of your partner in terms of your own shortcomings. Well, that was true. And even if he did not consider himself up to championing the Kukaki princess, that did not mean he had to just resign himself to impotence, right? Precisely. He had his ways. In the end, it was good to have a friend you could turn to for help. Kukaki Rukia. Rukia lifted her head. Standing to her left, in a place where she was certain a member of her regiment had just previously occupied, there was a fairly tall, bewitchingly attractive young death god. His gleaming black hair was fashioned in a perfect bob cut. Royal purple eyes regarded her from features so silky smooth and refined they could have passed for a woman's. There were brightly colored feathers woven into his eyebrow and lashes, which must certainly mark him as a member of the 11th, owing to their bizarre fashion sense. In addition, the man wore an orange neck guard, long leather tassels connecting it to a similar sleeve shield, and a smile that could have melted the heart of a hollow. He even smells nice, she thought distractedly. You are Rukia Kukaki, are you not? The direct question brought her out of her reverie. What's the matter with me? We're about to launch an assault on a well-known enemy nest. Why am I considering the merits of a stranger I just met? Focus, girl, focus. Time to swap room numbers later. Hush. Now is not the time for that. Feeling a bit more in control of herself, if not the situation, the slight Shinigami spoke. I am, sir. Was there anything I could help you with? Oh, no, not at the moment. Though it's charming of you to ask, I must say. Permit me to introduce myself, Yumi Chika Ayaskawa, 5th seed of Squad 11. It's a pleasure. Rukia blinked, surprised. Likewise, I'm sure. To be addressed by a ranked officer was no rare occurrence, in her experience. But that was usually from those upwardly mobile souls looking to impress upon the representative of the Kukaki family their good characters and insincere flatteries. To have a member of the rough and rowdy 11th engage in anything remotely resembling flirting was a boondoggle serious enough to warrant having to pinch oneself. Flirting? Who said he was flirting with you? He knows my name. So does the guy who cuts your hair. Are you going to mount him next time you see him? Get your head back in the game. But in spite of this perfectly reasonable suggestion, the maiden continued to regard her new comrade intently. He, for his part, did the exact same thing. Almost as if he found people staring at him not only natural, but a perfectly acceptable means of social interaction. Right now Rukia was finding nothing in her noble training that could be relied upon to help her in this matter. That was becoming more of a common occurrence than she might have initially thought. Perhaps she should try to locate someone more suitable to teach her about Shinigami interactions? Kyan Fukutaika certainly knew what it was like to be both a noble and a death god, but his perceptions of proper behavior left something to be desired. Plus he was commanding the rear guard, while she was in the vanguard at her express behest under the direction of their captain. There would be no talk of her receiving special treatment on this mission. However, in this unforeseen event, there was one thing that clearly stood out in Rukia's memory. Pardon me, Ayaskawa-san. Yes, Rukia-chan. What honorific did he just use? Never mind, forget it. Forgive me, but, how did you come to know my name? In her own division, it was no secret. But for his. In response, Yumi Chika flashed a dazzling smile. Oh, I just asked who might be the prettiest girl in the entire Squad 13, and your name came up several times. I had to see for myself. I'm drawn to people and things of exquisite beauty, so it's only natural that we of the fairest sex remain close, don't you agree? Wait, what? Did he just? Oh, screw it, agree. Yes. Total blank, but the pretty headcase took no offense, only turned his head and raised his Zanpakuto in readiness. She remembered to do the same, just as the shout came out. Commence advance. They entered the swamp, and Rukia resolved to part from this disturbing individual as soon as possible. In the depths of their stronghold, the spirits of the lost and forsaken sensed the coming of their mortal enemies. When they did, all eyes turned to a newcomer. Robed in white, the figure they had raised on high looked out upon the gathered throngs. This is not your day to die, it spoke. They are chaff before the scythe, blood upon the rocks, lambs to the slaughter. I promised you that they would fear you, and I will make it so. The hordes exulted at the prospect. Welcome to the harvest. A hand waved in dismissal, and the lords of the night slunk off to their appointed positions. The leader then turned to confront its hand-picked chosen. Afraid to die? No, they responded in unison. Afraid to die poorly? Yes. Then don't. One and all then blended into the mists, their master in the lead. See anything yet, Rukia-chan? No, sir. He was following her. There was no mistaking it. Wherever she went, he was not far behind. And to come right out and ask him to find another stretch of marsh to scour just did not suit her. As it was, Rukia had resolved to bear the burden of Yumichika Ayaskawa's frankly incomprehensible presence with as much tact and grace as she could muster. Why is circumspection necessary on a death hunt? If I only knew, she thought. In between one breath and the next, something scampered through the rushes on her left. The home-schooled aristocrat spun, bringing up her blade just as a giant three-legged beast with a warthog's skull charged forth, snarling and rooting the air with its tusks. It was her first hollow. And Rukia thought she was about to freeze up. Jump. She obeyed the command instantly, leaping high and performing a vertical flip in midair to keep the target in sight, just as her instructors at the manor had taught. Precisely as Kyan-sensei had encouraged. The thing passed right under her. Robes flapping and rustling like a pair of wings, Rukia watched its body move as if in slow motion. She caught bulging, twisting muscles in its broad back, and the look of surprise in its wide glowing eyes as it turned its snout up to look at her. They might have been part of a choreographed dance. When their gazes met, it was like nothing else existed in the world to either of them but the other. It was due to this that both missed Yumichika's blade drive forth and take the masked abomination in the throat. Time restarted for Rukia, leaving her somewhat shocked at the transfer. Her comrade had done something then. It looked as if he might have caught it on his shoulder and flipped the great beast somehow, but it was so fast she couldn't tell. Clearly in doing so his Zanpakuto had proceeded on its course and disemboweled its target, for the monster now lay gasping and twitching on its side, blood and organs spilling from its neck down to its belly. Then between one jerk and the next, it simply dissolved into flecks of shadow that disappeared in the yellow half-light. Kukaki landed, fighting to right her sense of balance for a moment. When she did, it was to see her winsome admirer walking forwards, pulling a kerchief from within his robes to dab at drops of blood on his face. Nicely done, deflecting both his attention and yourself, Rukia-chan. Thank you, she mumbled faintly, unable to take her eyes off him for some reason. It was the first time she had witnessed a hollow purification outside of recordings. I didn't. Rukia swallowed, her throat feeling dry and rusty. I didn't sense it coming. Neither did I. The feathered dandy no longer looked amused in the slightest. They stood watching one another for a few breaths. Then a black butterfly drifted lazily between them. And a scream tore the early morning air. The death gods turned in the direction from which it seemed to originate. It was not the cry of a hollow, whether in mortal agony or not. That noise originated from the throat of one of their allies. Rukia was just about to head off to help, when it happened. From all around them, shrieking sounded. Both near and distant, human and not, the sounds woven with indecipherable shouts and desperate screamed orders. Throughout the eerily tranquil locale, there came the unmistakable cacophony that heralded battle and slaughter. Rigid with shock, she looked to her superior, face asking 100 different questions. Ayaskawa answered the most important one. You're not going to die, he told her softly. At this assurance, the girl's muscles unclenched, and she raised her sword to her shoulder. Yes, sir. That's a beautiful pose, to be sure. He proceeded forward, beckoning her to follow in his wake, which Rukia did without any qualms. As Renji thrust the tip of his weapon into the creature's neck, impaling it against the sodden dirt, its partner lunged at his face, jaws agape. With a howl of rage, the stray dog spun about and drove his elbow into the bone-white face. It caved in from the force of the blow, and the monster collapsed on its stomach with a dying wheeze. He wrenched his sword free, panting and staring wild-eyed all about him. What the hell was this? Where were they all coming from? Why couldn't he sense their presence? The fuck was happening here? The sound of splashing came from the rear, and Abarai whirled, blade at the ready. Then his death god perceptions honed in, and he lowered the tip slightly. Tearing across the clearing were a pair of Shinigami from either division. They were blood-spattered and torn, but clearly undaunted. Hey! One of them called raggedly, raising an arm. You hear anything from headquarters, or the rear guard? They figured out what's going on here. No. He shouted back. Forget that. The other burst out, eyes wild with some unspecific emotion. We gotta find the captain. He needs our help. Renji hesitated, swaying on his feet from the adrenaline rush. It's just like before. Just like that time before. They're hiding their Ryotsu somehow. Where's? He raised a hand to his head, feeling slightly feverish. Where's Rukia? I have to find Rukia. Damn it, don't just stand there. The second Shinigami roared. Come with us, we need to stick together now. They took off past him, not even waiting for a response. Renji watched them for a few moments more. Why did it seem like they were retreating? Wasn't this supposed to be an easy assignment, routine mopping up of starving hollows? Their backs were in it, though. Like something was goading the monsters on. And if that something really did light a fire under their asses, what would stop them from attacking a captain? Or anyone else, for that matter? Several seconds slipped by, feeling like an eternity to Renji. Whom should he go to save? What did he want to do here? What was his best option? Trust your comrades. There was someone out there with a lot more experience than himself close to Rukia. And if, heaven forbid, Captain Yukatake did go down, then this would turn into a bloodbath in no time. No Shinigami could keep it together after feeling one of the top brass by it. So resolved, Renji focused in on the unmistakable aura of one of the 13 squad captains, and proceeded to track it. Hollows, swarming by the thousands. Shinigami, forming into tight little pockets of resistance. And in the midst of it all, several highly concentrated Ryotsu. Which was the one that required killing? A ghost moved through the rotten forest. Look out! Yukatake cried. His warning came too late, as a dappled brute of a hollow broke through the wall of Shinigami that had erected themselves around him. Blades of a dozen descriptions fell upon it from all sides, and the travesty of a dead man bellowed in fury, swinging its great arms to scatter the measly black-garbed butterflies that swarmed around it. Several smaller hollows saw their chance and darted in to grab up the fallen, dragging them screaming back into the fog that cloaked this battleground. The largest and most dangerous of their kin then drove forward, using the giant's assault as a breach and then acting as a spearhead to pierce the compressed ranks of their opponents. Coming for him. It was such an orderly attack, the ailing commander had to wonder where they had found such focus. His own men seemed lackluster and diffused by comparison. Jushiro knew one thing for certain. Whomever was directing this attack, the reason for doing so could be traced back to one person, himself. As a captain, his Ryotsu registered much higher than any other Shinigami present. And since he had ordered those within earshot under his command to regroup on his location, the added impact of all those soul signatures was serving to attract every single hollow in the vicinity. They had been forced to earth in an area that was of particular disadvantage in terms of the terrain, 2 hills on either side, giving the enemy a chance to gain the high ground and observe the battlefield from a safe distance. He had been making for one of those hillocks himself when the conflict had overtaken him. Now they were fighting a losing action. At the center of the encirclement, Yukatake then flash-stepped out, kicked up the body of the great ram brute leading the wedge, and sank his blade into its temple even as it reached blood-stained hands up to crush him. Swaying on his dying perch, he vaulted off, and the behemoth fell back to crush its accompanying brethren under its vast bulk. Coordinated? Yes. Adaptive? No. The shell of Shinigami closed up around the blunted offense, making swift work of those trapped inside. The ones on the outside shrank back, perhaps cowed by his feat, or probably waiting for more formidable allies to arrive. Thankfully his condition had not chosen this time to manifest, so there was nothing keeping him from leading his forces into. Into what? A massacre? No, the ancient warrior corrected himself. The word that best described this affair was trap. And he had already led them into it. The enemy's numbers were unguessable. His people were scattered throughout the swamp. Even if he were able to get them to regroup, what then? Sit there and wait while the hollows hammered on them, until one side ran out of men? That held no appeal for him, especially with the inexplicable disruption of communication preventing him from contacting their reinforcements. Plus with the demons being able to hide their presence, hunting them down in a coordinated effort would prove next to impossible. There was really only one thing left to do. Yamamoto could upbraid him for it later. Policy be damned. He would accept the consequences. With that, Yucatec looked out on his desperate, frightened forces, and gave a command he had not issued in centuries. Retreat. Mistress, I have found him. She paused. I die. The life of the great Holodurum faded from her mind. It brought a smile to her lips. Well done. Renji forged his way through the ankle-deep brackish water. Mud, sweat, and offal spattered his body, but he persevered. Several other enemies had fallen by his blade, and still it felt like he was making no progress. The two he was following seemed to have the same impression of what direction to travel as himself, so they remained within his field of vision. Still, there was no way to tell how long it would be until they finally found. Through the line of trees, he saw a person dressed in white. A captain's Haori. The striving soldier increased his pace at the same time as his fellows. He heard them shout in greeting. But even as he quickened his advance, something dawned on Renji. He knew the feel of a specific captain's spiritual impact. It was unforgettable. This figure wasn't nearly similar to that. In addition, his sense of where Yucatec actually was remained some ways off. And that one up ahead. There wasn't a sense coming off of it at all. Renji smelled the air. Mixed in with the putrescent odor of the swamp that he could not seem to acclimate himself to, there was something disturbingly grotesque. Almost like a pile of rotting corpse meat. The realization of their mistake also seemed to have dawned on his forward leads. They drew to a halt, several yards away from the snow-colored stranger. On instinct, the straggler moved off to the side, giving him a clear look at the face of this enigma. Several things impressed themselves upon his brain. It was a person standing there. No doubt about it. To be precise, a woman. She stood about as tall as he was, dressed in an odd combination of billowing bone-white pantaloons and a weirdly cut jacket that left the top of her chest and shoulders bare. A black silk sash cut diagonally across her torso, and her arms were enveloped in the tight-fitting sleeves of her coat. In her black-gloved hands, she carried what appeared to be a copper-colored warhammer and a wickedly curved hunting knife. The head of the club was fashioned into the shape of a snarling dragon, its neck coiling down the weapon's haft, while a similar serpent was crawling up the blunt edge of the dagger. Her head was shaved, at least on the sides, while a length of blazing copper-colored hair on her crown was tied back to fall in a warrior's knot. The apparition's gleaming skin had an aged ivory cast to it, and driven through her nose was a golden needle. She appeared to be wearing dark glasses upon first inspection. But as Renji drew closer, a disturbing premonition came upon him. Those black holes where her eyes should have been, they looked almost exactly like the gaping pits of a hollow mask, fastened to this eerie figure's face by a diadem of bone anchored to her temples. The woman was facing right towards him, and there could be no doubt that she knew he was there. But she did not move or call out to any of them. What was this? One of the other Shinigami, the one from Rukia's unit, called out to her. Who are you, woman? What division are you with? The head turned to regard him. And she moved. In a blur. Nothing had ever impinged upon Renji's sense of disbelief quite like this. It was as if she became an ink portrait dipped into water, the colors blending and running in one direction. But an instant later, he picked her up again, standing before the fellow from the 13th, and she was stabbing him. Fast, again and again, the knife went into his stomach, and all he could do was gape. Then the man seemed to register what was happening, and he began screaming. The murderess hoisted her victim up and rammed him back against the side of a tree, pinning his bulk there on her spike. The other combat veteran didn't waste time with words. He raised his Zanpakuto and charged forth with a magnificent battle cry. Renji then felt like he was watching a play of some kind. A comedy. The killer turned to meet his charge, the soul cutter stabbed forth, and it was like she passed right through him to appear at his back. No, that wasn't it. She must have moved so fast around him that it hadn't registered to either of their perceptions. And there was no time to stop, as the Shinigami fighter's determined thrust went through the spot she had just occupied and buried itself in the navel of his partner. There came another scream. The unwitting assailant froze, and behind him, the white ghost spun, bringing her hammer up in an underhand blow that slammed into his groin, visibly lifting him off the ground. No time was left to cry out, for before his feet could hit the surface of the bog once more, the dragon mace rose in an arc and crashed through the top of his skull. Limp fingers released the battle-hardened blade and fell to his sides. The Shinigami's knees crumpled, and as they did, she jerked the weapon free, still encrusted with his brains, and grasped his head in both hands. While Renji watched in horror, the woman's head then bent low, and she buried her face in the hole left by her attack. A slurping, crunching noise could clearly be heard across the way. The muscles in her shoulders and neck stood out clearly against the flawless skin as this phantom woman engaged in a fit of the most grotesque cannibalism imaginable. Her observer felt himself grow numb. It was like watching an animal feasting on its prey. But instead it was human. Humans playing the parts, as one gorged upon the other. It wasn't natural. Wrong. So hugely impossibly against the grain of everything that could be sensible and real it didn't bear description. No more, he thought. Make it stop, please, someone, anyone, don't make me watch this, please make it stop, I don't want to remember this, somebody, help me to forget what I've seen. I want to, run, or die, I want to. I want you, to kill that thing. Renji's jaw clenched. You are no longer a child, running through the streets of the Rokanga in fear for your life. When you accepted this role, it was predicated on the belief that something better would come about for you. Not just comforts of the soul, but those of the heart. To be free of fear. Have you forgotten the price necessary for that comfort? He felt his heart begin to beat faster. Whatever the reason or lack thereof for this fight, you are in it. If you were to run now, even if you managed to survive, there would be no further point in living, would there? Dogs survive. A cur on the street will fight only when backed into a corner, and it sees no way out. Men fight when they cannot bear to live without something precious they would otherwise lose. Breath like a cold rasp in his throat. You thought of plays before. Does this line strike a chord? Die with honor, when you can no longer live with it. His body went into its battle stance, sword at the ready. Before him, the demoness tensed and turned about, dragging her meal with her. She reached over and pulled her knife from the corpse on a tree. Speak the name. A long black tongue was protruding from the dead man's mouth, lapping at the blood dripping down his scalp, caressing over his staring eyeballs. Her opponent roared. Howl, Zabumaru. The metal glowed, energy expanding outward. In a flare of spirit power, there came into being a great segmented battle spike, hooks protruding from its parts and ending in a huge guillotine blade of a point. The serpent's appendage retracted through the dead jaws. Her head came up, and she spit out a chunk of gray matter as her latest kill fell with a splash into muddy water. Renji didn't offer his name. This was not a contest of honor. It was a fight to the death. He hefted his shikai, and swung. The hooks extended on metal sinews, stretching like a whip to 20 times the weapon's previous length. His target was already moving off to one side, and the blow scraped along the side of the tree, uprooting it with the force of his swing. The boost of power that his partner provided seemed to enable him to track her movements better. She was airborne now, and with a practiced flip of his wrist, Renji sent the lance of death skyward with a snap, homing in on her position. There was an impact. He felt it, jarring right through to his bones. For a fleeting moment, the tattooed death god thought he caught a glimpse of her crossing both bronzed murder implements together to meet his attack. And then Zabumaru was hanging in midair, and the killer was back to earth, dashing towards him at thrice the rate of his own pounding heart with hammer at the ready, knife held before her. Renji couldn't move in time to avoid it. This was obvious. But he was no newcomer to combat. So instead of running, the king of the streets stood his ground, turned his wrist and called the whip scythe back. Zabumaru's speed and agility were greater than his own. He meant to cut her in half if he could, because even should he die doing so, it was better than floundering about and letting this inhuman lightning bolt cut him open to feast on his innards. The individual axe heads retracted, coming together with their protruding tips aimed at the villainous waist. She could duck, but doing so meant the blades coming from behind would just slice her scalp off instead of her whole torso. Or just dodge away, aborting her attack in favor of another standoff. These were the three outcomes Renji deemed most likely. But apparently, he was the only one of that mind. One razor-edged prong came down right before her, and the rest sped in from behind. So she stabbed her knife into the cords that bound the blades, and stopped in her tracks. The locomotive of edged force slammed to a halt. Zabumaru completely retracted up to that point. The extended arc now hung effortlessly between the woman and Renji. He stared into those empty black circles, while she did the same. Perspiration dripped down his face. The lady's lips parted. "Sacrifice," she spoke, and then gave an approving nod, before yanking back and pulling the handle from Renji's sweat-stained hand. He watched his guardian spirit fly through the air to land with a splash in the swamp water. "I applaud the effort." Her voice was clear and unaffected by strain. "And lament it." The colors seemed to blend again, before she appeared right in front of where he stood, the big knife darting in toward his left eye. Renji wondered how Rukia was faring. There was a white blur. A blade came up, knocking away the strike before returning to dart towards the woman's jugular. She jerked back, extending her hammer up to catch the danger on its shaft, and the edge drew only a faint trickle of blood from the hollow of her throat. Over a white-robed shoulder, Renji saw the nameless assassin suddenly land several yards away. He then realized something else. There was a man standing before him. His hair was long and pristinely white, much like the robe that decorated his frame. Sword extended, the figure turned to regard the unranked trooper with a baleful stare. "I've given the order to retreat," Yukitake Jushiro stated grimly. "Help me spread the word." "Go on. I'll handle this." He then looked over to where their enemy waited patiently. The man who owed him his life stared straight ahead. "Sir," he rasped. "I regret I cannot obey that order." The captain did not take his eyes off the woman in white. "Why not?" Renji heard power and anger in that tone, either on its own enough to make his legs shake. Like from when he was in the presence of that stone-faced lordling all those years ago. The thought of Byakuya Kukaki reminded him of something then, and he swallowed down his fear. "Because I ain't leaving until that bitch is dead." Yukitake listened to his subordinate's words, and looking around the battlefield, he found that he understood the feeling behind them. "Then retrieve your sword, son. And be careful." The red-haired death god took a step forward. "Go for that weapon, and you're sure to die here." She was speaking again, and Renji froze. "Run now, and you just might live to see your loved ones again. Think it over, Shinigami." Beside him, the ailing division leader narrowed his eyes on the source of that threat. "Before you attempt any more insults towards my people, whether verbal or not, I must inform you that whoever you are, this disgusting swamp will have to serve for your grave." He then lifted his Zanpakuto. An incantation fell from his lips. "All waves, rise now and become my shield, lightning, strike now and become my blade." The silvery-edged sword flashed, and a thunderclap of power exploded in the midst of that morass. Both other combatants drew back a pace. In each of the captain's palms, there now appeared hooked blades bound to each other at the hilts by a crimson band decorated with silver talismans. The angles were sharp, as were the edges of the twin Nihonto. "Sogyo no Kotori." Renji glanced back over his shoulder. When the Death God Killer had drawn away from the force of Yukitake's Shikai release, he had taken this opportunity to retrieve his own soul cutter. Raising Zabumaru to his shoulder, the young fighter watched his ancient elder with something akin to stupefied awe. This was his first time observing a captain ascend to the next level. Even when they were actively striving to suppress their powers, standing in the presence of one of the Soul Society's top players left anyone else feeling rather weak at the knees. Just being around his own current captain, Kenpei Kizaraki, gave Obari a splitting migraine. That man had no appreciation for the term self-restraint. But if this right here was what these guys were really capable of, then perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing to let his ambitions simply fade away, because there was just no comparison between them. As if reading his mind, the Viper opened her mouth again. "I didn't sense you coming. I can only assume it's because that one over there had such a strong riot, so once he released his Shikai, it served to keep me occupied. But there's certainly no comparison now, is there, Death God Captain?" "Yes. Entirely too close for comfort." In response, Yukitake lifted his head, eyes narrowed maliciously. "You are a hollow." Renji started violently. "What? That was a hollow? No friggin' way, she looks human." "Sort of." The figure in question bowed, never taking her gaze from her cloud-colored opponent. Like no other. Your level. She smiled. Would you believe Vastolord? He did not return the grin. I think not. Ajichas, then. Better. The whipcord-thin nobleman extended his blades, crossing them before his face. I am Yukatake Jushiro, captain of Division 13 in the Siriti. The hollow gave a snort, and reached up. Grasping the side of her bone glasses, she raised them slightly, revealing completely green eyes with red-slit pupils, like a snake. Natala Contric Oriente. The mask remnant dropped again, and she leveled the dragon knife, blade held sideways, while raising the warhammer into position behind her head. Then both sprang forth, and where they met a geyser of water erupted all around them to soar high into the smog-yellow sky. To be continued. Chapter 4, The Bog, the 3 vs the 3rd. Sir, a soldier from her division swallowed. Sir, I think we need to conduct a damage assessment and establish a cordon of the area. Rukia did not have to look at her compatriot to know how he would react to this statement. She had seen sufficient evidence in the last 20 minutes to realize that his response would be, "My shiny teeth, but you're ugly." The man in question gave a start, blinking confusedly. Sir. Not your looks, Yumi Chika spoke, the fashion plate's gaze raking up and down the other Shinigami's body. I'm referring to your attitude. When one is beautiful as I am, and to a lesser extent you are, then it involves a certain appreciation of conduct. It is our right to be admired. But just as a painting might suffer from the frame in which it is placed, we must bear in mind how we comport ourselves. Namely, we do not look to others for confirmation on how to behave in a death match. And we do not go mucking up said death match with ridiculous terms like damage assessment and establish a cordon. It simply isn't beautiful to treat battle like an exercise in bureaucratic efficiency. Now then, Rukia's self-imposed shadow proceeded merrily. Why don't you take a hint from the 30 or so other Squad 13 members hovering on the perimeter of my vision and make yourself scarce? In my division, we never look to someone else to offer us assistance in combat the way you're obviously doing. Run along now. He made a shooing motion, and the shocked subordinate stumbled off to join one of the 5 or 6 crowds of his division fellows huddled about the 5th seat. If that's what you believe, then why do you insist on hanging around near me? There was a pronounced lack of posh civility in Rukia's current tone. Yumi Chika, however, gave no indication of being disappointed or shocked by her choice of words. Because if I am required to die today, I want the last thing I see to be something astonishingly beautiful, and you certainly qualify, Rukia-chan. The Lady of Siriti was uncertain which of these statements was more difficult to believe, his cavalier attitude towards death, or his endless protestations about her attractiveness. Still, in a way, Ayaskawa's bizarre eccentricities were the only things keeping her from falling apart right now. The battle had been joined, and she found it ugly. Several men and women had died within her field of vision or perception, dragged down by hollows who proceeded to feast upon them. Were she not engaged in life or death struggles herself, Rukia would have tried to go to their aid. But in almost half an hour, she had been forced to bring her training and skills to bear against more corrupt souls than she had known even existed in the whole world. There was some part of her brain keeping track, but at a certain point it must have lost count. If her calculations were correct, then she and Yumi Chika must have dispatched over 100 hollows in less time than it took her squad to undergo a regimental inspection. Right now, Rukia was finding such displays of martial conformity and drilled etiquette rather pointless by comparison. On the other hand, she had not received so much as a scratch thus far. Either she had paid better attention in class, or there was more to the training undergone at Kukaki Manor than met the eye. That or it was just Yumi Chika. Since the barrage started, he had never left her side. Other Shinigami were apparently quick to pick out the presence of a very powerful and highly ranked officer and proceeded to gravitate towards him. But whenever one of them came charging along, the feathered dandy had promptly informed them that he was not interested in leading them anywhere or offering protection. According to him, it was against the spirit of the 11th. And it was true, there were no other members of his battalion to be seen here. Apparently they were all off making their own stands against the denizens of the swamp. Whether it would be a last stand or not didn't seem to concern them, at least not in Ayaskawa's case. Whatever the motivation, the promise offered by numbers and having someone watching your back was apparently hard to drill out of her fellow warriors. Camaraderie meant more to them than just drinking and brawling in taverns. It was about respecting your teammates while recognizing that everyone needs help at one time or another. Perhaps it was something of this division sentiment that made Rukia feel somewhat relieved to have the good-looking fighter by her side. More calls of nightmarish origin sounded nearby, and she gripped her sword hilt tightly. "Don't be tense," Yumi Chika admonished her softly. "It upsets your rhythm, Rukia-chan. When you are in battle, you like to dance. I've seen it. So don't let your imagination prevent you from responding to your innate drive." She shot a glance up at him. "If you don't stop checking me out, the last thing you see isn't going to be my dancing ass, it'll be a hollow's stomach juices. As long as you killed it afterwards." He smiled pleasantly, unoffended. "And between you and me, it's a very nice posterior." Another sarcastic comment was on her lips, when suddenly the world tilted violently. Rukia's feet almost came out from under her. Instinctively she crouched down low, stabilizing her center of balance. This action was also prompted by the sudden impression that a huge weight had suddenly landed on her shoulders. Yumi Chika reached out a hand, gripping her elbow and raising her back up. The sword-wielding leprechaun gazed at him uncertainly, trembling from the undiminished invisible force that threatened to bury her. All around them, other death gods seemed to be having even greater difficulty in keeping their positions. What? She stammered. "Trouble, I'm afraid." The flashy model did not appear to be unduly affected, but his face had grown unaccountably grim. "What you're feeling is the power of a captain. For some reason, Yukatake Taika has seen fit to unleash his Shikai. And considering how strong it feels, I think his purpose in doing so just might prove to be the death of a great many of us. 2 weapons. For both of them. It was so well matched it was like someone had planned this." Renji watched. Nadala's hammer clashed with one of Sogyo's prongs, her butcher knife flashed to meet the other, and then she attempted to headbutt him. The defending movement on Yukatake's part could have been a shoulder block, driving her attack away. Except it happened so fast all Renji got was an impression of 2 white streaks going across his field of vision. Then they stood at the ready once more several paces apart. It was hard to give credit to such speed being possible. But something more deeply disturbing was becoming clear to the overlooked observer to this duel. Namely, that it was still going on. The captain hadn't killed her in the first minute. And not for lack of trying. Which, if you played it out to its logical conclusion, and Renji was a big fan of logic, could only mean that. "She's strong as a captain," he whispered in amazement. A hollow. That looked human. And was on par with the best fighters in the GOTY 13. Suddenly nothing made sense anymore. Nobody had ever mentioned anything like this. Even the possibility. Where was it coming from? Could the higher UPS have been keeping something like this a secret? He'd been told stories of Minos Grande, but this, it didn't come close to explaining any of the day's events. What the hell could it mean? And how the hell could he have thought he was able to make any sort of worthwhile contribution to this fight? Contra Corriente lunged, both weapons extended at her opponent's face. He countered with just one blade, and though the force of her charge actually drove him back a step, the White Knight's second sword licked out with the intention of chopping off one of her hands. His agile antagonist's foot flashed, connecting with his arm in time to deflect it. As the slice went wide, her arm seemed to bend, and the dragon hammer's head went under the arc of the secondary blade on Sogyo no Kotori's warding half. The deadly implements hooked together, entangling like 2 serpents. Nadala's knife then moved to catch another blow from Yukatake's right hand. Each of them had their arms extended diagonally in either direction, almost like fan-waving cheerleaders now, when the golden-skinned battle maiden shot out her leg. The fair head moved to one side to avoid the blow. Then it was like things stopped being clear to Renji once more. The Hollow and Shinigami remained in their positions, arms extended to counter the other's weapons. But Nadala's kicks were coming like rain now, so fast he couldn't make out one from the next. His commander's head was also out of focus. It was flowing from side to side until there was just a smear of white and pink. None of her blows connected. All that happened was Yuka moved back and his attacker followed, seeming to glide over the water without any need to move her stable leg. They were sweeping all around the stage now, like two ice skaters on the surface of a frozen pond when the first-class officer kicked. And Renji saw that blow connect. Nadala flew, coming to land just a few feet from where their awestruck audience stood. While he was staring at her, entranced, he heard his superior shout. Bakudo 68, Rising Mountain Crystal. Around the crouching cannibal, a blue pyramid shot up to encase her in its sky-blue confines. This level of Kido spell was powerful enough to keep a strong lieutenant secured with ease, and being cast by a master like Jushiro, that meant it was doubly effective. Before Renji, the blood-soaked warrior woman rose slowly to her feet. Her head turned, and the hollow lifted her eyewear again, regarding him impassively. Their gazes met. She could have said something to him then. And she did. Zero. The red pupils blazed, and scarlet energy erupted from out of them. The azure monolith was lit with a purple flash. Then it exploded. Renji gaped, as Nadala leapt forth and fell upon him. Yuka interposed himself between them once more. His foot came back, knocking Renji aside. Now almost horizontal, the captain had the look of a white crane, standing on one leg, arms raised and both blades clasped together. The unranked fighter heard metal clash, and all the colors in the world seemed to be inverted to his sight, as two black shadows engaged. He hit the ground a few seconds later, and frantically scrambled to his feet. The snow-capped Shinigami was crouching down, both blades extended to either side. His eyes were wide open. Behind him, Nadala Contric Oriente stood facing away from her opponent. For a time nothing moved. Only blood. Spilling out into the bog. Renji's protector coughed slightly. The hollow turned to regard him. Crimson fluid was streaming down her side. Remarkable show, old man, she whispered resonantly. Yes, most impressive. Yuka made the circuit of his position to regard her. He did not speak. Her fangs were bared. You're much better than the last captain I killed. Clutching her wound, the creature then reached back with her hammer, and yanked down. Where the copper jaws passed, a tear took form in the very air, opening onto the most intense darkness the Rukanga stray had ever seen. She crouched and backed into it, almost seeming to bow in doing so. But the mocking smile on her face was in no way respectful. I will skeletonize you. She hissed, and then the portal closed. The red-headed fighter stared at the spot she had just vacated, before turning to ask his leader what the hell was going. And Yuka coughed up bright blood. Red jewels fell from her fingertips as Nadala Contric Oriente came back out into the fetid marsh air. Before her there loomed a rotted-out hulk of a tree, its roots extending into the pool of clear water in which she now stood. The gash in her ribcage was beginning to throb with pain. The Arrancar touched bloody fingers to her lips, and smiled. She brought the gore-soaked warhammer up before her face. Encircle. She whispered, and kissed the dragon's maw. Lambton YRM. Then the unmasked demon plunged the knife into her wounded side. As Rukia drove her blade through the back of the hollow's mask, a ripple passed through the water. Considering they were jumping around in it, that shouldn't have drawn much notice. Except the surge was so omnipresent, it registered as more than just peripheral happenstance. It was like someone dropped a huge stone into the swamp, and the effect spread out to its very edge. The adopted heiress cast a questioning glance in Yumishika's direction. He cocked his head to one side, as if listening for something. As she was about to ask him what, it suddenly dawned on her. Silence. All around them, the sounds of battle and death were absent. The world held its breath. Then, from up in a tree, one Shinigami shouted, I see something. She pointed, and they all looked in the direction indicated. At first there was nothing. Of a sudden, Rukia caught sight of movement far off. Under the water. She tried to focus on it, but then a shape off to the side of that one darted up quickly, plunging back in before her eyes could make it out. While watching this, she realized something. It wasn't isolated. The same thing was happening all across her range of sight. Coming towards them. And Rukia no longer felt confident. Ahead of her, between their current position and the approaching mystery, a veteran of her regiment, was standing flanked by 2 others. She wanted to warn them to withdraw, it wasn't safe now. But just as she opened her mouth to do so, the water around them boiled, and all 3 started screaming. Gray flashes darted up around their forms, and they fell back into the shallow water. The surface of the lakelet bubbled and frothed, first white, and then crimson. The sound of drowned shrieks was horribly audible to all present. While preoccupied by this massacre, the petite brunette almost missed a coursing ripple that signified movement towards her. There was a splash, something burst from the water, and instinctively Rukia swung. She got a brief impression of jaws opened wide, and then her Zanpakuto did its work, cutting the thing in half. As it fell, another one burst out. The slight survivor thrust, and this one was skewered on the tip of her blade. It was gray and wrinkled, about the size of the large koi that swam through the ponds on her family's estate. There was virtually nothing to it but a fang-filled maw, snapping futilely as it died. 2 tails came out from the back, and they wriggled in ghastly convulsions, before the whole thing just stopped moving. With a cry of disgust, Rukia flung her weapon to one side, dislodging the gruesome remains. More screaming, from all around. Another splash, a second, a third, and 3 jagged sets of teeth came at her from different sides. She sliced the first, and the next, but missed the last. Yumichika didn't. His saber cut it down, bisecting the horror before spinning to eradicate several more that came for him. The 2 of them stood back to back now, and the mutant piranha kept coming. On the periphery of her senses, the struggling damsel caught sight of comrades engaged in their own furious bids for survival against the swarm of feasting vermin. These monsters seemed to be everywhere. There was the sound of another soul being borne down and ripped to pieces. The woman up in the tree who first spotted them was shouting for everyone to climb up with her, when suddenly several of the killer tadpoles burst up at the base of her perch. Their tails were buzzing at an incredible rate, and they seemed to serve for wings, for the jaws of death streaked up into the foliage and sank into her flesh, causing her to fall back with a squeal. Rukia didn't see her die, but she heard it. All right. They can fly too. And they seem to sense our presence if we're in the water or not. No good climbing trees. They can die, though. They have to come in close. And we can see them coming. Say, there's an idea. Why didn't anybody else think of that? Another demon goldfish met its end, and when she caught sight of further telltale disturbances racing towards her, Rukia extended her arm, middle, and index finger pointing out. Hado number 4, Byakurai. From her fingertips came a spear of pale lightning that shot straight for the target. There came a burst of water, and gobs of flesh scattered about. Swiftly she targeted the rest. Sigh, sigh, sigh. For every cry to repeat, another bolt struck home with keen precision, decimating the approaching gray moss. Nicely done. That was Ayasukawa complimenting her, and Rukia blinked, feeling slightly dazed. She glanced over at him meaningfully. Join me. It's elementary Kido, it isn't hard. Sigh sigh. 2 more abominations burst, but her partner only swept out his blade to dispose of yet another. It appeared none of them had even come close to his flesh. Yomishika-san. Without looking at her he smiled, and crouched down low, Zanpakuto held before him. We walk different paths, my lovely. And his saber glowed. Bloom, Fuji Kyojaku. In an instant the edge split, sprouting into 4 long curved nails. Rukia flinched from the rise in soul power. Her hesitation could have cost her far more, as a swarm of the vile beasts came at them now, only to be mown down when her cheerful guardian darted in their path and whipped his sickle about like the god of death he was. Scattered parts littered their surroundings. It was becoming slightly dangerous just to walk amongst all these needle-sharp teeth lying strewn about, she reflected. The enchantress watched the way of their destruction with satisfaction. As she did, the thought came to her, I don't seem to be afraid right now, although I really should be. This is like a nightmare, after all. I wonder why that is? Like ice, girl. This is how you are. Don't let anything break you, got that? That thought comforted Rukia. When further swimming shapes became visible, she proceeded to burn those 2, without any hope except to see them dead. Sir, it's not gonna work, Renji whispered. I tried to call a hell butterfly earlier, and nothing came. Whatever's blocking us from sensing the hollows, I think it's messing with our communications system as well. Jushiro sighed. Shaking his head, he let the spell drop after several unsuccessful minutes of trying. I had hoped it was just me. One more excuse to find fault with myself, perhaps. But something of this caliber is much more disturbing. Teiko, listen, about that thing. Nadala, or whatever. I wanted to ask you something. As Renji bent by the captain's side, sharp pain blossomed in his shoulder, and he howled. Reaching up, the mad dog of Rukonga seized whatever had hold of him and squeezed, feeling it burst between his fingers. When his hand came back, there was nothing distinguishable in it. But before he could examine the attacking mass further, something sprang from the water towards his throat. Renji punched it, yelling frantically, and this too exploded. Then he saw the swarm of darting horrors speeding towards them, like an underwater beehive. With a cry, Yukate's defender leapt up, and Zabumaru roared in accordance. The metal serpent coursed out in an arc, decimating the first line of their assailants before they could come within 100 yards of that spot. It licked out again, and again. But the Shikai was not omnipresent. The crest of this wave of death stretched beyond the horizon, and they moved in to encircle the embattled duo. Renji spun, twirling his broad axe whip faster than he had ever known he was capable of moving. It was a strange blend of exhilaration and desperation that fired his muscles to perform well past their perceived limits. The duelist stepped like a dancer, stretching Zabumaru to its limit and swinging it around his head to form a wall of razor-sharp steel that churned the air and water all around them. The sightless barracuda sped forth, swimming and leaping to catch their prey, only to splatter like flies under a rolled-up midterm paper. There were hundreds of them, though. Maybe thousands. And death held no fear for them. In addition, Renji's defense was not perfect. As the minutes dragged on, a few made it past the whirling net, seeking the taste of blood. When they sprang, he lashed out with his free hand and feet, stomping and crushing them. But even so, there were just too many. Even when he struck them, a couple managed to bite him, hampering his movements. And several actually made it through, springing forth to latch onto his body, provoking fearsome screams as Renji felt himself being eaten alive little by little. So far none had been permitted to reach Yukatake, but at this rate it was only a matter of time until... The recovering division head coughed weakly. Kido, use, Kido. When his guard heard, he laughed, a crazy-edged sound. I can't. Renji screamed, chortling. I failed that class. Could never make it work right. Fear and pain were hammering away at him. So much to do, wasn't there, Renji? Protect the captain, protect yourself, pry those disgusting things off you. Where was anyone supposed to find the time to study demon arts spells? All those incantations, one so much like the other, blurring in your head, it just never came naturally to him, and he honestly felt like a fool every time he said anything like Bakudo 73. Falling Mountain Crystal. At the Kido Master's command, another pyramid came into being around them, this one an inverted blue half-diamond. The supernatural structure went down into the ground, while its visible diameter around their central point was a good 50 meters. Aburai finished off the remaining stragglers, and when no further attacks were made evident, he drew to a halt, panting and bleeding from a dozen horrendous wounds. Zabumaru retracted back into his hand. At his side, the ailing icon rose to stand once again, retrieving his own blades. The two of them watched the ever-increasing crowd of feeders struggling against the edge of their protection. To no avail, it seemed. Renji nodded to Jushiro. 73, huh? Never made it that high. In response, the sorcerer laid a hand on his shoulder. No worries, young man. We all have our weaknesses. For instance, I could never bear to get a tattoo. The novice spellcaster raised an eyebrow. Then, realizing what he was doing, it dawned on him. Oh. Right. He reached up a hand to touch his brow, and turned to regard the fanged storm on the other side of the barrier. So, what the hell are we supposed to do now, sir? Renji winced from the steadily building pain throughout his form. Here, his ally spoke. Let me first see to healing those wounds, then we will figure out a way to... Yuka-Take never finished. Instead he just shoved Renji violently away. The sword specialist stared in shock. The Kido magician returned the look, as something rose up from below and cut him open. So sudden and vicious was the attack that for a while as he fell all Aburai Renji could see was blood spurting from the white Haori. But after a moment he realized there was something obstructing his view of the captain. At first it looked like a shaft of bamboo had sprouted up from the spot where he had been standing. Only it was much thicker, greater than the width of a man. And there were other bamboo shafts protruding out of it, hundreds of spikes all up and down the length of its reach. That was the most he could discern about this thing for what seemed like the longest time. But then he saw it curve as the top wound down straight towards Captain Yuka-Take once more. Renji didn't question. He swung Zabumaru, the tip of his blade connecting with the other lash's head, knocking it off balance. Its intended target fell back with a splash, and the obscenity turned to stare at its attacker. Not a tree, he saw then. This was no plant, but an animal rising out of the water. A long, winding, yellow and black striped Wyrm, the legless breed of dragons. From all along its scaled hide there intermittently sprang white bone knives about the length of a spearhead. The head was rust-colored, and its jaws were encased in skeletal armor filled with a collection of long snake fangs. From either side of this hellish beast's snout there protruded a gleaming golden scimitar with a hooked curve along the blade. Red slit eyes burned from deep within the recesses of its skull, watching his every movement. Hollow, Renji realized. But something about it let him know that this was not one of the slavering brutes that resided in this bog. Here there arose something much more wicked and life-threatening. A long black tongue flicked out, and then the Wyrm retracted below the surface of the pool in a flash. The dumbfounded Shinigami gaped. The water only came up to his ankles. There was no way that monster could have submerged itself. But it was gone. He could see there wasn't a hole in the ground where it had emerged. Just a slight ripple in the pond's surface. Like it had just sprang up from the reflective area and then sank right back in. And now that he considered it, there was the fact that it had penetrated a captain's defensive spell. How could it have done that? At that instant Yuka-Take Jushiro clambered back to his feet, Sogyo no Kotori held loosely in his hands. There was a deep tear weeping blood all up the left side of his body. In spite of this, the war hero's face was calm and composed once more. The pyramidal barrier still held, attesting to the caster's undiminished power and control. However, down his chin there now ran two thin crimson lines. He opened his mouth to speak and blood flowed out, making him choke slightly. When Renji moved to aid him, Jushiro held up a forestalling hand. "Get out of the water," he rasped hoarsely. "It's not safe." The lower-ranked fighter obeyed without hesitation. Normally he had difficulty in trusting the battle experience of anyone who professed to outrank him. There had been few exceptions to that rule in Renji's life, most of them taking the form of a captain or lieutenant. But in this case, even if that wasn't a commander's robe draped over the other man's shoulders, he would not have thought about arguing. After everything he had just seen, there was no doubt he was standing in the presence of a supremely gifted warrior. 2 or 3 trees fell under the zone of the protective charm, and it was to one of these that Renji sprang. Alighting on a branch of the water-bound giant, he carefully perused their environment. Yuka-Take stood alone now, and his partner felt a pang of guilt at how he had abandoned the wounded man so swiftly. Hadn't been thinking, he should go back there and help the captain up into the bows so that he would be safe. Jushiro's determined protector tensed and sprang earthward. Aburai obeyed the decision he had reached a mere split second before something exploded from below. This action alone kept him from dying. The dragon Wyrm sprang from the tree's waterlogged base and wrapped itself around the trunk, its spikes slicing long lines into the wood and dismembering every branch. Then the hollow squeezed, body surging with strength unmatched by any python, and the spiritual organism it bound virtually erupted from the pressure, crushed like rotten fruit in a fist. When it ascertained that nothing else had perished in the attack, the fantastic reptile swiftly wound back into the hand's length of water to disappear from their senses once more. The uprooted tree crashed into the stagnant puddle with a resounding boom. "I almost died," Renji thought. He looked around the expanse of their magic field shielding them from the horde outside. "We're trapped in here with this thing." Glancing over to where his fellow prisoner lay, The sheer implausible irony of it almost made him laugh once again. "There's more of them now," Rukia cried. "So I noticed," her ally responded. She cast a quick glance his way. Yasuko looked particularly unapproachable right now. His hair was mussed, and there were rips in his clothing. Also, he was starting to sweat slightly. The expression on his face might have led one to believe he had been seriously injured by this rush of fanged flying fish. That wasn't the case, but still, not happy. Only a little over a dozen Shinigami now fought within this visible space. The rest had been pulled down and consumed by the unsightly infestation. There was no end to them, and it was impossible to try and make an escape because they never stopped coming at you. Days of rigorous and sometimes almost abusive training had given Rukia the ability to keep swinging her sword even after all that they had gone through in the last hour, but this could not be counted upon forever. The strain was starting to tell. Shouting Kido time after time was making her voice somewhat hoarse also. Unless something was done soon, it wouldn't be long before she made that fatal slip all the others had succumbed to before their ends, to be dragged down under a tide of tearing teeth. Damn it all! The representative of the Kukaki swore to herself as she blasted another pair. Why was there no backup coming for them? Where was the rest of their division? Why hadn't Kai and Dano come to their aid by now? Nobody's coming to save you. You want to survive this battle? It's going to be the result of what you decide to accomplish, not anyone else. As the words floated through her mind, half a dozen gaping jaws swept in on her from all sides. Rukia was so tired of repeating herself, she decided to try something new. The diminutive gladiator crouched and sprang. Grabbing a vine that hung from a branch by the crook of her sword arm, she lashed out with her empty hand and screamed, "Hado 33, blue fire crashed down." The sextet of attackers burned to ash in an explosion of demon magic. Rukia readied for the next set to fly at her, preparing to drop down and give them a taste of what their departed brethren had experienced. However, her plan proved to have a fatal error. They didn't attack. Rukia stared. Below her, a small crowd of the feasters was gathering. They milled about as if confused, snapping aimlessly at nothing. After a while, when nothing further happened, they seemed to lose interest. And almost as one, the gathering turned and swept towards Yumichika. Seeing this, Rukia was about to leap down to his defense, when inspiration struck. Before anything could go terribly wrong, the dangling damsel called out, "Yasuko-san, listen to me. You have to." "Yes, thank you, Rukia-chan." It was like he was performing a dance in one spot, whipping about and striking with quadruple blade scythe and occasionally with fist and feet. The effeminate executioner didn't look at her, but his voice had once more taken on that friendly, jovial tone. "And I agree with your assessment. Apparently these things aren't tracking us by our spiritual power. I suspected as much when they didn't all start coming after me upon performing my shikai. It was a bit insulting at first, but I see now that they only respond to anything that sends vibrations through water or earth. Apparently being one step removed like standing in a tree doesn't cut it, but 2 steps removed, such as swinging from a vine on that tree, does. That's very useful information, you should feel proud of yourself for uncovering it." A blast of Kido from her finger evaporated a few more menaces coming towards him. "Why are you standing there talking about it?" she shrieked. "Grab a stupid vine and get up here, you pretty idiot." Fuji Kyojaku swung, and the target of her scorn gave a wry grin. "Yomishika-san. My dearest Kukaki princess," the perfumed human sawblade spoke from between smiling teeth. "If you honestly think that any of these vines can support my slender yet muscular build, then you are a very poor judge of stress tests. Only someone of your sublimely petite carriage could rely on anything so spindly to hold you up. I would be flat on my rump within seconds of trying." Destruction magic glowed around her outstretched fist, and Rukia wore a look of naked horror. "But then, what are you going to do? Yumichika never stopped dancing. Isn't the real question what you are going to do?" "What?" Colored feathers flew, black robes flapped, and slavering horrors died. "In my expert opinion, right now you are in a better position than anyone to actually take the offensive and uncover just who is sending these frightfully ugly things our way. Don't you think that sounds like a good idea?" He was fighting for his life. They all were. Everyone but her. No, I can't just abandon you. You can, he responded lightly. And unless you want me to haul you out of that tree and spank you in front of all these stomach-for-brain guppies, you will get going right now. No, I can't. Rukia wailed desperately. You don't know me, I'm a failure of a Shinigami. I couldn't even graduate, the Kukaki bought me, I don't have a seat in my own division, I'm not strong like you, I can't. Stop whining. Yomishika's shout almost sounded like Kayandano during sword drills, and that obedient admiration she harbored inside cut off her protests like a Zanpakuto through hollow mask. If you were the type of person to just give up and fall to pieces, you would have been dead over half an hour ago. And last I checked, you didn't need to be a captain in order to accomplish anything worthwhile. I will not die this day and neither will you. Get out there and try your damnedest to kill whomever's behind this, and then you can tell me what you can and cannot do. She just stared at him blankly. The purple-eyed heartthrob looked right at her then, and winked. Go on, Rukia Kukaki, he spoke gently. Show us all you're as smart as Abarai-kun says you are. Rukia's mouth fell open. Renji. It was suddenly crystal clear how Yumichika had heard of her. Realizing this, the girl then assumed a determined look, swung about and leapt to an adjoining mass of lichens, flying from one vine and tendril to another like a small black butterfly. Oh, Rukia-chan. His merry voice called out to her, but she couldn't look back. There wasn't a chance or the time. I'm glad you think I'm pretty. Her admirer watched her go, then turned his full attention back to the threat he faced. Well, now, the fifth seed of Squad 11 mused, the only real witness is gone. And not a moment too soon, in my opinion. Yumichika Ayaskawa grinned. What do you say we see about rescuing the rest of these clumsy oafs, eh? He swung his blade up, and shouted, split and deviate, Ruriiro Kyojaku. A swell of repressed spirit power burst forth, incinerating the lunging demons around him. Swelling peacock feathers of viridian energy blossomed from his weapon's hilt, and under their master's command, swept out and wrapped around the dozen or so Shinigami still fighting in that vicinity. The Kido weapon arms lifted those half-dead men and women off their feet. They hung suspended well away from the ground, their energy pouring out of them so fast it caused every one of them to pass out. Below, the feasters dashed about in agitation, deprived of their meals' locations and lacking the intelligence to wonder why. Then every single one of them whisked over to join the ones ganging up on the only remaining presence in this area. The battle-loving maniac laughed. In his hand the hilt of the weapon vanished, and the sprouting tendrils moved to anchor at his back. Looking like an octopus now, Yomishika's body began to glow. Deadly energy formed at his hands and feet as he dropped into a martial artist's stance. The enemy encircled him, and when the initial ring swarmed towards his flesh, the master combatant lashed out with his arms and legs, faster than any eye less than a lieutenant's could follow. Wherever his lethal limbs fell, feasters turned to dust. Sword play was enjoyable, he mused, but his real talents lay in unarmed combat. Ikeku's bald head had rocked about in enough matches to confirm that. Though in order to enjoy as many fights as possible, Yumichika took a cue from his captain, and chose to hide his true strength unless the situation was deemed worthwhile. And if anyone in the 11th ever upbraided him over seeking to defend people weaker than himself, the handsome soul just flipped his hair and gave them a winning smile, before punching their lights out. Every single second, Abarai expected the thing to come erupting out at his feet, to finish him off the way it had that tree. But for almost half a minute, no such thing had happened. They were all standing about, waiting for someone to make the next move. Who would it be, he wondered, heartbeat sounding like a drum in his ears. The answer came when Jushiro stood erect and raised his twin guardian spirits, dripping blood and determination. He spoke. Bandash. Renji blinked in amazement. Kah. Yukatake never completed his release command, for the saber Wyrm sprang out right at his back and sliced the tendons behind his knees with its golden face blades. The force of its charge was so great that it actually knocked Yukatake off his feet, sending him flying before submersing itself once more. Sogyo no Kotori landed several yards away. With a shout of rage Renji forged towards his comrade. Reaching the downed lord's side, he was surprised when the bleeding figure righted himself. Captain! he yelled, grabbing the man's arm. Get up, we have to. 4 children of grace, 16 spots of sin. The captain clasped Renji's hand in a surprisingly strong grip, whispering. Rail against this field, one of absolute terror. See only the image of your remorse, O shadow of fear. And the WYRM sprang up to encircle them in its embrace. No suffering, noble spirit. Bakudo 97, Soul Tower. The loathsome flesh tightened around its victims. Only to stop a hand's breadth short. Spiked muscles strained, and Renji stared out at them through a slightly cloudy field. Far above, the drake opened its jaws and spewed a destructive red death ray against the shield wall that rose high up into the air around them, followed by another. But the construct held. When the implication struck, that they were not about to be crushed to death, the young death god returned his attention to his multiple savior. Yukatake slumped against his shoulder, coughing up more blood. Don't worry, the magic weaver gasped. She can't get in. She? Renji wanted to ask, but instead he turned his attention to the other man's injuries. Here, let me take a look at the legs, he muttered, reaching down to feel for further damage. I can at least bind the wounds, and if the bones are broken I might be able to. His fingers brushed against something odd beneath the black cloth, and Aburai blinked in surprise. Armored leg braces, his current commander offered to the unspoken question, clutching his robe for support. To help keep me upright in battle. In this instance it was the only thing that prevented my legs from being cut off at the knees. He then struck the water angrily. Curse it all. She was waiting for me to do that. Knew if I felt threatened enough I would perform Bankai, and when I did I'd have to drop my guard for a second. I'm a useless fool. No. Hunkered down beside him, Yukatake's makeshift physician glanced at the monster still straining to smash them only centimeters away. If not for you, we'd be dead. But I hate to tell you this, sir. And he looked through a space in the ochre coils, out to a spot several meters distant. From here, through the murky water, he could just barely discern the outline of a pair of forbidding blades. Unless you've got some keto that you're certain can kill this thing, then we are pretty much 2 turds just waiting to be crapped out. Nadala raised her serpentine neck, watching everything reflected in the surface of the pool before her. In its depths, the Shinigami captain and what was most likely his lieutenant had both fallen. The old invalid's blood dripped down her snout from where she had just struck him. It smelled so absolutely delicious. She could scent it already on his breath right before she had opened the Garganta. It was a sign that he was starting to fail, as her information had assured he would eventually. The Ajicha's own Ichir had fallen in that tiny lake, as had his. But Nadala's was all that mattered. In whatever stretch of liquid the blood of Contra Corriente polluted, no matter how small or whether it be sake or more blood, she was able not only to see anything transpiring above it, but also travel through it as effortlessly as if it were another Garganta. A tiny white ball rolled into the scrying mirror, disrupting the image slightly. This proved no deterrent to Nadala's vision. Even as she watched, the fleshy pill quickly turned gray upon contact with even a diluted drop of her blood. In seconds it had unfolded to reveal savage jaws and a pair of dual-purpose fins. Swiftly growing, her offspring then took off out of the rim of this crevasse, to course through the swamp in search of warm nourishing spirits on which to feast. It was not alone in its quest. This process was repeating itself dozens of times a second. The evolved hollow's main body rested behind her draconian extension, a huge mass of pale pulsing flesh and scrabbling claws squeezed into the bulk of an enormous hollow tree. From it there exuded an endless trail of tiny white pearls that rolled down her hunched shoulders to land in the divining pool, where they flourished before being sent out to do her bidding. Like some of her cohorts, Nadala's strength was diminished during the day. She had never really hoped that the Shinigami captain would be foolish enough to wait until nightfall to enter the swamp. Many of her ilk were known to thrive in the shadows. But last time she had been able to fight under cover of darkness, and had not even been required to perform her resurrection to finish the job. Now, however, her minions were restricted in their mobility. They could move only through water and air, not earth, and were not sensitive to Ryotsu as they would be during midnight hours. For this task, she was forced to perform under less than perfect circumstances. Nonetheless, when she proved successful in spite of the handicap, in addition to the huge power boost, surely a promotion would be in order. And none too soon. There was a rumor that Neleal was on the trail of something big. If successful, it would definitely mean advancement through the ranks. It didn't pay to let others surpass you undeservedly. Her WYRM body slithered from a hole in the front of her torso, waving over the magic mirror in hungry anticipation. Ah, there he went. As she had predicted, the lieutenant rushed to his master's side. Now she could finish them both in one fell swoop. Fortunate that the full powers of a Shinigami were predicated upon the ability to both draw a sword and speak. This meant it was possible to catch them unawares before they entered Bankai. Lucky for her. The man must assuredly be a nightmare when fully charged. Most of his kind were chatty to a fault, though, almost pathologically so. It had not surprised Nadala to learn even a captain could fall victim to such preposterous strictures. With all her attention focused on her victims, Contra Corriente smirked triumphantly as she judged the perfect time to strike, and then did so. Such power she would soon taste. Such glory. It was time for the WYRM to feast. From her position, Rukia gazed down on the most stomach-churning sight she had ever seen. Upon first gaining the advantage of higher ground, so to speak, one thing had become apparent to her. Even though the flesh-eaters could not be detected through her spirit sense, judging by their courses through the swamp, they were all coming from the same general direction. Backed by a purpose that surpassed saving her own life, the highly trained death god swung like a monkey from one support to another. At times it felt like even her slight weight would be enough to snap or dislodge the vines and creepers she reached for, sending her plummeting down to be consumed by the virtual sea of vermin rushing below. This never proved to be the case, however, and for not the first time in her life Rukia reflected on how it was good to be small. Several times throughout this voyage, as she continued to track the rampage to its source, her violet eyes picked out people she knew fighting for their lives. With Yomishika's words still fresh in her mind, she refused to deviate from her mission, no matter how much it pained her. In addition to this, there was also the surprisingly more chilling image of Hollows striving against the very same menace. Apparently, whatever these things truly were, they didn't take friend or foe into account. The sight of several churning grey bloody masses left her feeling sick to her stomach at the thought of what lay beneath. No purification for those wretches. No future at all. Just when it seemed like this whole venture was a pathetic waste of time, Rukia broke out of some thick foliage to hang over a vision from hell itself. In the hollow beneath her, a monster spewed the very stuff of nightmares into the drowned forest. Hidden this high up from its vision, her first instinct was to attack immediately, before it could sense her Ryotsu. It was like a giant spongy turtle, sending its worm-like neck streaking down into the pool before it. At first Rukia thought this must be some form of animal hunting for aquatic prey. But when she peered closer at the surface of the tiny lake, her heart skipped a beat. Renji. That was her best friend reflected in the water. And Captain Yuka of all people. How they had teamed up she had no clue, there couldn't be two more different men in the whole world. Before she could think to question this situation, the monster's head came up again. It watched the two men for a while. When Renji made a dash for the nearest tree in this vision, she heard the grotesquerie snicker, and it plunged down again. In the mystic mirror now Rukia watched in horror as her old cohort missed being crushed to death by seconds. The worm was back, watching, and she drew her Zanpakuto, preparing to leap down and slice that ghastly head open. Stop. Think about this, would you? Don't just charge in without considering, do you want to die? Worm hollow dove again, and this time her gracious leader was mowed down, screaming in pain. Now. I'll attack now, while it's defenseless. Okay, here we go. Damn you, girl, stop right now. Did that perverted Nancy boy send you out here because he wanted you to be eaten? No, he did not. The thought frustrated her headlong plunge, and not a moment too soon. This time the snake came back much quicker than before. Had she dove off then, it would have seen her without a doubt and proceeded to snap her up. Rukia shivered at how close she had been to a miserable death. Far below, brave foolish Renji did what he always did, charging forth and shouting recklessly. I almost did the exact same thing, she thought. And the nail-studded worm shivered with some unholy emotion, before fishing into its stocked pond one more time. She watched the mighty dragon that had brought low a captain in case two people she cared for in a prison of inevitable death. Listen. It's not about power all the time. Featherhead told it best, he said it's like a dance for you. You've just always been moving in a solo act. If you would only listen to your partner you might be able to. Quiet. There isn't time to think here, I have to act now. Even if it does kill me, it might give the others some time to figure out a way to escape. Oh, that is it, you little know-it-all. And Rukia was abruptly pulled into winter night. This is a dream, she thought. It has to be. I can't be here now, if I am, then they're going to die. When she didn't go right back, the girl sighed, and looked about her. Snow fell all around. Not the heavy wet kind, or even little specks, but light gentle crystals that flickered with refracting colors from the bright stars overhead. Stars that seemed much closer to her now than in real life, almost like the sky was a rounded ceiling, and this was a private dance hall she stood in, an expanse of pristine beautiful snow covering the floor. She almost hated to step on it, but there was no choice. Just like before, her foot went through the crust with an unpleasantly loud crunch, like she weighed more than she really thought. Undeterred, the raven-haired waif trudged on. In the middle of that silent black and white panorama, someone was dancing. The figure was paler than even the falling snow. At least, their clothes were, and that was all that was ever visible. An attire like nothing Rukia had ever known, whether in or out of the Siridii, covered every inch of the performer with a collection of wind-blown silk scarves wrapping all the way up and down the body, with long billowing sleeves that completely swallowed up the hands. These silk ribbons crafted a sort of form-hugging full-length skirt that still stretched effortlessly whenever her legs moved in one of those complex dancing moves she was always performing. The feet never broke the snow. Her counterpart's head was hidden completely within an ephemeral hood whose edges never failed to move just in time to prevent the face from being seen, but in spite of that, the Shinigami knew this spirit was female. Without any perceived interruption to the performance, the soul of this lovely place and her patron began to converse. Why the hell are you always questioning me? What is it about you that makes you think you have to be right all the time? What makes you think I'm not right? You just assume I disagree with everyone because I don't think about things well enough. You answer me, now, what the hell is so good about not speaking your own damn mind? So that you don't offend anyone by not agreeing with them. I'm not telling you not to express yourself. Hell, you don't need me for that. I could count on one hand the number of people in your life who don't expect you to stay quiet and not speak a word. But damn it, I'm not doing it for the same reason they are. When I ask you to shut up and listen to me, it's because I've got something to say that I really want you to know. All you ever do is shout at me and frustrate me. Good. You actually admitted I get on your nerves sometimes. Well, guess what, sweetie, I feel the same way. You called out to me, and worked so hard just to find me, but when you finally get here you're so damn uptight you can't even pay any attention to me. What else am I supposed to learn from you? I found your name already and unlocked your true form. You've never spoken my name once since I told it to you. I've never needed to. I've never been in any danger. And now doesn't qualify? Why haven't you called for me to help you against that malformed ghost of a dragon? If I do, it'll sense I'm near it and attack. Being weak right now is the only thing that's saving me. There you go again, putting yourself down. You just don't want to admit how strong we really are together, because then you might actually expect something more from yourself besides living. What good is a saved life if you don't do anything with it? I never asked you to save me. I just want people to leave me alone. Is that too much to ask? It is if the people care about you, damn it. Who do you care about other than yourself? Stop harping on me all the time. For heaven's sake, girl, I am not harping on you. I'm asking you an honest question. Who is it that you care about? Tell me. Renji, okay? And Kion, and Captain Yukatake, and even that nutcase Yumi Chika. I care about all of them. Do you trust them? Yes. More than anyone else I've ever met. Are you going to give up on them? Not on your life. Then don't. Don't assume they're all going to die if you don't sacrifice yourself. Because in case you haven't noticed, they're pretty incredible people too. It doesn't always have to be one side setting up the other for a win. Sometimes everybody does something that helps you out, even your enemy. If you want to save your friends, do your part in a way that makes sense. Because killing yourself to distract that beast for a second isn't very likely to accomplish much, is it? No. I suppose it isn't. But even together, I still don't believe we can really kill it. What am I supposed to do, then? And the spirit stopped moving. Rukia stared, amazed. She has never done that before, the girl thought. Her soulmate held out both covered hands. Dance with me, and I'll show you. It almost sounded like a plea. Rukia had never really danced before. She didn't know how to do it right and. Oh, for mercy's sake, she thought angrily. What am I looking for here, some Kukaki dance instructor? There's nobody grading or overseeing me in this place. That much I know. So then all I have to do is. The Shinigami reached out and took one of her partner's hands. Good. Now, let me show you what we can do together. Both of them began to move. No longer did the Shinigami's feet mar the field of snow in any way. She could well have been a single snowflake for all her presence registered on that white canvas. The moon then came out to shine upon their performance. So Rukia learned the name of the dance. If he continued just standing there, Yuka-take was going to die. That much was certain. Once the captain passed out, which could happen at any second, the spell would break. After that, they'd be torn to shreds and eaten. If they could just break free of this trap, then maybe there was some way to win. Facing death, the final door slammed shut in his face after a lifetime of thwarted hopes, Renji saw no relief in giving up. The situation looked hopeless, and his options either way were limited. But damn it all to hell, he wasn't about to quit now. That freaky hammer-swinging bitch was probably out there somewhere now laughing at him. She must have sent these monsters here to soften us up so that she could finish us off without breaking a sweat. And you swore not to let her escape. Well, don't. Don't let her get away with this shit, that's for sure. Abarai Renji of 11th Company stared at the handle of his soul cutter, thinking furiously. Tell me what to do, brother. This thing won't kill you before it kills me. He grinned at his reflection in the blade. How about we offer to let it kill us if it promises to kill itself first? Yuka-take just gave him a pained and confused look, but he knew Rukia would have laughed at that one. Renji, you dumbass, think. That's what she always told him, back when they spent their days getting bullies to trip over their own feet or breaking their own wares with a club, using the enemy's superior strength and weight against them to get it to kill itself, he whispered. A plan dawned on him. The cannon fodder of the 13 Imperial Guard squads gazed at his face in the mirrored steel, then back up. Around them, the Serpent King was still straining to crush their fortification, apparently realizing that they couldn't fight back from within, so there wasn't a need to go duck and cover again. Whether or not it actually had the strength to do so or was just anticipating Yuka-take to pass out soon was anyone's guess. But while it still persisted in this effort, they might just have a chance. Renji bent down low. Sir, he whispered, how fast do you think you can tear down this shield? Jushiro looked at him out of eyes weak and dimming with strain. Blood bubbled on his lips as he spoke. I only have to touch it. Why? The street rat looked up to the heights of their prison, calculating. Get ready to do it when I tell you to, okay? The white head fell, either in confirmation or getting ready to lose consciousness. Either way it was time. Renji then draped his free arm behind Yuka-take's back, getting as secure a grip as possible around the man's chest. Ready? Yes. Ready to die. Ready to live, Renji shot back. He looked up to where the worm's head continued to pour out its power against the shield. Chew on this, you ugly Tsunava bitch. He then inverted his Zanpakuto, slamming the tip of the sword into the soft mud below their feet. Grow, Zabumaru. The spring sword shot out. Its head buried itself into the mud until it hit firmer ground, and stayed there. The rest of it went up, Abarai hanging on to both its hilt and the wounded captain. They flew straight as an arrow skywards, wind tearing at their faces. Hope and fear danced in Renji's eyes, as he chose the right time to scream. Now! Yuka-take reached out and shattered his sealing spell. When he did, there came an awful scream. Nadala Contra Corriente constricted with all her might, firing beam after beam from her mouth into the stubbornly unyielding magic wall. She had grown tired of playing it safe. Keep it up, she exhorted herself, keep the pressure on him. Kido spells die when the caster wills out. My will is stronger than yours, Shinigami. You can't keep two such powerful castings up for long in your condition. She watched them cower in there. You'll break, old man, the hollow exulted. First your will, then the shield, and then you. Did you think you would never die, that you could do whatever you pleased? Let me show you the ones who have real power. Squeeze you. Nadala exulted in her head. Squeeze you down to your bones. Grow, Zabumaru. Unrelenting, the Ajichas looked down. And then she looked up, as both of her victims suddenly rose to her eye level. The red-haired devil looked right at her, right into her, and smiled. Then they flew past. You cocky little shit, I'll crush you. Now. Just as Contra Corriente's raging heart fueled her into grinding on the spell with all her prodigious strength, it simply broke. But the only thing left within her coils was a 100 feet long steel butcher blade. And it was this she wrapped herself around, and squeezed. The sword shattered, and Nadala shrieked. Pain, 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 oh sweet blood, the pain. Down its whole length, the hollow was impaled around the broken remnants of Zabumaru. Fangs thrust into her, edged steel felt like it was chopping her in half in 100 different places, shards and splinters breaking off and mutilating her insides. Black blood spurted in all directions, as the python's own strength worked against it, combining with the sudden lack of resistance to cause even its own spiked shafts to pierce her flesh in some places. The WYRM was in agony. Regaining some semblance of control, Contra Corriente attempted to dive back to her main body. Something snapped around her entry point, and the man-eating beast twisted in shock. The portal. It had closed somehow. She couldn't return. Rukia's eyes sprang open, flaring with power and exhilaration. She breathed deeply of the rank miasma that pervaded this morass. Below her someone screamed a command. Now. Without question, the spy obeyed, letting go of her perch. As she fell, Rukia shouted out words that had never left her lips before. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. The Zanpakuto exulted, its color flowing and changing till the entire blade from hilt to crown was purest white. A long ribbon extended to wind around its owner. Both fighters landed in the pool with a splash. Grey feasters turned and sprang at them. Do it. Yes, ma'am. She swung her blade in an arc. First dance, White Moon. Immediately everything around her feet was frozen. The whole pond became ice. An instant later, a cylinder of frigid power blossomed skyward. All flashing jaws within its radius turned into icicles in an instant, shattering under the strain of their own internal phase transition from liquid to solid. There came a howl, and the pool's surface cracked. Rukia looked down. At her feet, the image of the desperate battle had disappeared. Now only cloudy ice met her gaze. Its surface shuddered, and she raised her head. Before her, the WYRM remained as it had been, neck-deep in the pool, alive and apparently unaffected by the strength of her Shikai's attack. But now it seemed to be imprisoned, straining desperately to retract itself back into this locale, to no avail. The enchantment had been broken by her own. As she watched, pallid marbles continued to roll off that grotesque form in a torrent. But when they reached the solid sheet of ice, the eggs simply clattered across its fractured foundation, totally harmless. No transformation took place. As Rukia had determined, they needed contact with water in order to undergo the metamorphosis. Another hypothesis proven correct. Just goes to show you how careful planning can win out against overwhelming power. There was a buzzing at her back, Rukia spun, and something slammed her to the ground. Lil cutie, someone whispered. You're both dead. Zabumaru was ripped to shreds, and Renji felt himself being torn open in more ways than one. As they fell to earth, though, the sounds of a monster's screams told him that his plan had succeeded. They hit the water with a splash, hard and painful. Immediately the tattooed champion scrambled up, dragging his compatriot. Together they flailed awkwardly towards the spot where the only remaining Zanpakuto at hand lay. Gotta make it, Renji panted to himself. Gotta reach it, thank you Zabumaru, I won't let it be in vain. Behind him, there came a roar. Looking back, Renji spotted the dragon as it thrashed about, bleeding and quivering, before it righted itself and turned for them again. It was still coming out of that same spot, though. Why hadn't it gone under to appear before them as he had feared? Had hurting it like that done more good than he could have hoped? Maybe it couldn't travel with his blade stuck inside it. Pretty good, huh? He couldn't wait to tell everyone about his brilliant plan. Ahead of him, the blue diamond of death god magic flickered and disappeared. A mob of flesh-eating vermin came boiling towards them. Renji just laughed, though it had a hysterical edge to it. Damn it, I don't care what you've got. She's waiting somewhere out there, and I'm gonna find her. You hear me, you freaky bastards? We are not gonna die here. Not to you. The swords, reach the swords, get them into Yuka-Take's hands so that he can kill it. Faster faster, pussycat, run. I ain't no cat, I'm a dog. Renji drove his aching, bleeding form on, half deranged with pain and fear. A hollow scream tore into him, he heard it coming for them. The monster's coming, all little kitties out of the pool, Renji giggled. Run to reach the safe spot, run you bastard, what's wrong with you, you wanna die? Run. The WYRM lunged, and desperately he dove forward, feeling it pass over them to crash into the ground, bone spikes and fragments of his own soul cutter lacerating his back and scalp as he followed it in a graceless pitch to the swamped floor. The striving soul skidded forward to rest, looking up with mud and blood running into his eyes while the dragon reared backwards to return his stare, a promise in its red screaming orbs of the most hideous death imaginable, far surpassing that of the hordes rushing forward to feast. Those eyes weren't human. They belonged to a monster. One Renji recognized. Contra Corriente. And there in front of him lay Sogyo no Katawari. At his side, Yuka-Take was unconscious. Gasping for breath, eyes flaring wide with realization and purpose, Renji reached forward and grasped one hilt below the water. Help him, old-timer. Little Viper, I've got your back. They found an accord, and Renji felt new strength surge into his soul, greater than he had ever known. Nadala's gaze burned into him, hate and bloodlust dancing behind her carnivorous visage. You want some of this? He wheezed from flat in the muck. Come and get it. The hollow snarled madly, and sprang for his throat. Death approached, the death god surged up on one arm, a sword in his hand. He screamed, and thrust the blade out before him. Too late she saw her mistake. Nadala's jaws encased Renji's arm completely, and the point of Sogyo no Katawari pierced her throat and exploded out of the back of her head. Knife-sharp teeth cut spasmodically into the bleeding fighter's chest and shoulders, and he felt certain it was going to bite him in half. Renji Abarai and Nadala Contra Corriente stared into each other's eyes with equally shocked expressions. Both understood then that he had missed her vital organs. The hollow's eyes blazed in triumph. Red Zero formed at the back of her throat. Renji could almost reach out and touch his own death. How weird is that, he thought distantly as she prepared to fire. Someone grunted, and a second sword thrust through Nadala's eyeball and sank into her brain. Yuka-Take twisted his blade's twin viciously. The copper jaws opened on a gasping inhalation. Renji fell backwards, and the captain followed suit, moments before the whole quivering length of Contra Corriente collapsed dead with a slithering thud, silver steel shafts protruding from her head. All was quiet. When the Ajichas died, it felt as though something lifted from that swamp. Sparing a glance over at the encircling sea of feasters, the captain was pleased to note that they were all thoroughly deceased. So much for that. Wincing in pain, Jushiro then crawled to where his stricken subordinate lay. Renji was shuddering and bleeding copiously, but clearly alive. The grateful war hero called up a hell butterfly, which materialized effortlessly now upon his bloody fingers. 4th Division. Emergency rescue operation. We have a man down. It fluttered off, and Yuka-Take then called upon every healing spell he knew to strive towards saving this young man's life. To be continued. Chapter 5, The Bog, with friends like these. Well, now, ain't this a pretty little picture? The hollow had opalescent eyes in a mosquito-like skull, and they glittered in the amber light. It kept one hand flat against Rukia's chest, pressing against her until she thought her ribcage was going to crack. With the other it swiftly reached over and plucked Sode no Shirayuki from her grip without effort. The beast's captive gasped in a breath, insufficient for speaking, let alone Kido spells. Then a noise came to her ears. Both she and her captor looked over, in time to see the bulk of the massive worm hollow dissolving into a storm of butterflies. Instantly it was like a veil was ripped from her perceptions, and she felt strongly the sole presence of the winged death dealer that held her prisoner. That expressionless mask looked back to her. Never trusted that monster, he hissed, examining his own reflection in the mirrored steel. She said that we'd get a feast out of this as long as we found the captain for her. Sure looked that way for a while. You Shinigami all like to act tough, but when the chips are down, you die like anybody else. Pretty nice, that hiding trick of hers. Then the freaky bitch gets even stronger all of a sudden, can you believe it? After that there's a mess of killer crabs or something eating all my buddies. Lucky thing I had me these beauties right here. The hollow buzzed the transparent insectoid wings on his back. I held back, waiting to see who came out on top. Guess the worm didn't have it in her, if she could get taken out by a puny little treat like you. Can't blame Nadala for not noticing it, really. Her own Ryotsu was so strong, and fighting a captain, I wouldn't have paid much attention to yours either. Her mistake, I guess, thinking she was too tough to die. A cold chuckle came from the skull. Still, I suppose it wouldn't be very respectful to the dead if I let her killer get off scot-free. The tip of her own sword then came up to hover before Rukia's face. She struggled against its grip, but the thing just laughed. You know, I've been wondering a few things for a while. How I am, a curious guy. Last Shinigami I killed out there, I used their own Zanpakuto on M. Just to see what happened. So now I'm wondering, if a Shinigami gets eaten by a hollow while they're being stabbed by a soul cutter, does she get purified? And if so, what's she become? Plus? Hollow, maybe? I'd kinda like to know, so what day I say we find out, eh? He watched her gasp and fight for a few more moments, enjoying the show. Then the hollow raised her purloined weapon high. Normally I'd take the time to get to know you, but I haven't got much to spare here, so it'll be over quick. Let's get cracking. His arm came down. And then it came off. Rukia scrambled away when the undead mistake reared back, screaming. Its severed limb hit the ground, and instinctively she lunged forward, grabbing up Sode no Shirayuki. Whirling about, the liberated soul was about to attack when the hollow flew backwards up into the air, rising out of the pit in a bid for freedom. A glowing rod shot across the sky, clipping the beast's wings. It fell with an ungodly squeal right in front of her. For a moment they both just stared at one another, too shocked to move. The lance then dropped down once more, cutting off both of her adversary's muscular legs at the root. After that it just wouldn't stop screaming. Well, Rukia-chan. Her head jerked towards the sound of that voice, amazed. Don't I get a thank you? Walking casually towards her across the pond, as though he were out on a friendly stroll and just happened to drop by, came Junichi Maru. He was smiling. There wasn't a bit of mud or sweat on his impeccably maintained sleeveless haori. The Zanpakuto Shinso extended back into his hand with a soft scraping sound, like it cut through even the air itself. Returning the weapon to its original size, Jin strolled over to the incapacitated amputee, flipped the dagger and drove it into his victim's wrist, impaling it against the bottom of the pool. He then rose, dusting his hands off dramatically, and looked down on his handiwork with a toothy grin. You know, I'm all for disciplining my inferiors. But when you're giving instructions like this, ya gotta take care not to lapse into plain old bullying. If you're stronger than somebody, you give them one really good abject lesson on it. Once that sinks in, then you can kill them. You don't take forever to do it. He glanced back over his shoulder. Right, Rukia-chan. She just stood there staring at him, wondering if this was some kind of evil dream. Was she dead? Had that hollow killed her, and she was now in hell? Was everybody dead, and this was her punishment for failing them all? While Rukia's personal demon remained there patiently awaiting an answer, the hollow whimpered, lifted its head, and the tip of its proboscis shot out. Jin flinched, and grunted. "Well, shoot me dead." The silver ghost then leapt over and planted his foot on the Limshorn horror's neck. When he turned about, there was blood on the captain's Haori. She watched him reach down, and pull the spike out of his abdomen. The expression on his face in no way implied that he had just been stabbed in the gut. Nor did he behave as if the wound was bothering him. All Jin did was grin at her, before he reached down, and took a grip on the Hollow's mask. What are you?" it gurgled. His long fingers curved into its eye holes, and gave a sharp jerk. "AHH. No. Please." There was such horror in that inhuman voice, it made Rukia wince involuntarily. The monster thrashed its head from side to side a little, but Jin's foot kept it down, a bug on a pin. Then the smirking Shinigami pulled back suddenly, and there was a straining, tearing sound. It reminded her of raw meat being ripped off the bone. The Hollow let out one long, enduring scream. While this went on, before Rukia's disbelieving eyes, the skull-like protection began to pull off. The noise that came with it was like 1,000 souls wailing faintly. It was a violation. That much was clear, even to her. Something absolutely unholy was being done here, and against all reason, she felt like crying out against it, begging Ichimaru to stop what he was trying to do to this thing that had been ready to murder her moments past. Before she could, however, he gave a final wrench, and the whole thing came off in his hand. Rukia stared, horrified. Revealed for all to see was a bleeding ruin of a face. Perhaps this might have been a man once, but those eyes were no longer capable of expressing anything other than pure terror. The very picture of humanity stared up at her from atop a Hollow's body. She knew what these demons were. Everyone knew. The Soul Society fought not only to protect pure souls, but to cleanse spirits like this of their forgivable spiritual trespasses. It was their duty to do so, but this was torture, pure and simple. Rukia-chan. There wasn't any reason behind this except to inflict pain, it served no other purpose but. "Are Rukia-chan?" He sang her name, like she was an errant pet, and finally Rukia's attention came back up to the devil in white. Those bloody fingers beckoned for her. "Simir, Kukaki-chan. And bring that pretty little Zanpakuto with you." Obedience to the mark of command was ingrained into her on a basic level now. Feeling like a sleepwalker embarking on some nightmarish midnight sojourn, the traumatized angel of death stumbled forward. She came to a halt before the fallen predator, and stared blankly up into its superior's face. The Kitsune cocked his head. "I seem to have misplaced my Zanpakuto somewhere. Rukia-chan, would you be so kind as to perform the sending for this poor unfortunate soul?" His tiny subordinate looked at him like he was completely mad. When she made no further move, Jin made a tisking noise through his teeth. He then reached down, and encased the girl's hand in his blood-wet grip. That earned a response from Rukia, judging by the look of wide-eyed panic that crossed her features. The captain of Squad 3 just smiled, as he turned the tip of her snowy blade downward and slowly pushed it in. Rukia's whole body had grown cold, sending small intermittent shivers up her frame. She felt his hands caressing hers, coaxing a feeling disturbingly akin to pleasure from her skin. "Oh mercy, don't let that be true," she prayed. "Don't let me believe I enjoy this, even for a second. It isn't true. I don't want it. So no Shirayuki, please forgive me for putting you through this." There was no answer from the guardian spirit. It was like his touch had turned something inside her to ice. The most important part of her soul was nowhere to be found. "Rukia-chan. Don't say my name. Ever again. You monster. It's you. You're the one. It's over, Kukaki-chan. You can stop staring at me now." Where once there had been 3 spirits, there now stood only 2 Shinigami facing one another. A small butterfly flapped in between them. The hidden eyes of the fox continued to devour the maiden's soul, bit by bit. He let go of her hand. And when it dropped back to her side, she finished that last thought out loud. "I should have killed." One silvery eyebrow raised. "Ah, don't belittle your contribution, Kukaki Rukia. I think you performed splendidly today. Why, even surviving a fiasco like this is a mark of honor." But tell you what, if you feel that bad about it, we'll just let everyone think you took down that guy, and not even mention I was ever here. Sound good? No reply. Instead Rukia gave a short bow, and turned away. Please excuse me, Ichimaru Teiko. I need to locate my unit. She crouched, preparing to sprint from this hollow as fast as she possibly could. Did I say you could leave yet, Kukaki-chan? The pale pixie froze. Behind her, Ichimaru had turned a full-length grin on his little accomplice. As a sign of gratitude and all, what do you say you perform a bit of keto and heal this wound I got so selflessly rescuing you? Black-garbed shoulders stiffened. I only ask because recovery spells ain't really my forte, and it wouldn't do for a captain to go walking around with a hole in his belly. Bad for morale. Still no movement made on her part. Well. She stood back up. Yes, Teiko. Turning back, Rukia approached the tall death god, steadfastly refusing to look him in the eye. He reached down and pulled away the front of his robes on the injured side, revealing a puncture wound still trickling blood. Summoning up a spell for cleansing and restoration, the gifted medic swallowed her revulsion and brought her hands up close to his skin. Of a sudden spider-like fingers clamped around her wrist. She flinched and bit her lip to keep from screaming. Actually, I think the tip of that bolt might have broken off in me. Would you reach in and pull it out before you begin? Her mind went blank. I'd do it myself, but I've lost so much blood, my hands feel a little trembly. There was no evidence of this, as he slowly brought her outstretched digits towards the glistening red mouth. Rukia stared in silent subjugation. The tips of her middle and index fingers brushed against moist wetness, flinching back involuntarily. No conscious effort was made on her part to put a stop to this, and before she knew what was happening, Rukia Kukaki's hand had slipped past the boundary of his skin and entered Jin Ichimaru's body. She felt organs, slippery and hot, and rigid muscles soaked in his blood. But nowhere did she feel anything resembling a bone point. Sir, the girl finally managed to mumble through numb lips. Sir, I don't feel it. No. His voice was soft as silk. Come to think of it, neither do I, must have just been my imagination. And he withdrew her probing fingers with a self-deprecating chuckle. Well, guess you better just go ahead and fix it, then. So Rukia did, fully aware of his smile, and the whole time she was repairing the captain's flesh, the knowledge that she would now never be able to forget the feel of it crawling wet and pulsing over her own remained with her. When it was over, Ichimaru prodded the unblemished spot carefully, and then nodded in approval. Nice work there, Kukaki-chan. You'd be a real asset to the fourth, no doubt about it. Speaking of which, maybe we should turn our attention to caring for the wounded. It's been a long day. He gave her a salute with 2 fingers, and waved dismissively. You got my permission to go and help now. Bye-bye. With that, the Lord of the Afterlife disappeared before her eyes. Rukia stood stock still at the sight of her accomplishment. Only after a few minutes did it dawn on her that the whole time she had been speaking to Jin, she had not detected his Ryotsu even once. There was a mess of logistics and conflicting accounts on the outskirts of Hollow's Bog. Recovery procedures were proceeding smoothly, for both the living and the deceased. And with each cloth-draped body hauled out of that marsh, Lieutenant Kyan Shiba cursed himself for a fool. He had held back. Against his own instincts, he had obeyed his captain's orders and not entered the battlefield himself. When the disruption had first been noticed, Kyan didn't allow himself to panic. There was a captain in there, after all. What cause to worry? Not that heroes couldn't fall, but in this case, it was Jushiro Yukitake, one of the oldest hands in the game. How could any mere hollow undo him? But after the screaming heard coming from that marsh became so pronounced, the errant nobleman had relayed a plea back to base to send any available help, because something unexpected had occurred. The response from the higher UPS was to recall all members of the 13th and allow for the remaining personnel from the 11th to deal with this situation, as it was their specialty. Kyan had then spent almost half an hour arguing back and forth about what constituted a massacre and how he could be depended upon to know when his own captain was in trouble. When the answer remained the same, he had thrown up his hands and ordered the remainder of the division into the swamp. Once inside, the son of Shiba recognized how truly awful this situation was. With the realization that they were somehow being prevented from sensing the Hollow's souls, order virtually broke down. When he finally managed to form the cavalry into 3 large groups to scour the landscape for their fellows, it was just in time for the assault of the piranha demons. Trying to maintain discipline in the face of that proved fruitless, and Kyan was aghast to watch the prized fighting machine of Soul Society devolve into frantic terror. Around the same time that a virtual storm of cleansed souls came over the treetops, the communications disruption had suddenly been resolved. The swarm died en masse, and Captain Yukate's call for medical attention had galvanized everyone involved, restoring calm to the beleaguered masses. So they won. Looking down, the lieutenant saw a fallen Zanpakuto stuck in the mud. Picking it up, he recognized it as belonging to someone from his division. A girl named Ryoko Ryahim. Ryoryu, for short. She had achieved Shikai only a month past. He thought briefly that she must have dropped it, and tucked the unsheathed blade into his obi, hoping against hope that he would find the chance to give it back to her and not just a grieving family member. Quite a mess, Kyan Fukutaiku. Beside him, Captain Jinichi Maru flashed a creepy smile, but that was nothing out of the ordinary. That rule-flaunting creep would probably be smirking into his grave. While he respected the younger man's powers, Shiba could never shake the suspicion that given the opportunity, Jin would be happy to eviscerate him and everyone else that came into view of those semi-covered orbs. Yes, the nobleman replied. We truly appreciate your squad's speedy response to our misfortunes, Ichimaru Teiku. If Jin took any offense at the mild sarcasm, he gave no sign. Well, you know, I'm on pretty good terms with the head of the 11th. The thought of his boys being slaughtered didn't sit too well with me. I'm sure. I'm so sure. The other man continued without noticing the interruption. Of course, we're only here in an unofficial capacity. Words being passed along through the 2nd Division that nobody's requiring assistance at Hollow's Bog. We're just meandering through your ranks, advising everybody to keep their thoughts to themselves and whatnot. You understand, got to prevent the junior Shinigami from panicking if word gets around about invisible hollows and a captain getting this worked over. Guess that means you all really took one for the team, Shiba-kun. Jin turned and sauntered off, leaving his current punching bag clenching a fist. Did the Central 46 really think they could keep something like this under wraps? For heaven's sake, people talk. You can't threaten this many souls into meek submission. Then again, if the order to do so came from someone you trusted and respected, who were mere death gods to say no? Kyan had the uncomfortable premonition that this duty was going to fall upon his unwilling shoulders. He cast a surreptitious glance at the leader of the 3rd. With friends like these, he thought, who needs enemies? Kyan Dano. Glancing back, the lieutenant saw a face that made him almost weak with relief. Rukia Kukaki came jogging through the trees, followed closely by the 5th seat of Squad 11. Drawing up to her commander she bowed, and he returned the courtesy to her and the tag-along, who smiled and nodded politely. Kukaki, Shiba grinned happily. I'm overjoyed to see you're all right. Her face was glowing. And you, Kyan Fukutaiku. She wanted to come over earlier, the feathered dandy proclaimed, but I saw you were conversing with Psycho Teiku, so we held off for a bit. Kyan noticed Rukia's eyes dart over to where the silver-haired captain stood chatting with some officers, and the look of pleasure on her face melted into tight-lipped apprehension. Looks like he wasn't the only one who felt their hackles raised by that one. Good for her. Kukaki, he spoke gently, and was oddly relieved when she looked back at him. I heard from certain people that it was you who found the source of those fish demons and capped them. That was exceptional work. Thank you, sir. Strange, he had expected her to blush a little from this praise, but Rukia looked just as uncomfortable now as when discussing Ichimaru. You weren't injured in any way? No, sir. She appeared willing to leave it at that, however upon noticing Kyan regarding her expectantly, the unranked aristocrat added, the captain finished their leader soon afterwards, apparently. There was a guard set around the nesting site, but... She swallowed visibly, eyes fixed now on the ground. I was able to purify it and escape unscathed. Typical Rukia, Kyan thought. Unassuming to a fault, not even looking to receive any credit for saving hundreds of souls. This was something he was trying to work on with her. We're very proud of you, Kukaki. Kyan laid a reassuring hand on the tiny mystic's shoulder. Both myself and Captain Yuka take. Rukia looked up at him then. The captain, will he be alright? He couldn't hide the grimace that came over his features. It was a close call, but they managed to get him back to the Fourth's headquarters before any permanent damage could be done to his system. Apparently Teiku insisted that priority be given to the man who fought with him instead of himself. That comes as no surprise, really. She wrapped her hand around the hilt of her soul cutter tightly, and seemed about to say more, when the other officer present spoke up instead. My comrade from the 11th. Do you have any word about his condition? The lieutenant gazed at him sadly. I'm sorry. They told me his prognosis didn't look good. Rukia actually reached out a hand to the purple-eyed fighter then. Observing this, the fifth seed took her offering and raised it to his lips, placing a gallant kiss on her fingers. Kyan felt surprised at this level of intimacy from both of them. No worries, all, the combat specialist spoke airily. The men of the 11th never surrender. It's our rule. Opening his eyes, Renji found himself lying on a futon under a cerulean spotlight in an otherwise darkened room. He realized several things, in this order. He was still alive, he was no longer in the swamp, and there was a person sitting next to him. Something like damp cloth touched his chest, drawing across the pectorals and ribs. This sensation caused him to focus all his attention on it. That feels nice, Renji thought. Relaxation, letting someone take care of you. I could go back to sleep right now, no problem. How are you feeling, Abarai Renji? Now that was definitely a woman's voice. Looking over towards the source of those words, the patient found his bedside attendant to be a cool, dark-haired beauty of an older lady. Dressed in an expensive yukata detailed in patterns of green and orange, she continued to perform ministrations on his aching body. Her fair skin glowed a soft blue under these lights, and the same color showed up in highlights reflecting off a wealth of smooth sable locks that fell down her back. The elegant healer's face was set in a thoughtful, slightly melancholy expression. Almost as if she was contemplating something too heartbreaking to express to another living soul. But her eyes, when they looked at his, were smoldering with a compassionate fire that seemed to demand the viewer let her take care of them, even hidden as they were behind long black lashes. If Byakuya Kukaki actually had a mother, this is what she would look like, Renji thought. Out loud he only said, "Who are you?" The physician's mouth lifted in a warm smile that lit up every part of her face. Some of my older patients knew me as Hana-chan. Renji blinked, surprised. Point-chan. And she laughed lightly, making her patient blush from several different emotions. Leave it to a member of the 11th to choose that definition. Hana then reached up and placed warm fingers on his tattooed brow in a soothing manner. Are you feeling feverish? Your face is flushed. No, I'm okay, really. Boy, does that feel good. Is she using keto right now or something? Even Rukia's touch never felt like this. And then it hit him, and Renji bolted upright. Rukia. He gasped. She's safe. You don't have to concern yourself, Abarai-kun. The soothing mistress gripped his shoulders and firmly maneuvered them back down to the mat. Renji resisted slightly, but he must have been much weaker than he realized, because she didn't seem to exert any effort at all in returning him to a supine position. Hana then went back to sponging him down with a wet towel while Renji continued to lie there. Hope this didn't last long, it wouldn't improve his reputation if anyone learned he had been manhandled by a woman. Something else occurred to him at that point. Contra Corriente. The warm caress paused. Both of them looked at one another. Is she dead? Renji asked, worry and hope mingling in his tone for an entirely different reason now. Hana studied him with a measuring air. Then she said, if you are referring to the hollow that attacked Jushiro-kun, then yes, it has been dispatched. Though it cost the captain slightly more effort than usual to do so. The recuperating Shinigami relaxed, a weary grin easing his features. You have no idea. It was totally insane, I've never seen anything like it. From either of them. Hana's lips tugged down slightly. No. You haven't. I feel lucky to be alive, let me tell you. Understandable. She continued to perform his ablutions. Considering that you aren't supposed to be. For a few moments, nothing more was said. Renji stirred. Huh. Hana placed the cloth in a dish by her side. You really don't know much of anything, do you, Abarai-kun? Wringing out the excess water, she folded the towel into a pad and placed it on her ward's forehead. Keeping her hand on it, the beautiful and suddenly cold face bent down a bit closer to his. Did you really think a destitute alley dweller from the 78th district could lay hands on noble-born officers and get away with nothing more severe than a transfer? Is that what you think the Central 46 would consider a fitting punishment for insubordination, an assault on the representatives of their order? She looked completely calm, and her voice never rose in pitch. But at that moment, Renji Abarai feared for his life, more so than when he had been nose-to-nose with Nadala. You were supposed to die, Abarai-kun. Maybe not today, or the day after, but eventually. That's what it means when a member of another division is transferred to the 11th. It's basically a death sentence. The combat specialists have a mortality rate so high it's worse than a mortal's lifespan, but that's nothing compared to how long their transfers survive. The average length of time is about 2 to 3 months. Initial recruits to the Kenpaku's squad are chosen based on martial prowess, but those brought in after assessments are not always given the opportunity to acclimate themselves. Assignment to the 11th is just one of the ways that troublemakers are dealt with in the Siriti. There is no getting out of that division alive, no matter how you distinguish yourself. But Renji was sweating profusely, even though the room was so cold. He didn't want to believe what he was hearing, but somehow, it made a sort of sense. I saved a captain. I did good out there. Ask Yukatake, he'll tell you. The look that passed over Hana's face was gentle, and pitying. Oh? I think you'll find that if you were to consult the official records of this day, they would show that Jushiro Yukatake received severe wounds while fighting a very powerful hollow alone. There were no other Shinigami observing this battle who survived. The captain triumphed all on his own, and quite stunningly too, I might add. Her audience stared at her uncomprehendingly. Are you saying, Abarai swallowed in a dry throat, that they're not going to recognize what I did? I'm just going to keep getting sent out onto missions until I die? Is that what you're telling me? He was so angry at the prospect that he wanted to leap up and grab her by the shoulders to shake the truth out of her. But for some reason now he couldn't move. It was like all the strength and will to act had been leached out without his notice. In Renji's wide-eyed field of vision, the sinister speaker shook her head sadly. No, Abarai-kun. What I'm saying is that you are already listed as dead. His body went cold. What? According to the reports I will submit in a few hours, the only survivor of this particular duel other than Captain Yukatake was rushed to the 4th for emergency treatment, at the thankful officer's express behest. Unfortunately, his wounds proved critical, and he succumbed to them in the early hours of the morning. If that did not prove to be the case, there are 2 members of the secret mobile corps waiting outside, under orders from their superior that the patient in question not last the night. After all, we can't have anyone learning that the legendary Yukatake Jushiro would have perished were it not for the help of a lowly Squad 11 grunt, now can we? There was no answering call from his soul cutter to come to his aid. I'm going to die, Renji thought. Rukia, I never should have brought you to this place at all. Please forgive me. And that is how the noble Kukanisiro Karasu came to meet his end. He blinked. What the? Yes, Hana continued, a wickedly sharp smile curving her lips. It's the name of the man from the 11th whose body I will show to our friends waiting in the wings. He has a rather prominent hole in the back of his skull right now, and it looks as if someone ate most of his brains, but I'll have that patched up in no time. And in addition I will have added a few more believable wounds to make it seem like those were what could have killed him. No need for concern, Abarai-kun, I'm very good at what I do. Not even Commander General Shijikuni himself would be able to tell that's not how the individual in question met his end, and so Karasu's name will be honored accordingly. Renji was staring at her like she was babbling in a foreign language. But, what about you? Well, the injuries you received fighting hollows of a less questionable makeup were not as severe. But some very caustic venom got injected into your system at some point. In spite of our best efforts, you would have found yourself changed fundamentally by that monster's kiss, in ways that might only have become clear to you with the passage of time and the growth of you and your Zanpakuto. It could have been to your benefit, or perhaps not. However, as I said, the wounds were very difficult. They were given special treatment by the lieutenant of this division at the behest of her sister, but I'm afraid to say that your name too will be counted among the missing for Squad 11 this month. Now he was thoroughly confused, and told her so. I don't understand this. In response, the midnight-haired enchantress reached out and laid a tender touch upon his cheek. You have some dangerous enemies, Abarai-kun. But you also have some very powerful friends. She knew why this had to be done, and what the consequences might be for her. But right now, there was nothing farther from her mind than what negative impact might befall her. The attempt had to be made, and if this person didn't believe that or could be made to realize it, then at least she had tried. Rukia just wished she knew him a little better. With that, the determined soul reached up and knocked on the door. There was the sound of movement from within, and the rustling of parchment. A few moments later, the pane slid open, and warm brown eyes gazed down at Rukia in surprise. She bowed forward smoothly. Forgive me for disturbing you at this late hour, Aizen Taeku. My name is Kukaki Rukia, from Division 13. There is something very important I wish to speak to you upon. Behind the square-rimmed spectacles, Aizen Sosuke's fatherly features took on a look of sympathetic understanding. Of course, Rukia Ajasama. Please, come inside. The head of the 5th Division moved back to allow her entry. Kukaki stepped daintily over the frame into a comfortably stocked room made warm by a low-banked brazier. There was a tantalizingly familiar aroma hanging in the captain's quarters. Like cinnamon, perhaps. Before she could get wrapped up in such ruminations, her host closed the door and came back around her, seating himself on a cushion in the center of the room. Please, Ajasama, be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Rukia proceeded to do so. Can I offer you any refreshments? Some tea, or sake, perhaps? No, thank you, Taeku. He certainly seemed as considerate and approachable as Renji had implied back in their academy days. This was nothing like being in the presence of her brother, whose very existence was like a dangerous pall on any attempted conversation. The exact same words Aizen spoke could have come from Byakuya's mouth, and Rukia would have been so terrified she might have collapsed on the spot. No chances of anything like that happening here, though. Please let this be a good sign. I apologize if I should seem forward or presumptuous, but this is a matter of life and death, in regards to someone I believe we both know and respect. Sosuke Aizen gave a slight frown. I in no way fault you for daring to approach me, Rukia Ajasama. Tell me what brings you here and I will do my best to be of service to you. The dainty death god closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Renji Abarai. When she opened them again, the captain looked positively stricken. Then Aizen gave a despondent sigh. What of him? He was injured today. During the skirmish at Hollow's Bog, he fell saving the life of my own captain. I have been informed that Yukatake Taeku is recuperating comfortably, and at no time was ever in any danger during the conflict. She was not too shocked to hear that lie fall from this official's lips. But the way he said it, so quickly, made the penitent give him a sharp look. It was like the captain was finding difficulty in speaking those words, almost as if they were sticking in his throat. And that calming look of concern was now marred by a shadow of something Rukia recognized without difficulty, self-loathing. With this realization, she decided to play her hand to the full. Sir, the kneeling supplicant spoke clearly, I think we both know that the report you received does not bear any resemblance to what actually transpired today. For a time there, it was like someone had taken a photograph of the room, so stiff and frozen was everyone in it. Until at last, Aizen stirred and spoke. Even if that were the case, Ajasama, I fail to see what brings you to me on this night. Rukia then sat up a little straighter, calling upon all the courage and determination that the Kukaki had not yet squeezed out of her. Aizen-sama, I have come to humbly request that you accept Renji Abarai back into the ranks of the 5th. I will do anything you should so require to see this act done. This I swear as a Shinigami, and a friend of the man in question. Please. He is a good, trustworthy, and decent person. Please reconsider your banishment of him. With that she placed her hands upon the floor, and the lady of the Kukaki bowed forth until her head touched the tatami straw mats. Aizen stared in frank astonishment at the noblewoman debasing herself before him. Ajasama, he murmured in an aggrieved tone, please stand up, I beg of you. At his command, Rukia once more raised her eyes to his level. Although now, he seemed to be having trouble meeting them directly. Kukaki Ajasama, I will not mince words with you. The decision to transfer Renji Aburai was not mine to make. It came from the highest levels of our society. Even if I were to make such a petition, there is absolutely no chance of it being accepted. Forgive me, but I cannot go against the commands of my superiors. Aburai-kun will stay with the 11th till the day he dies. A sob welled up in her throat, and Rukia had to fight to keep it down. Aizen-sama, she whispered. I do not accept that as just. This cannot be the purpose for which Soul Society was created. To take a man with such promise and potential, and throw him to the wolves over some bureaucratic and social indiscretions, is a travesty that deserves the level of cover-up that is transpiring here, for to let it be known would shake the faith of our spirits and drain the strength in our arms far more than any captain's death. If Renji Aburai dies, it will bring no honor to the Siriti, only shame. I ask you, sir, what is the point of claiming to defend all souls if we are not even willing to look after one of our own? Aizen had no response to her words. Instead he fixed his gaze upon the floor between them. But the impassioned arbiter did not miss how his hands clenched in his lap. There has to be a way. Kukaki Rukia was crying now, without the means or inclination to stop. Any weapon she could bring to bear in this fight would not be overlooked, no matter the personal sacrifice. My own captain is a man of the highest courtesy and honors. If you were to approach him with this matter, I have no doubt he would be willing to support any move on your part. With two such notable figures behind it, what could you not accomplish? Isn't that why you became a captain, to have the strength and authority to address those wrongs that were visible to your eyes? How can you or I or any of us continue to bear our blades with pride, if it comes at the price of our own self-respect? Rukia saw Aizen's attention drift over to the wall, where his own Zanpakuto lay in its nightstand, and seeing an opening in this powerful man's armor, she pressed her case harder. There must have been some time in the past when you felt dissatisfied with a decision handed down by the courts. Am I remiss in assuming that even one of your power and abilities found himself in some stage of his life at the mercy of another, with only the hope of a third party's intervention to save you? We are the protectors of Soul Society, the defenders of the weak, and what good are the rules if they do not take anyone but themselves into account? Please, it's our duty, to think about why we do what we do, so that when we. Rukia felt like she was drowning, running out of arguments or air in the face of his potent silence, and in desperation she reached for the only words that came to her mind at that moment, words that seemed to express so articulately what she truly believed. Aizen-sama, when we wake up in the morning, I want it to be in a way that lets everyone know that we still respect all men's souls. The captain's head came up, and in his wide eyes there was a look of something unfathomable. Rukia gave him back the exact same expression. Where had that come from? It sounded familiar, like somebody had said it to her before. If she could only remember. Why was he looking at her like that? It would. What? What did he say? It would take more than two to bring this about. But I think I have an idea of whom else we can turn to for help. The handsome captain rose to his feet and crossed over to where she sat, wearing a look of sincerest admiration. She followed suit and stood up, hope lighting her eyes with its enduring glow. Aizen placed his hands on her shoulders in a courteous manner. Kukaki Rukia, I thank you for coming to me this night. You have reminded me that none of us are above questioning the decisions in our life. I will waste no more of your time, but know that I intend to find a solution to this that will be of benefit to all, Renji and yourself included. Please return to your home and get some rest. When you do awake, I promise that everything will be resolved to your satisfaction. Rukia beamed furiously at him. Thank you so much, Aizen-sama. After she left, Aizen immediately went back to his writing. He retrieved a fresh sheet, the brush touched the paper, and... Forgive the interruption, Jin. I believe you were about to say. The Tercera's dead? Yes, I gathered that from Yuka being alive. You're not upset. Should I be? She did perform the service of vacating a captain's seat for you. So I'll put flowers on her grave. This time it was just more than she could handle. Is there something you don't want to tell me? Yeah. That's why I'm not telling you. I trust it's nothing serious. Doubt it. Anything else to end this note on? Nope. Only if it weren't for that Abarai kid, Nadala would have been primed for Segundo, at least. A restructuring is in order either way. You'll have to excuse me, then, something serious has come up concerning our friend Renji, and I have to move swiftly. Before Yago, speaking of rearrangements, Nilil and the tongue came back today. They brought someone you'll definitely want to meet. Oh, really? Yup. It's the real deal, Aizen Taiko. There ain't a doubt in my mind, the difference is so obvious you'd have to be a moron not to sense it. Does this treasure come with a name? Ulquira. That's all I could get out of him, he's not exactly chatty. I see. Well, then, we'll both have something of interest to discuss when we next meet. Let us make it soon. Gotcha. Over and out. And Jin. Yeah. Please work on your penmanship. I have a terrible time understanding your kanji sometimes. I'll give it a shot. The connection was severed, and immediately the paper went up in flames. Aizen then stood and left, his mind occupied with other concerns. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me in your condition, Yuka-sama. It's nothing to concern yourself over, Aizen-san. The bleached figure coughed into a handkerchief before settling back into his sickbed. I have taken far more serious wounds in the past. Actually, it was regarding today's escapade that I wished to speak with you about. Jushiro took note of Aizen's manner. His junior captain had adopted a serious mien now. Does it involve Swaifon and Mayuri's investigations? No, nothing of the sort. Actually, it was about Abarai Renji. I'm sorry, who? The man who saved your life. Ah. He looked away, and passed a pallid hand before his eyes. So that was it. I never actually learned his name, you understand. There was so much happening at the time, I simply never thought to ask him. Yuka-take's brow had grown troubled. Yet another mark of shame to bear about. Was the other captain going to supplement his own conscience in berating him for this travesty? But what could he do? It was Yamamoto's wish, and what he says goes. Before his thoughts could grow increasingly more gloomy, Sosuke began speaking again in a persuasive manner. It is my belief that you and I share a consensus in disapproving of how he is being handled. I have had some misgivings, I'll grant you. The inveterate courtier did not wish to reveal too much to his fellow champion of the ancient order. Then perhaps I could lay them to rest. According to my sources, Abarai's actual identity has not been verified by anyone. He was severely wounded, and whisked away immediately by the fourth at your express command. Yes, that much is true. Sweet, uncomplicated truth. Yuka-take had not been so distracted as to realize the implications of his ally's involvement in this matter. Withholding the man's name from the report had been one lie he had not been required to perform, and he had hoped that no one would think to look too deeply into it. But it turned out to be a wasted effort, when the decision came down for the man simply referred to as the unnamed Shinigami, who took part in that disturbing death match to be dealt with before he could fill anyone's head with panicked retellings of human-seeming hollows that were on par with one of the greatest captains in the Godi 13. It was deemed an acceptable loss. Yamamoto used that phrase a lot. Along with, easily replaced. Neither of them sounded any more decent to the old man's disciple than, casual murder. His guest continued speaking. I believe that arrangements could be made so that Abarai's name need never be involved with that affair. But it would require you in particular reaching out to a couple of our fellow captains. Yuka-take perked up, keenly interested. Was it possible? Had this clever young soul actually divined a solution to even one of the sorrows that Jushiro was required to labor under? To whom are you referring? Kiraku might be willing to risk angering the commander-general, but other than him I don't. Not Shunsui-sama. Aizen drew in close and whispered conspiratorially. Byakuya. Kukakiteiku. He couldn't believe his ears. Had you asked him to list every one of the 9 lesser captains in order of who could not be depended upon to break the rules, Byakuya Kukaki would have trumped even Komamura and So iPhone, hands down. Yes. It is my belief that you are the one captain the Kukaki Lord would listen to in this respect. Jushiro frowned in puzzlement. I admit to being on polite terms with the man, but certainly no more so than yourself, or anyone else for that matter. The bespectacled sorcerer gave a half-hearted smile. Trust me, sir. You are the man we need. Byakuya Kukaki glanced back and forth between the fellow division heads seated opposite him. His expression was unreadable. This is what you wished to converse upon. Yukatake shifted in his bandages, a sheen of sweat dotting his brow despite the cool of the evening. Full recuperation would take months, if at all. But his compromised soul would not allow an opportunity to correct this failing to pass him by. I understand that you might be loath to circumvent the current order of things, Kukaki-san, but in this instance I believe Soul Society would be better served by. There are no exceptions to the rules, Captain Yukatake. The steely-eyed nobleman remained as composed and unflinching as if they had not woken him from sleep. What you propose is tantamount to mutiny on my part. Your wounds must be affecting your thinking more than I realized if you believe that I would subject my family and my division to such iniquities. Byakuya-san. Beside his partner, Aizen gazed calmly upon the face of their regal host. I will not sit here and seek to deny that what we propose is both foolhardy and completely selfish of us to even consider asking you. Courtesy alone would dictate that we seek to involve as few people as possible. I will not presume to speak for Captain Yukatake, but if you were to see fit to grant us this benediction, I tell you now that I would consider myself in your debt forever, along with any of the people who trust me to command them. If there is anything that the 5th Division can do to accommodate your lordship in the future, you need only ask, and it will be done immediately without question. Byakuya's lofty expression did not change one iota at hearing this statement. For a time he simply stared at both of the senior officers without saying a word. Then those piercing thunderhead orbs turned their sights upon the elder supplicant. And does the head of the 13th Division concur in that respect? Yukatake did hesitate, for just a moment. Just what was he getting into now? Could they not give him some more time to dwell upon the questions being raised so suddenly? But then, Byakuya seemed to take note of his indecisiveness, and rose. Gentlemen, if there is nothing further to be discussed, I will take my leave of you. One moment, please. The stately figure paused. What is it, sir? There was something disturbingly predatory about that man's face now. Perhaps it was simply the low-burning candles casting shadows from below, but the look that hung over those usually composed features left Yukatake feeling decidedly uncomfortable. Still, he realized that there was simply no other way to live with himself and still feel clean. I concur with Captain Aizen. If you do this, then I am eternally in your debt, and the 13th Division is yours to do with as you please, so long as it is mine to command. The hooded gaze rested upon his own, studying him. Neither pleasure nor eagerness was evident in Byakuya's form. But still he retook his seat, and continued to regard them. Very well, the master of the manor spoke. I accept your offer. The man Aburai will be made a member of the 6th Division with the rising of the sun tomorrow. Both of his guests bowed low before him. Aizen spoke. We thank you, Lord Kukaki. Indeed. Byakuya retrieved his cup of tea, and took a sip. He lowered his drink, staring into its steaming depths. And now you will hear my terms. Those words caused a shiver to run up Yukatake's spine, all the more so when the aristocrat's ink-black eyes settled on him like a hangman's hand. Still, he had retained his pride, and now it was apparently time to test it. Whatever the Lord wishes, the infirm captain spoke clearly and without deception. You are aware that a high-ranking member of my household is currently on active duty in your company, are you not? Yukatake blinked, swallowing a sudden suspicion. You must be referring to your sister, Rukia-chan. The hawk orbs might have narrowed ever so slightly at his use of the honorific, but Byakuya continued without any further sign of displeasure. In the last evaluation to determine assignment of seated ranks in your division, the lady in question was passed over without receiving consideration. Rukia's captain frowned at this news. I was not made aware of this. At the time I was incapacitated, but still I Was that what this was about? Some designs regarding the advancement of his sister? Was that the carrot Aizen felt certain would goad this rigid diplomat into following their lead? Why? What was going on with both of these two men? Byakuya actually interrupted him. Yes, this I know. And it is upon that fact that I would like your cooperation, now and forever, Taiko. A slight fit of coughing came over him, and Jushiro clutched his ribs where pain blossomed. Is it my understanding that you wish to have Rukia's position re-evaluated and that she be given a seat within the 13th? No. You misread me. I am the one who influenced your squad's internal order to ensure that she would not receive a seat, at great personal expense to myself. He actually gaped at this statement. What? The workings of his command had been manipulated, bought? By this plutocrat? He practically choked on his own outrage. Suddenly, something became very clear, and his gaze raked over to the brown-haired sophisticate seated to his left. Aizen. That man knew. Somehow, he knew something about Yuka-Take's own division that he did not. The man in question returned his elder's stare. He gave no sign of being embarrassed or penitent. Only a look of honest determination stared back at the white-haired warrior. So, the Prime Shinigami realized, he kept this secret for when it would work to his best advantage. Is he really sacrificing such a useful piece of information, just to rescue a man who had once been under his command? Almost as if he were reading his mind, Sosuke Aizen's lips parted then. I once saved Abarai Renji's life, Yuka-Take Taiko. In doing so, I felt it was my privilege to see to it that soul was put to some good purpose. And when they took his life from my hands, and disposed of it with as little regard as one would a dog on the street, I took that as a personal affront to my judge of character. If it means some of us will have to besmirch our hands this night, it is a far more bearable burden than the one we would labor under were we to simply do nothing. That is why I am here. While they glared daggers at one another, Byakuya raised his cup once more. It is quite simple, Yuka-Take Taiko. In order for you to complete this evening's skullduggery, you must swear on all that you call your own, be it wealth or pride or trust, that my sister will never be granted a seat, in the 13th or any other chapter of the Godai 13. Trembling, the cornered captain turned to regard his imperturbable overlord. His mouth opened, and he almost asked, Why? Why would you do that to her? What is it you are trying to accomplish? What is Rukia to you, anyway? All this he desperately wanted to know at that time. But instead the gallant soul held back. The only words to come from him then were, I agree. He then bowed before his host, and waited for the head of the household to rise and take his leave. The whole time, Yuka-Take Jushiro tried to tell himself that he was righting a crime he himself was responsible for. But somehow, the abeyant aristocrat felt that he had just been in the presence of something absolutely ruthless, a terrible secret now held like a bared sword over his neck. Two wrongs don't make a right. One of his old master's teachings. Now more than ever the student prayed Yamamoto had been wrong. Renji stared at the relator of this affair. So then. Come the dawn, you will be one more handsome face under the command of the Lord of Kukaki Manor, head of the 6th Division of the 13 Imperial Guard Squads, His Highness Captain Byakuya Kukaki. Yuka-Take also reached out to the head of the 4th Division, and found her amenable to his entreaties, which is why I'm here with you now. She bent to retrieve a few more surgical and medical tools, placing them in her basket. The head of the combat brigades will be informed that you are no longer among his band of merry marauders. Whether he knows your name is questionable, though I wouldn't put it past him. Zaraki's smarter than most people give him credit for. I've had cause to speak with him occasionally, in case you're wondering. One of the perks our disparate professions share is cooperation. But all you need to know right now is that your crimes have been redressed, and you're being given a chance to fulfill every promise you ever made to yourself or anyone else. Confusion. Amazement. It was written all over his face. Like a little boy who had been betrayed and then redeemed by his own parents. And at that sight, Hannah leaned down and kissed him right on the lips. It was quick, but that did not diminish the intensity of the act. The healer's mouth crushed against its mate, opening so that she could taste his own. In that moment Renji wasn't thinking about anything else at all except what was being done to his lips. She was warm, and strong, deft with tongue and teeth in a way that caused his heart to pound and other parts of him to react without his conscious control. Before he could even consider how to respond to all this, she drew away. The conquered patient actually reached up in pursuit of another chance to express himself, but Hannah was rising, bearing her implements and herself out of his reach. Don't give up hope on any of us, least of all yourself, Abarai Renji. You're the reason we do all this. And I think if given the chance, your soul will rise to the very heights of what our society has to offer. After that it depends on you, whether or not you truly feel that you are worthy to catch a shooting star. She turned and stepped into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Renji stared, feeling dazed by everything he was being asked to accept. Had life in the Rukanga ever been as hard as this? What was he fighting for, if it could all just be taken away at the flick of a wrist, the stroke of a pen? Why am I here? Renji asked himself. You know the answer to that, don't you? The red-headed death god smiled at that familiar voice. Of course you do. We don't really need him to say it, do we? Silence. Slowly, Renji raised himself up. His breath was shaky, and tremors went up his arms. Well. This was certainly something new. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.